everybody, and welcome to the fourth and final championship Sunday before we head into the grand finals. My name is Aya. I'm here with Zico, Ven, and Azael. Super Tees will be joining us later on, but today is a really big day for some of these teams. They're hoping to make it into the top 3 to get into that grand finals, or make it into the top 8. Zico, we're going to be starting off here in Europe, in the European region, and you know, there's quite a bit of competition. There's quite a bit of stories here. Poggers, of course, they're solidly in that first place position. We're going to be seeing them play first today. But I mean, what other tiebreakers are we looking for today?
Oh, there's a lot of things to unpack here in Europe. So first of all, let's go from the bottom up. So we got the bots. You can see they have a little star next to their name. That means they are still in the tournament. They are in the upper bracket. They will be playing against MYWAY a little bit later on. And the bots, they are just 4 points away from making it to the top 8, which gives them the last spot in the gauntlet. And the way their tournament has been going so far, they could just run through that entire gauntlet. So that's one team that we really need to watch for. The other one is, of course, going to be the big one. We got Poggers already qualified. We got the Agents already qualified. But that last spot, that third seed, that guaranteed qualification is still up for grabs. And the teams that are battling between that is going to be Team HUHU and MYWAY. If MYWAY can manage to win the entire cup, they're going to have a pretty solid shot. And Team HUHU, they have a little bit more points heading into the tournament. So if Team HUHU can just keep up with MYWAY, then they also have a shot. So the bots, you know, if they can win in that upper bracket, they could send MYWAY down. And then if Team HUHU beats Poggers, then we might just get a straight up head-to-head for that qualification spot. There's a lot of things that can happen. There's also a potential for a tiebreaker between Team HUHU and MYWAY for that spot. So a lot of interesting stories here in Europe.
Definitely. There's a lot on the line for a few of these teams. And so that first one right off the bat, the first match that we're going to be seeing here, Team HUHU versus Poggers, that's determining quite a lot for HUHU. So we're going to see how they do. And then, of course, the bots, we're going to see them play that upper final after the second game of the day versus MYWAY. So we'll keep you guys kind of in check as we go along here in terms of the standings and where we end up at the end of the day. But this is the 4th cup. So this is kind of the last chance for all the teams here that made it into Championship Sunday, and you can bet that we're going to be, keeping our eyes peeled for a lot of these situations that could end up happening. But we've got 4 teams left here in Europe, and then of course we're heading to NA later on in the day. But I mean, I think the most interesting team that's playing this weekend here, Azael, is the bots. You know, they're the team that they brought in that tank spec, and they are new as well to AWC. We haven't seen the roster just yet. So have you had a chance to see them play their games?
Yeah. I mean, they took down Poggers, which was pretty hype, pretty unexpected. You know, it's interesting because they obviously came in and like, this is not something that you see a lot on ladder. It's not, you don't see very many tanks at Solar Shuffle or anything. So I think not many people would have a tremendous amount of practice against it. It's also Fist Weaving Monk, which is also extremely uncommon. So they have, you know, 2 very rare specs that people won't have a lot of practice against, right? So I'm really interested to see now that people have played them, have kind of like witnessed their strategies a little bit more, you know, are there adaptations that people can make, or is it really like as strong as it looked, right? Because in their series against Poggers, it felt like once they started training WAS, it looked pretty hopeless, I'm not gonna lie. So they're looking pretty strong.
Yeah, definitely are. So looking forward to seeing how that team does. But of course, Van, we're heading into our first series of the day, which is going to be an elimination round. Zico already highlighted kind of the stakes of this particular game. But Team HUHU versus Poggers. You know, Poggers, they have been dominating EU. So how do you think Team HUHU is going to do against them?
Well, we'll have to wait and see. I mean, Poggers, they've been looking so good with their Rogue Mage Priest, seeing Meh kind of switch off the Evoker. And we could actually see him on the Evoker in this series, especially since Team HUHU, they really like to focus on that Restoration Druid. So I think it's going to be rough. I mean, the Poggers, they have the Arcane Mage, they have the Evoker or the Discipline Priest, and Team HUHU, they're going to have to try to figure something out. I'm curious to see if they are going to lock in, you know, the Demon Hunter Elemental Shaman, because that really hasn't worked out for them too well against Poggers. And you can see here for Team HUHU, both the Twitter and Twitch for a lot of these players will be highlighted today, and some of them will even be streaming. So if you want to check out their point of view, definitely go for it. It can be a lot of fun to watch that. But yeah, I'm a little bit afraid for Team HUHU, to be honest with you. Poggers, I feel like if kind of have their number, they have the compositions, and You know, from the way like Waz was tweeting and stuff, it seems like they really want to get their rematch against the bots. I think it was kind of an unexpected loss for them.
Yeah, I mean, these guys played last week, and Poggers 3-0'd them, you know, playing RMP. So, you know, we did see LEDH every game last week, but HUHU did change between Evoker, Healer, and Resto Druid. So I'm interested to see what they bring it out, because I agree with you, Ben. I think it's really, really a difficult matchup if they're just going to play LEDH every game.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And we'll be getting into game 1 very shortly. We see what the blind picks are. It is going to be Team HUHU locking in the Warlock Demon Hunter. So a bit interesting here, but Poggers taking a different approach. They're going to be tagging in Chanimal, and this is a composition that's kind of risen in power a little bit over the last couple of weeks. A lot of teams are actually opting to kind of sub out the Mage in some of these matchups and bring in the Destruction Warlock, which I think is quite strong right now.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, this is the first week we've really seen much of Chan. You know, he's actually getting to play more, but there's a sap already onto Infernian. They're opening up onto Existence. Kidney over on Avanos as well. So trying to get this set up. There's the incap, though, onto Meh. Coil's coming out from Chan to just try to disrupt this CC, but Vanos getting so incredibly low. The Trinket, the Trank, everything is going to have to be used there. And Vanos is still sitting really low, and the pressure's coming out on Existence as well. So Vanos has a lot of work to do to try to pick him back up. Vanos still, you know, struggling to pick up Existence. There's going to be everything getting popped defensively here. They've almost got nothing left.
This is insane. That was not even Deathmark. Deathmark is just good game. I mean, after this darkness, yeah, Vanos is going to be put into a kidney shot, and I think his health is going to absolutely evaporate out of this game. Let's see what Team HUHU can end up doing. They have a lot of pressure on Waz right now. At this point, Poggers, they have the win condition. There's the kidney shot. There's the death mark. Vanos, how could he possibly survive? But they're getting the counter pressure here onto Waz. Can Waz stay on target? It doesn't look like he can. The void shift comes in, and Team HUHU, they're really punishing. This is such a high-intensity game. Vanos somehow survives the death mark. Excellently done. In the meantime, his team caused a lot of pressure, but that might backfire. Existence right now caught into the double mortal coil, and this is just so back and forth right now, Zale.
Yeah, absolutely. But look at Infernian. He's sitting low. There's the full blind onto Vanos, but they couldn't actually get the sap. It's just a gouge to follow it up, and that's not really going to be enough because the shield wall was available for Infernian. So he's sitting pretty right now, and cooldowns are starting to come back up. The NS is immediately going to be used as long as well as that Heart of the Wild there to try to pick Existence back up, who's just getting spam feared out by Chan. He's trying to keep Waz a little bit safer here, who had been taking most of the pressure, but it looks like they actually want to try to get back potentially to Vanos, who did just get CS there. Fear's just kind of being spammed out by both Warlocks right now. Infernian, though, taking a couple Chaos Bolts to the face, and he may just go down incredibly low, and he does fall. Chan just teed off at the end. I'm not sure if there was no interrupts available. A couple Chaos Bolts just came out in a row from Chan, and Infernian just got deleted. It seemed like almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's one of the problems with the Demonology Warlock right now is your interrupt, your spell lock. It's actually quite a long cooldown. I think it's a minute long. So, yeah, a full minute. And once they use that, the thing is, like, interrupts aren't that effective against the Destruction Warlocks either. You have so many effective schools of magic. If you get interrupted on fire, you can cast Shadow. If you get interrupted on Shadow, you cast Chaos. And that was a very chaotic game. But Poggers, they end up pulling out ahead. I honestly thought they were going to close that out a lot sooner. At the early stages of the match, the amount of pressure they had on the Druid and the Demon Hunter, it was almost unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, they went through basically every defensive really, really fast. You know, Vanos had to Trinket Trank. You know, Existence had to pop his immunity, and then he used Darkness right after. And you're looking, and there's like no Trinket, no Barkskin, no Trank, no Darkness, and they have Deathmark still available. So, you know, definitely looked like it was going to be, you know, fully GG. But Vanos did a really good job actually surviving, and I think, you know, probably had full pre-hots, pre-bears the go. And then also was able to use the gateway, and that was kind of enough for him to be able to survive, despite the fact that he didn't actually have Barkskin, which was surprising. But yeah, I mean, it's definitely difficult, you know, when you are kind of trying to manage those interrupts, because as much as you want to say, oh, we'll just only kick the Chaos Bolt, the problem is the damage is actually very real, even just spamming Incinerates and stuff from a Destro Warlock. And when you're ignoring Chan, he's kind of ruining your life with spam fears, right? Like, he's just fear, and then eventually you're gonna have to use some interrupts to actually stop the fears of the Incinerates, and then he's just immediately gonna start Chaos Bolting.
Look at the damage difference between Infernian and Chanimal in this game. That's insane. Yeah.
I mean, Demo, I think, really struggles to get a lot of damage done in these kind of matchups. I mean, Chan is probably spam tonguesing him the whole game, spam fearing him. And a lot of teams have gotten so good at actually harassing the pets as well. I didn't catch if Chan was playing Banish or not, but a lot of Warlocks have started playing Banish as well against Demo locks. And it's like, your big go is your Tyrant, and it's so easy to actually stop Tyrant from doing anything.
We can take a look at his talents. I'm curious to see if he actually is running that banish. That sounds so annoying as the Warlock.
Oh, it looks like he's not then, assuming this is chance. But a lot of people have started doing that in Warlock mirror matchups against Demo, and they'll just like you pop out your Tyrant, and it just gets banished, and then it gets feared or shadow feared or whatever. And you look at details after, and it's done like 10,000 damage in the game off of 2 summons, and that's your big cooldown. So that's kind of the big struggle right now. Is it's really, really difficult. There's so many ways to answer Tyrant, and it's so like obvious when you're going to be doing damage as Demo that these top teams have gotten so good at shutting it down.
Yeah, it's one of those things where without like the benefit of knowledge, it can seem really, really overwhelming. But once you know how to kind of control the damage, you could bet. That's the thing about having like an expert Warlock on your team, right? Like Chanimal is he knows what to do. He knows how to shut it down and limit the damage. And it was just really overwhelming, the amount of pressure that Poggers had. But we are going to be going to a large map. So Tolvaron Arena has been selected here by Team HUHU. And I kind of wonder if this is going to be a change for them. Like, are they going to bring in the Elemental Shaman and play, the Demo Ellie? Traditionally, I feel like that's not great. Like, the Rogue Warlock composition throughout like the history of WoW has actually worked quite well into these caster compositions.
Yeah, absolutely. Because Warlocks are generally pretty stable. They're pretty tanky, right? Rogues have a lot of disruption. So between the two of you, it's like you're kind of training one person. That person's damage is being limited pretty hard. You can spam tongues and fears and interrupts on the other caster, and you can generally just kind of ride that pressure. Obviously, there are exceptions. Ellies don't really have to cast to do so much damage. So there is the potential that, hey, maybe if you leave this Demo Warlock free, he can CC up your healer, and you can set up some sort of a go with like, an axe toss into a coil or whatever. So there definitely are possibilities if they want to go that, but I'm not really expecting it, especially because they played that last week, albeit against RMP, not RWP or whatever. So I think we'll probably see a similar composition. They didn't have that much pressure though. Like they got Waz a little bit low, and they did get through life swap in both PSs, so they were actually working through the cooldowns. So maybe if they can, play it a little bit more safe defensively, because at the end of the game, it's like Infernian was in the center of the map, and I wasn't sure if he had already used his port and then just kind of went back to center, or if he just outranged his port, because in that situation, like most of that damage was purely from Chan, right? So if he could have even just ported those bolts, like they were actually pretty stable. It felt like at that point, a lot of the rest of Druid cooldowns were starting to rotate back up. But Infernian, had to use his shield wall and then had to use everything back to back to back. So same comp. I think it makes sense.
Destro though, that's a bit of an added.
Interesting. Okay.
He doesn't want to be shut down like that.
Yeah.
Like we saw in the last game. He's like, forget this. I'm going Destro too.
I feel like Demo kind of sucks against other Warlocks now. I feel like Demo kind of sucks in general compared to Destro.
I made a Warlock for the first time. I keep talking about it, but I made a Warlock a couple days ago, and I've been playing Destro, trying out Affliction, and I have not dabbled in the demonology just yet, but Destruction is really fun, and it does seem really difficult to shut down. So I think at the very least, this is one of those moves that's going to allow them to get out a lot more damage. Like I kind of wonder why he went with demonology to begin with, because it doesn't feel like now that the Spellbox have. Does it really have that much more control than
Extos still has? I think it's really easy to like. So if you're getting trained, it's easy to still get some amount of CC down onto the enemy healer, right? Like that's the biggest difference, is that it's like you can play Coil, you can play Axe Toss, and you can play Shadow Fury like really easily, and you can still get some sort of like range CC out onto the healer. So I think that's probably why he was doing it. If you feel like you need more setups, that is a little bit easier. If Existence is going to use like all of his CC on the healer, then maybe you can Axe Toss the DPS or vice versa. So I think that's probably what his thought process was. But in general, I agree. I mean, Destro is just way easier to get damage out, because even if you're getting trained, you just spam instants. It's not that big of a deal.
Yep. Well, let's see what he can get done. Team HUHU changing it up here with the Destruction Warlock, Demon Hunter, Restoration Druid. The Restoration Druid in this matchup is very vulnerable, but we saw what happened. If Poggers focuses on Vanos for a little bit too long, Existence and Infernion were punishing that in a huge way, and they might be able to punish it even more here with the Destruction Warlock. Waz going to be opening up in the center field with double Garrote onto Existence and Infernion, and that's actually a really early Infernal coming in from Chanimal, trying to just slow down the damage and start building up some pressure.
Yeah, it gets a double, if not, it looked like almost like a triple coil as well because it hit the Infernal there. Out in Existence is kind of just getting rocked, so he's going to go straight in onto Chan. Chan does get CS, but he's going to gate right back in after porting out, and the damage will just continue, right? He got CS on Shadow, so he's spamming out those incinerates as much as he possibly can. Vanos getting pressure back behind the pillar, but Existence is down dangerously low. It's a kidney shot over onto Vanos, and they're going to force a nether walk there onto Existence. He barely got that out before the cheap shot came through, or he would have just been gone. But there's a DR Fear over onto Vanos. They're going to need even more potentially here. The NS and the Heart of the Wild both have to come out, so these cooldowns again are just being rocked through so quickly here from HUHU.
And both these teams, though, finally, Team HUHU getting a little bit of pressure here. Waz taking a bit of a blast of damage. Needs to be careful. He will trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Immune a lot of that Destruction Warlock damage. Big kidney shot here on Existence with a few Nether portals from Channel. Big Chaos Bolt being channeled out. One. Can he get two? He does. Existence seems to be okay. Going to be just line of sighting. Trying to recover for the meantime. Beautiful double Mortal Coil coming in from Infernion. Just help out his team and start trying to get some pressure rolling. As mana is still looking good, so the long game could be okay, but I don't think we're getting to that point where mana really matters. These teams are just putting out so much pressure. Infernion forced to run away with this portal. Channel casting out bolts once again. He's just a precog up the entire game, making him immune to interrupts. Existence now into a kidney shot, and Channel really putting in some work on that Warlock.
Yeah, every time you're faking those, you're going immune to interrupts, but you're also getting the bonus haste. But Chan is actually just getting rocked, and there's the life swap having to come out. Med does have one more PS, but that's going to be just about it. And there's no cooldowns defensively left for Waz. There's nothing left for Channable as well. So HUHU may be able to get a bit of a push going here. The double coil again coming out from Chan, though, using that to set it up onto Existence. Now the kidney shot out on Existence, and he looks like he might just be going down. He's trying to cut away, but the CC is coming in onto Vanos, and surely Existence is going to go down. He tries to channel the hunt, but it's going to be too little. It's going to be too late. Vanos CC'd up, gets stunned, gets feared off of it, and they're able to take a second game here. Definitely a lot better offensive pressure, it felt like, from HUHU in this one. You know, the Destro definitely helped out a lot. I'm not sure like how similar the damage will be, but it still just didn't really feel like they were that close to winning. They got that one opportunity where they had Jam really low, one opportunity where they had Waz really low, but Med was still even holding on to his last PS, so you could tell he wasn't super concerned about someone dying just yet.
It didn't really feel like they had, like, it felt like there was big spikes of damage throughout the match. Where I was like, ooh, maybe someone will go down, but it was never like a convincing setup where it's like you kind of know they're going to be in trouble. Whereas for the side of Poggers, I mean, look at this. Existence is just rotting down so low. He's got Shiv on him to reduce all that healing, and he's doing what he can, right? He goes for a stun on Chanimal, he goes for a hunt, but at that point, the damage is kind of just done. And I really like how aggressive Poggers played this match. You know, you could play Warlock a few different ways. Not that I'm an expert, but you know, Chanimal taking not a conservative approach in this match. Like you saw, he poured it out, and then the second he poured it out, he's like, I got to go in, you know, and he just ports on top of their gates and top of their team, and was just on top of the enemy team the entire game, just spamming out fears, kind of wanting to be a target. It seems like, because I mean, if you're going after Chanimal, first of all, it's hard to entirely shut him down, but you're also then leaving Meh open, and he's getting a lot of pressure out, assisting in the kills, you know, getting out to spells, getting fears in the match, and it's just what makes this comp so scary, especially when you have a priest that's so offensive like Meh, who knows how to play that role so well. As it's a triple threat, right? You have to deal with all of them.
Yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you're spending all your time trying to actually prevent Chan from doing things, then all of a sudden Meh is free to be able to harass your healer, right? And you know, Chan is going to be spamming out fears on both the DPS. As soon as Infernion gets feared, then Meh is actually free to just charge in and start chasing after this druid to look for fears as well. You know, they're setting it up with like step cheap shots, step kidneys and stuff onto the druid. It becomes really difficult. It's like druid gets stunned, priest runs across map, warlock gets feared. All of a sudden there's nothing really to prevent you know, Existence from having to blow these cooldowns. So I agree so much of what you were talking about earlier, that it's just so much about these setups, right? It's these setups that you can see, okay, next time it comes, you're dead, right? And we're not really seeing that on the other side from HUHU. It's a lot more difficult, I think, for them to do it. The druid's not really going to be able to like go and push for clones and stuff, because it just exposes yourself so much, and we just don't have that same level of lockdown from a DH compared to a rogue. You know, rogues have much more setup, so it does feel very difficult. We are going to be going to hook point, but we'll see if they can kind of change anything up. I mean, maybe they can kind of, you know, get some sort of a burst kill, but it feels very difficult if Infernion can't maybe push on Meh and get more CC out, but then if he overextends, he can get trained down. So it does feel tough.
Yeah, no doubt about it. We'll see what they do. They tried the biggest map, and this is what we're seeing a lot of teams do this, right? Like after the neutral and the grand, they try something. So we went to the biggest map in the pool, didn't work out, didn't like it. So we're going to the smallest map in the pool. But I mean, even though we were playing, I will say this, even though we were on Tolvaron, we only played in a very small section of Tolvaron, right? Like that was
Yeah.
we basically played on one pillar almost the entire game. So in a way, it was a small map, and that can sometimes happen when these teams position that way. And I kind of feel like it's going to be a similar story. Like it seems like both Warlocks just want to get in there. They want to get in the face of their opponents, get out fears, get out damage, and play kind of unafraid in the match. And I think the small map could actually backfire here for Vanos, because if anything, this makes it easier for Met to get into position to land fears, and that's going to just further put them ahead in terms of setups in this match. So I'm really curious what Team HUHU is going for here.
Is Chan not playing CS? Or wait, excuse me, is he playing like Imp or something? Why does it not show that he has CS?
I don't know.
Because it shows that on the other side. Okay, no, it's just Petzak. It's just Petzak. I think it must not be tracking, because Infernian's CS just went away as well. I was just confused there for a second. But they're going to start it up very, very aggressively again, just dropping the Infernal instantly here. Vanos going to be cheap shot. He's going to be thrown in the growth. There's the Fears coming out on Infernian as well. Triple coil from Chan, and the Trank is going to have to be used immediately. Pre-Deathmark, that is actually so scary now for Vanos. He does still have Ironbark and his Barkskin available, but a lot of offensive cooldowns here remaining for Waz that could make it really, really scary. He's trying to pull back to the pillar. You can see Waz getting low, though, on the other side. Chan having to pour it out as well. Waz getting kind of crushed there. There's actually the Life Grip, the Dome, and the PS, everything being used, and the Shield Wall from Chan. So a great offensive push here from HUHU. Perhaps Poggers have overextended a little bit, but Infernian is sitting low. There's the blind over on Avanos. He has no trinket for it. Can they actually sap off? No, they cannot. It's just a gouge instead, but Waz pushing in there has exposed himself. Existence getting really low here. Does still have the Netherwalk. Had to use the Darkness. He's pulling back behind the pillar, but it's a kidney shot over on Vanos, and Infernian may just go down. He's too far behind. The CC coming out onto Vanos, destroying HUHU, and this one was so fast.
This was really back and forth, and this is something that we've seen a lot from these Warlock teams, especially Poggers. But the thing is, like, Waz is pushed in, right? He's getting pressure on Vanos, getting pressure on Existence. But I mean, if you're a Destruction Warlock, you can kind of just go after whatever you want. Like anything that's in the open, you can cast on. And when you're Infernion and you have both Meth and Chanimal just blasting you, I mean, I don't think Waz assisted in that kill whatsoever. We can see it here. This is a really high pressure moment. Everyone's just flinging out cooldowns. But look what happens with Waz. So Waz pushes in, he gets the gouge on Vanos, and at this point, Chanimal and Matt, they kind of just start going after Infernion. So he's spamming out some fears, and it's like, okay, well, the only person I can hit is Infernion. So instead of just chasing, we're both just going to hit him. And they just take him out while Waz is in the back line, like kind of messing with Vanos and kind of messing with Existence. There's no Ironbark available. So I really like that from Poggers. And it's one of the things that they've been doing quite a bit, is just hit anything that they can. And I feel like as long as Men and Chanimal are on the same target, like that target it's a huge threat that they're going to go down.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, druids just suck at recovering when they fall behind, right? And that's kind of the struggle for us druids. And they started out so aggressively, pushing in on Vanos. And when you have to trinket pre-blind and pre-deathmark, it is really, really terrifying, right? Like, he got full blinded there, had no trinket because he had to use his trinket on that opener. He gets gouged off of it, and darkness is having to be used. He's trying to really focus on actually picking up Existence. He's already used his tree form. Then he's into the kidney shot, and Infernian's just getting rocked. And when you've been CC for that long, there's no pre-hots running on these people, right? There's nothing out there. He did actually have NS at the end, but he was out of LOS of Infernian. And that's one of those situations where, they changed basically the location that they were playing. And this is one of the things that can really leave you exposed as a Warlock. And you have to be really, really cognizant of where your port is, where your gate is, and actually moving that every time you move. Because Vanos, after that opener, when he had to trinket, he pulled basically back to that kind of little side hallway. But then your port for Infernian is still on the pillar on the other side of the map. So you now can't port. You've basically lost that defensive because you can't actually port away from your druid like that. And I think in that situation, he needs to actually redrop his gate and gate to the druid, right? Like, he needed to get out of the middle of the map. Because when he gets stuck in the middle of the map there, Chan faked a spell lock. He has precog. He's spamming out chaos bolts. The only way you live is by LOSing. And it's kind of what happened to him in that previous game that he died as well. I think game number 1, where he just got caught in the middle of the map. And you just need to soul burn Gateway in those situations and just get LOS, get back to your druid, because your druid had NS. So if he could LOS even one of those casts, Vanos could probably pick him back up.
Yeah, that does mean end of the road here for Team HUHU. and Poggers will be advancing to that lower bracket final. And that does mean, take a look at how that
We can look at
impacts
the So
between team.
for
Go ahead.
HUHU and MYWAY, so it's basically now that they're fourth, if MYWAY finishes first, MYWAY qualifies into the top 3. If MYWAY finishes second, there will be a tiebreaker. Any other scenario, HUHU will qualify. So MYWAY needs second or first. Like second would give them a tiebreaker, first would give them a guaranteed qualification. If they finish third, then it will be HUHU that qualifies. So, you know, basically MYWAY needs to get above them in the standings to have a chance to get in. But yeah, first place would be guaranteed qualification. Second place would be a tiebreaker, which would be really, really hype because that would be a tiebreaker for that final spot to actually avoid the gauntlet. So there's a potential there. I mean, if they finish second now, then we would actually get that.
Yep, that does mean, I mean, it's if they win this, then they're guaranteed second, right? So if MyWay wins this next game, then they will be getting second. If they lose, then it's still up for grabs. But yeah, now we kind of turn our attention over onto bots. If bots wins a single series, they make it into the top 8. So the bots, they're not going to be making it into the top 3. That's not a possibility for them. But just making it into that top 8 is, of course, going to be an option for them. And it is looking good. This team has been hot. You have Bank on Mistweaver, Bruisin on the Brewmaster Monk, as well as Thomas on the Warrior. And you can check out Bank's stream as well. Really kind of a unique specialization, that Fistweaver, basically moving in on that Monk to heal. You have to actually get out a lot of, melee attacks, and you have to put out a really aggressive position. But what's nice for him is he has a Brewmaster to kind of back him up, right? So having that tank to actually defend him, they've been working really well together. But this is going to be a really, really exciting series. We'll see if the bots can continue their terror through that upper bracket, or if MyWay is going to be able to shut it down after a quick break.
Welcome back, guys. We are joined here with Azel for the upper bracket final between the bots and MYWAY. Everything is on the line right now. We got the bots playing for the gauntlet. If they win this one, they are in the gauntlet. And if MYWAY wins this one, they will be tied for that third spot with HUHU. This is everything to play for. Let's see what happens, Azel.
Yeah, it's huge series for both these teams. Going to be really, really interesting. We do have that Feral Warlock double Druid played here for MYWAY. Infernal's already getting dropped down. Archros is just getting rocked, though. He's going to actually have to TP back. Already ports out of there, but he's just getting chased down, getting crushed right now. Luxia has a lot of work to do to try to pick him back up. It's like essentially 3 melee on top of him here, just getting cleaved down. And they're actually going to go for Bank Mistweaver here, going for the Mistweaver, trying to pressure him, but it does seem very, very difficult for Archros to actually get a lot of damage out with all of these melee all over him.
Yeah, Archros now sitting through a leg sweep here. They already had to use a lot of cooldowns here. Unending Resolve gone, Iron Bark gone, and so far it's looking good for the bots. I don't know about picking out... Whoa, Tony right now in huge trouble, almost in execute range right there, dropping dangerously low there. He does manage to make the trade though with the renewal and the Bark skin. Tony will stay alive with that, but now once again it's going to be Archros. And look at that breath range from Bruisin, teleporting over there to Luxia as well, adding a little bit of extra crowd control. But Luxia with a beautiful tranquility there, avoids the leg sweep, and now once again Luxia's going to be able to pick up his team for now. But where is the pressure from MYWAY? They're just running, they're just trying to stay alive. But here finally Bank forced to use some cooldowns there, actually had to use his trinket as well as that life cocoon. So a little bit of pressure coming out from MYWAY here. They're not out of it just yet.
Yeah, great coil there, forcing the trinket. The cocoon comes out as well there from Archros after, but they're on top of him again here. Tony Feral trying to get back in, but he's going to get leg swept up. Every time they stack, they are exposing themselves to this cleave on both sides, so lots of pressure coming out here. You can see the Havoc down on the ground, though. They can drop those shrooms as well. Luxia, though, going to get fire breathed up, and Archros trying to actually port out of there, but he's porting away from the Druid, unfortunately. Down very, very low. Will be the NS forced by Luxia. And it's Tony now. He's getting crushed as well. He actually has to get into Bear. Every time they actually group up, they're getting sweeping strikes. They're getting crushed down. There is actually a fake kick. He's going to be leg swept right after that precog ends. And he's down so low. Luxia now into the in-cap. He's going to have to actually trinket at that out. It will be the Iron Bark used. It will be the tree used. It will be the trinket as well used by Luxia here. As Archros is just in a lot of trouble, but he does get a nice triple coil, and look at those Chaos Bolts coming through. Bank down very, very low. Is going to be able to pick them back up, but Archros porting out of there, trying to stay alive.
Oh, Bank's in a lot of trouble here. Teleports to while he's stunned, but still, is he going to survive? Their dots are rotting him down, and that is it. Tony manages to find him and bite him around that corner, but let's be honest, that was not a good game for MYWAY. I feel like that could have gone either way. It was so close that Archros actually went down there earlier as well when Luxia was able to save him.
Yeah, I mean, Archros looked like he was almost going to die in the opener, to be honest. It was he was getting blasted. It's interesting because, you know, just that one moment where it's like if he ever gets precog, yeah, like you are really crushing this guy, but at the same time, your whole team is standing in Havoc. So like everything is triple Havoc, right? Like he gets that big coil out, he can get a big cleave off. If he can actually fake anything, you can see he's just spam faking there, you know, with the empowered Chaos Bolt. He does have that really fast cast Chaos Bolt, and they're all in Havoc. So it's a triple coil into that fast cast Chaos Bolt. Flag's coming out as well. Shadowburn's coming out as well. He ports out of there. He does get top back up, and just everything is triple Havoc. So it's so much healing that is going to have to be done there by Bank. You can see a really great ring actually knocks Tony Feral away on one side, but Feral Druids, as we all know, are in the friggin' F1 race cars. He gets friggin' piece on one side, he just zooms around the other side and just chomps them down with the big ferocious bite.
Tony Feral, more like Tony Ferrari right now, coming through around the corner, and he manages
Feral Druid.
Tony's definitely one of the fast ones as well, but he finally gets the burst off right there at the end there. But it was close. That stun was about to end there onto Bank. I mean, you can see it right here. That stun is what, like half a second left on it? Not even. He actually ends and gets restunned. So really nice play there. But I don't know. What do you think about this composition here that MYWAY actually brought in? Because I feel like playing a Warlock into the BMW of Bank, I don't know, man.
Yeah, it did feel a little bit sketch. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, even at the end, before Eritros actually like he had precog and he was actually looking to cast, and then as soon as the precog ends, he gets leg swept and he got to down to what, at least 5%, if not lower. Like he was
Yeah.
basically dead there. That's like, oh, one more crit, like especially with the warrior on the team, you get an execute crit. I don't know exactly what spec. I should check what spec Thomas is playing, but especially if you're playing the Mark of Death, like that you're stacking up with your Mortal Strikes, and then you get the Turbo Execute, Brock, that can be just like lights out. So definitely is a lot of damage. But as I said, the kind of like other side of that is that they're all playing inside Havoc, and they're all playing inside your Efflorescence on the Resto Druid. So you can kind of have this like zone where you can potentially turn a lot of damage back really, really quick.
Yeah, and I think that is potentially what Luxia is doing. But also there's triple execute on the bots, so they got the Mistweaver execute, as well as I think Brewmasters also have it. So there is 2 additional executes right there, and they also have that warrior execute. So anytime you're under 20%. Yeah, so anytime you drop under, what is that? Is it 35% for warriors? I actually think so, right? Or
Yeah,
30?
if you're playing with like with sudden death and stuff, it's like 30, I think. Yeah.
Yeah,
And fatality gives you the like the bonus where every time you MS them when they're above 30%, it stacks up and it gives you increased execute damage when they do fall below 30. So you can get like the like one shot execute. That's how you get like the 100k executes.
yeah, so they have a lot of finishing power on the side of the bots. Like, it's not just their consistent damage, but once you drop under 30%, I feel like Eritros was definitely kind of dancing with death there, but we do have game number 2 live here on Ruins of Lordaeron. Once again, it's going to be Bank being the target here for MyWay, and the bots trying to target basically everyone. Right now, it's going to be Tony's camping it out in bear form, looking good so far, and they do manage to proc a precog there for Eritros, so he's going to be able to get some fears out. He's going to be able to get some damage out. Essence Font gets channeled up, which is going to give Bank some big Rising Sun kick. Heals, but Thomas, the tank engine, about to actually crash off the tracks there in that starting room, but manages to come back and manages to stay alive. Trades out the die by the sword though, and so far there's been a lot of pressure actually coming out from MyWay here. This game is looking a lot better for them so far, but the bots now looking to find their own go here. Big damage onto Tony actually with the paralyze onto Luxia. He will trade out the Iron Bark. He's spamming out the regrowths, and it should be enough healing coming out here. Now Bank once again in trouble, gets stunned up, gets feared, gets stunned again, manages to hold on to his trinket, manages to hold on to his life cocoon, and manages to just stabilize himself with those fist weaving heals.
Yeah, and Eritros is going to have to actually pour it out of there. You know, his coil's on cooldown right now. He may have to use the shield wall here relatively soon as he's taking a lot of damage. Luxia has some work to do to keep him top, but it's Bank who's actually getting pressured more heavily. He's going to be forced to use the life cocoon there. You can even see the Star Surge flying in from Luxia, but it's Eritros who's getting really, really low. He's kicked. He may actually have to use something out of this. Will he be forced to port? No, he's just going to stand and fire the Chaos Bolt right out. And his Death Coil's back up in about 5 seconds, which is such a strong defensive. If you can actually proc that Havoc, you can get an easy triple coil. But there's the leg sweep, connecting on both Eritros and Tony Farrell. There was some cross CC as well over onto Luxia, but a lot of pre-hots there were enough to actually keep Eritros topped. When is he going to try to get out? For now, he's just kind of camping out in the middle of the map, but Tony and Eritros both getting really low here. There's a Stormbolt over onto Luxia. Eritros in a lot of trouble here. He's actually going to use the coil. It's going to get over on a Bank, and he's just gone. Just like that, Bank gets deleted. I don't know if that was mostly Tony or what happened there. The coil came through, and Bank just died almost out of nowhere. It looked like they were the ones actually getting a tremendous amount of pressure. Tony and Eritros were both down low, and we saw that the ending resolve was having to be popped. Like the shield wall from Warlock was used there, but he just kind of died almost out of nowhere.
Yeah, and I feel like a lot of it is that build that Luxia is running. I think he is running that mushroom build because they're just standing in that mushroom, just tanking it out there, and it's allowing him to get a lot of effective healing out, and it's allowing them to actually trade here against the bots, and we can see it here towards the end. So he did get coiled Bank, and I think it's just instant damage from Destruction Warlock. You know, they got a lot of instant damage with things like the Conflagrate, with Shadow Burn as well. So Bank trinkets out of a stun, and then I think he gets coiled on his trinket, and then he just gets sent here by Tony, as well as just some instant damage coming out from Eritros. I don't think he was actually casting anything.
Yeah.
So just a lot of pressure coming out from these Destruction Warlocks now, and I feel like this comp that MyWay has picked, it's starting to look pretty good, but there is one way that we've seen the bots punish this type of play before. We saw it earlier, actually, on Friday, and that is they started going after the Resto Druid, because when you're playing this build, you can't really be the Resto Druid and stay in your own mushroom, because you're just going to be tanking up way too much damage at that point. So I wonder if that is going to be the adaptation they make. The downside of that is, of course, that you're going to be leaving a free casting Destro Warlock.
Yeah, it is really scary. But it's not even just like I want to see if we could, it would be really interesting seeing the details and actually see the breakdown of the healing for the Resto Druid, because he is playing Verdancy, so he's playing the mushroom build, and you can have in these types of games, Verdancy can be like a comical amount of your healing. Like it is really, really strong. So I really am curious to see on details how much it actually did, what percentage of his healing it was doing there, just kind of AFKing in the shroom. But it's not even just the shroom. It's like the shroom plus Havoc, right? Every single coil is triple coil from Eritros. And that makes it really, really difficult to deal with. And I don't know if it's realistic at all to be able to like split or something. If there's any way that they can try to manage that, but it's very, very difficult, because not only is it about the CC, it's actually like a lot of healing every time you're getting those coils out, right? So even the very beginning of the match, he instant procced Havoc, and then he triple coiled them into triple Infernal Stun. And like that got them so much pressure alone right off the bat. So it does feel pretty difficult, but at the same time, they were working through the cooldowns of MyWay fairly well. It's just been Bank who has kind of just gotten rocked a couple games in a row. They're able to turn the pressure really heavily onto him. And if he gets CC'd, he's not dealing damage. He doesn't have that healing coming out as a result. And you can be pretty susceptible, I think, to getting focused.
Yeah, and we do see, is that the Death
That's the Death Log. Yeah.
Yeah, so
it looks like it was basically all Tony. They had an
Incinerate.
At the end. Yeah, big Incinerate at the end, and a Shadow Burn in. But yeah,
did he actually cast that?
That's probably backlashed. Probably backlashed. Yeah, that's actually like a really, really big Incinerate. 87k is huge. And then he had a 50k can flag, crit Incinerate, and he had a Shadow Burn in there as well. I don't actually see the damage. I just see the Shadow Burn debuff, but yeah, a lot of damage actually coming out from the Warlock. It is definitely that scary thing that you have to deal with. You're just feeding him nonstop backlash procs when you're training him, and you can just spam out Shadow Burns and can flags on cooldown. You don't necessarily have to even get those Chaos Bolts off. So we'll see if the bots are going to change anything up here in this third game.
Yeah, and everything is at stake here, guys. This is match point right now. MyWay, if they win this one, they will tie for third, and their fate will be in their own hands. They will have to play a tiebreaker if they finish in second, and if they win the whole thing, they will just qualify for that top three, that guaranteed position for the final. So MyWay really feeling it right now. The bots, of course, also need this win. If they come second, they will qualify for the gauntlet. So both of these teams just one series away here from achieving their dreams and goals here. And right now we do have the game live. They are going to go after Tony and Eritros once again. Thomas going for that Blade Storm, doing a decent amount of damage. And this time around, they will be standing in that mushroom once again, coming out with the Fire Breath, double leg sweep coming out. They also got Paralyzed onto Luxia, a Fire Breath, as well as a Paralyze again onto Luxia. So a lot of micro CCs being spammed out onto everyone. And they're focusing a lot more here onto Tony. Then meditation coming out from Bruisin, which will make everyone on his team basically immortal for the next couple of seconds. And now that is faded, Bank's going to be in a lot of trouble. Portal's coming out. There's the big stuns coming in. But Bank's holding on to his trinket there, playing it calm, cool, and collected, and will trade out the life cocoon.
Yeah, I mean, Tony is just getting crushed. He's actually not being able to get into Cat whatsoever, and they're getting very little usage out of the Efflorescence, out of this Havoc by comparison to those previous games, because he can't just seem to just stand in one place and actually tank it up. He's, again, into the leg sweep, but now Eritros is in trouble as well, as he's actually getting put very, very low. Tony's going to get picked back up by Luxia, but Tony still has that pressure rolling onto him constantly. You see him shifting back into bear form, trying to reduce that damage, trying to actually make the job a little bit easier there for Luxia. But he's having to kite out here. He's having to be put down again to 50% HP, down to about 30% HP. Bank retreating back behind the pillar there for a second, as he's actually just trying to wait for that life cocoon to come back up. But there's the leg sweep onto Tony. There was CC over on Luxia, which has now expired. The coil is actually reflected there onto Eritros, so preventing that triple coil from coming through, it looked like, as that actually got interrupted. And then he gets interrupted again on the Chaos Bolt. Bank, though, getting fairly low here, does have to be somewhat careful, as Eritros is teeing off. Now going to be put into the in cap, trying to stop this damage, but Bank is going to have to pop the life cocoon, and could be in a lot of trouble out of that.
Yeah, and Tony also in a lot of trouble here, caught up in the leg sweep, bruising coming in with the fire breath there as well, as they are cleaning up Aritros. They're swapping to Aritros a little bit here. Aritros on 1% HP, almost in touch of death range, but Luxia manages to pick him up. Beautiful. Well, I think that was actually a void teleport right there. And now Banks here in a lot of trouble as well. Banks getting stunned up. He's got no trinket. Triple DR stun coming out from Tony, but Banks manages to stay alive there once again, being saved there by the tank of Bruisin. And Bruisin definitely wants this win. They don't want to lose here, but they will be able to close it out on the side of MYWAY. And look at Luxia, he's so happy. They are now tied for third with Team HUHU, and they will at worst play a tiebreaker at the end of the broadcast after the finals, or if they win the finals, then that is it. MYWAY will be the third team to actually make it. It's not over for the bots though. The bots are still in third place. They still have one more lifeline in that lower bracket final that we will be seeing momentarily, I believe, against Poggers. So there's going to be a rematch between Poggers and the bots, and if they win that one, that was the 3-2 series for the bots, a reverse sweep that came in. So for the bots, if they win that one, they will be able to potentially get in, or they will for sure get into the gauntlet. And Poggers, they will have a chance here to be the gatekeepers.
Look at
Look
that.
how close that was. That's
That was straight like 1% HP. Eritros got kicked, so he couldn't port, he couldn't pet sack, he couldn't shield wall, and then you see here it's just stun into stun into stun. He survives, but this clone coming out was really, really big. Luxia pushing forward, gets the clone on him, and then they're able to actually set up. That lets the death coil cooldown come back up, and then right out of that, Backlash is ready and waiting, and Bank does go down, but Eritros so close to actually getting killed here. And I did like that they mixed it up, that they're pressuring Tony more, because I think that didn't allow Luxia to get nearly as much out of the efflorescence. It didn't allow them to get as much out of that havoc as well. And there's just that, the spearhand strike comes through and into another interrupt, it looked like, and just almost died.
Wait, we got to see it one more time. I'm sorry, replay ops. We're gonna need to run it back one more time here because it is a void teleport. It's a void elf racial that saves Aritros by the skin of his teeth here well, we're gonna see it first. They get that clone into the coil and they get the kill, but it's a void elf teleport that saves Aritros right here when he lives on 1 HP. You're gonna see it, a little like black dot that travels on the ground. So he gets disoriented, he gets leg swept, and I think he got kicked as well. And he trinkets, he gets, I believe, kicked on his cast. And so I think they kick him on a fear here. Yeah, that's what happens. So he can't port, he can't wall, he can't do anything. Look at now. Look at that little black thing that he's going to summon here onto the ground there. He just pressed it there, and you can see it's traveling, and there he teleports with it. Buys him an extra second for the kick to fade, and then he teleports. And if he's not playing Void Elf, he's actually dead here. And it's not often. We almost never see Void Elves in competitive play. It's always been about the humans. It's always been about the dwarves, especially now lately, and it's always been about the Night Elves. But Aritros picking the Void Elf, and it actually manages to save him and potentially qualify them. That is insane.
Yeah, there's sometimes these unique situations where the different races can be good. I remember like in some of the previous expansions, like back in Mop and stuff, when Demo was really OP, people started playing Goblin a lot, and they would do like these like Demo leap into Goblin jump and get like howls from like across the map on enemy healers and stuff. So there's some fun things you can do sometimes with those different races. It's cool to see that Void Elf actually saved him there. So good catch, Zico, on that, because he was straight up dead. That guy was like 1% HP, but it seemed like they kind of found the solution a little bit in just pressuring Banks so much. And that's something that Poggers, we may see them try to emulate a little bit, really try to actually focus on this Fistweaver and punish him, because that is somewhat of the weakness of fist weaving. You're putting out quite a bit of pressure. You obviously like are having that additional disruption, which is really, really nice. But the thing that you're sacrificing for that is your positioning, right? Healers, we're so used to seeing them glued to the pillar 40 yards away. This guy's center of the map because otherwise he's not doing anything. So you can kind of dictate their positioning by, moving whoever they're targeting into the middle of the map or whatever, and putting them in really difficult spots.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really nice to see here. And we can start to see kind of how things are shaping up here, because I'm thinking now, if I'm in Team HUHU's shoes, The worst thing that can happen is the bots beating Poggers again and making it back to the finals, because MYWAY were looking, better and better, I would say. I mean, there was a couple of 1%ers. We're not going to count them out completely. I feel like, it was a 3-0, but the games were a lot closer than that. It could have easily been, a 3-2. So I don't want to count them out completely, but I do feel like with Poggers' track record against MYWAY in general, that is kind of in Poggers' favor. So if you are Team HUHU, you're probably cheering for Poggers here to beat the bots in that lower bracket. And if they do beat the bots in that lower bracket, the bots sadly will be 4 points away from qualifying. They will not be making it to the gauntlet, and they won't have that dream run. And Poggers can kind of shut it down before it even begins. But on the flip side, if Poggers do beat, if the bots beat Poggers, then all of a sudden MYWAY have a shot here potentially at actually just taking that solo third seed. So right now we have a tie there between third and fourth, and if MYWAY finishes in second, that is it. We are gonna go after the finals and play an extra series between Team HUHU and MYWAY, I think, for the qualification.
That would be so hype, man. I'm kind of cheering for that, to be honest. I'm not gonna lie. I just feel like those kind of matchups. I think it's so much cooler when it's decided between the two teams that are actually like, vying for that spot, right? I think it's really, really exciting to have that potential matchup where, both teams life on the line, trying to dodge the gulag, don't want to get thrown down with all these potential teams that are going to knock you out. You want to go straight into the finals where there's a massive amount of prizes, a lot of pride on the line as well. So it would be pretty hype. It would be like the maximum possible stakes, right? One series to decide who actually goes straight into that big finals would be super sick.
Yeah, that's going to be absolutely insane. You don't want to miss it, guys. The fate of MYWAY, the fate of Team HUHU, the fate of the bots, it's all going to be decided right here and right after this short break.
Everybody, welcome back. We are hopping straight into this game. It is an elimination round. This is a lot on the line for the bots here. Poggers trying to remain here in their first place position. I don't really think not much is going to happen to them, though. But let's see what they can do with bots versus Poggers. Game number 1, Sid.
The bots are qualifying for the gauntlet right now. They have to beat Poggers in a rematch. This time, Chanimal has been tagged in. Will the Draenei Brewmaster Monk, I've never thought I would say that combination on tournament broadcast. Can they pull off a win against Poggers, one of the most prominently named teams in AWC history here? If they can get a 2-time knockout, they're immediately opening up on Bank. Bruisin going for the Zen Meditation, redirecting some spells, paralyzed onto Waz, into the leg sweep, targeting down the Assassination Rogue again, which means that Chanimal will be able to free cast. How much will Chanimal get out in terms of pressure? Double Dragon's Breath. Waz is just going to go down. Evasion advantage to 10%. A very scary moment for Waz in this initial exchange, but he is ruthless. He's just going continuously after Bank Mistweaver, trying to desperately pull Life Cocoon from his Bank, but Bank is just line-of-sighting Chanimal behind the pillar and starting to recover. Maybe not, though. Into the cheap shot. This is going to be the trinket. The Life Cocoon, he might even die through it. They've already broken it. He manages to recover, but getting that medallion does leave opportunities for Poggers in the future. However, Met is crowd controlled. Waz is low. How are they going to trade? Now into the Stormbolt at half HP. Bruising connecting with those keg smashes. Waz Shadow steps up defensively for a second, but now with Pain Suppression and Rapture should be all right to survive. It's Bank that needs to be worried about staying alive.
We'll see if he can survive this here. Waz feeling a little bit of pressure at the moment. He's still got Cloak of Shadows. There comes that death mark from him as well. Bruisin and Tomas just right on top of him at the moment. There's that Ring of Peace as well. Just so much pressure here from this composition. The bots, you know, they came out of the gates just kind of cruising here this Friday when we saw their games earlier, and they were able to have a fantastic series. And we may just see that once again. I mean, there's a lot on the line here for the bots. A lot of pressure for them to try and win this one. And right now, it's looking kind of good for them. Bank a little bit on the back foot here in terms of health. We'll see if he can recover from that. He's going to use that cocoon to stay nice and stabilized for the moment. But, you know, he's got a lot of damage that he has to put out as well for this composition to work. You know, we're seeing Chanimal come out here from the bench for the first time. You know, we're kind of seeing him play a lot this recently. We haven't really been able to see much. But Cloak of Shadows is on the boss, but he's going to die anyway. It's the bots winning game number 1, Sid.
No way. Are they doing it again? Are the bots doing this again, dude? Waz, he's worried. Look at him. Like, I think he's worried a bit right now. Going down in the first game here. I just feel like he needs to get off the Rogue. He's died every single time that he's targeted here by the bots throughout both of these series. They just watched MYWAY win, although it was close, with a Feral Druid, and they could play that, but they don't have a Resto Druid. They don't have the exact same comp there in that setup. But it just feels like Waz is constantly getting punished here. I love Bruisin's utility as Brewmaster, that Zen Meditation. He's making all the Windwalkers jealous that Brewmaster is the only one that has it now. I remember Mr. Pandaria with that ability, but he can redirect spells to himself whenever his healer's in a kidney shot. So it's really cool utility here. And I love these breaths that he's getting. He's crowd controlling Chanimal. He's crowd controlling Meh. Look at that long range fire breath. Just, it's insane how much control he's getting on the battlefield, just enabling Thomas to do all of the damage and all of the work here. Chanimal popped off, but just it doesn't matter about your overall damage. You have to kill in a stun. That is the name of the game here. Overall pressure is not going to matter. Fist Weaving can just heal through literally anything unless the Mistweaver is crowd controlled. So I don't know if this is going to work. They got close a couple of times. Like, they got the trinket very early on from Bank Mistweaver, which is very important. He also got a pre-dampen harm. If he doesn't do that, he's probably dead in that situation. So he had a really good read there. It's possible that Poggers stay with the composition, but I'm trying to think like what could be better for them. Like, it just seems so awkward having a melee DPS like a rogue that's so fragile to this type of damage. They're picking a big map. They're going to get a lot of space, but that also gives the Mistweaver a lot of space. So maybe this is a curveball. Maybe this is something we've never seen from Poggers. The bots, obviously, there's not a lot for them to compute as they're going to be locking in the same composition.
So do you think like double caster cleave would work better or something? Like, you just don't think melee works at all with this composition?
It's you need a lot of CC. Yeah, I think that right here, bringing Polymorph in is probably going to be better. It's just such a better crowd control. But the problem is a lot of casters just AoE, even melee DPS, they AoE almost within their rotation. So getting crowd control that doesn't break becomes the main problem here. But I think a mage is much better than a warlock for this specific matchup. It's just Warlock's not going to kill in a stun as reliably. And the Warlock, if they get attacked at all or CC'd, they're really like debilitated. And Waz is so fragile. At least now he'll have Raikou polymorphing and peeling for him more effectively than what Channel would be able to do on the Destruction Warlock. But they did lose as RMP. So they're picking a comp that already didn't work for them in the past. It's not like this is something new for them. It'd be absolutely remarkable if the bots can take Poggers out twice. Imagine they take them out twice, they get in the gauntlet, they somehow get through the gauntlet, and then beat Poggers in the grand finals. Like, what? This could be an insane Cinderella story for the bots.
Yeah, most definitely. It's great to see. I'm gonna get flamed for this one, but it's great to see a new composition come into the mix. Whether or not it's a tank, I mean, it's obviously creative. It's able to consistently get down an RMP. Well, we'll see it. We'll have to see, I guess, when they switch here, since Poggers made that switch, but. Yeah, I mean, this team, they kind of just showed up with this comp that no one's ever seen before, and they've been dominating ever since. And now they have a chance here to actually make it into the top 8 if they can get through this series. And so far, it's looking really good for them. Poggers switching things up here in the game number 2. Tolvaron bringing in Raikou on his Arcane Mage. So we're going to see if that does work out for them. But time can only tell here with this team. I mean, they're facing elimination, so it's kind of just all or nothing for this team right now with on the side of the bots. So you can bet that a lot of chatter is going on behind the scenes with the bots. I'm sure they're so stoked to even be here at all. So I'm excited to see what they can do here in game number 2, Sid.
All right, let's see what they can get done here. Poggers, they need an answer. This didn't work for them in the upper side of the bracket when the bots adapted their strategy of just attacking Waz on that assassination rogue. He appears to be the weak link. He's sprinting in, looking to get a sap early on here. Doesn't look like he's going to find a sap. He does get the Garrote, though, but I don't think they're chaining it. Now it's done on the Waz. They're going to grip him, but it wasn't really any cooldowns committed, so life grip pretty much for free right now. Double fire breath out from Bruisin into a double leg sweep, setting up for his team. Thomas is charging in, but Waz managed to escape for a moment here in midfield. They've got Bank and a Polymorph now into a swap on the kidney, but he ports while he's kidding. Bruisin with another fire breath on Waz, holding him back while Bank portals behind the pillar. And if Bank maintains really good portal positioning throughout this, I think they should be able to win. Bruisin is actually getting targeted down. They're going after the Brewmaster Monk. We haven't seen him pressured too much. We're going to see the true lengths of the survivability of this tank specialization potentially here in this round, but he seems to be completely fine during this assault. Bank's free from crowd control. He's going to be adding a lot of damage into the mix now. A double leg sweep out from him as they're looking to push for the kill. Barrier is protecting Waz for now from Meh with that Rapture, but now a double Dragon's Breath from Bruise, and he goes into the kidney shot. I'm not sure if the Brewmaster is going to work, man. Look at him. He's taking no damage. They're trying to polymorph Mistweaver and kill the tank, but Waz is falling behind. That was a Void Shift. They're swapping to Meh. I really don't like the swap. I think this is reckless. Just maybe attack him a little bit, but don't overcommit to Meh, because that's how they lost every single game. And this is why a triple fear might turn it around. Now they're forced to use Life Cocoon. Just get back on Waz. Take the safe strat if you're going to be able to beat Poggers here. I like this. Swap back to Waz. Go back on the Rogue, the fragile target. Bruisin moves over, gets a Fire Breath on Raikou, taking him out of the game. Now reconnecting onto Waz. Waz gets gripped away. They're trying to kite into a Frost Nova on the rolls by Raikou. Nice Frost Nova here, but he's fishing for polymorphs. Not finding them just yet. Bank's moving over. He might kick it. He's not able to find it. Now into a full polymorph. How's Bruising going to survive here? This is the real test. His healer's in a polymorph. Can he survive? They actually just choose to polymorph Bruising and give up the push. And while they give up the push, this means Waz is going to be exposed.
This is looking a little bit vulnerable for Waz at the moment. If you miss game number 1 here, that's how they were able to win that first one on the side of the bot. So we'll see if he continues to be targeted, but it looks like he is. I mean, you can see those monks just right on top of him. He's not able to make any distance between him and the enemy team here. Tomas also chasing after him. Ring of Peace comes out as well, and he's just looking just scarier and scarier here for Waz. I don't know what he's going to do. I mean, he's still got Cloak of Shadows and Evasion, so he's got quite a bit left on his side. Meh as well. He's got a few things in, he's got mana, so we'll see if he can keep him alive, but looking a little bit scary once again. They're kind of changing up their tactic as they head into game 2 here on the side of Poggers, but I just feel like Bruisin, he's like, it's like a mythic raiding encounter where Bruisin is like the main boss. Bank and Tomas are like the ads, and they have to get through him to get to the final boss, so we'll see if it works out. There goes Evasion from Waz, and then Med life gripping him away to keep him safe for the moment. But Tomas still relentless here in that pressure. Raikou about half health as well. Still got block available. Looks like Bank's kind of chasing after him over on the left-hand side of your screen there, Sid.
Bank needs to make sure his portal is down. These kidneys are killing him. He had to trinket. Now he's fully blinded. Thomas has to pop the die by the sword. They're going after the warrior, and he's just dying through it. He intervenes back on the sap, but he walks into a double fear, into a polymorph. But Thomas is still alone right now. Arcane missiles flying in from Raikou in game 2. Can Raikou close it out? Waz Shadow steps in to try and finish him, but Thomas, he's just not going down. Bruisen's peeling for him. Bank now into the cheap shot. A couple seconds left. Can he get out in time? Woo! No! And the kill will connect, and Poggers find their opportunity. You know, Waz is sweating a bit. Waz is sweating a bit here in this series, trying to figure out how this composition works because nobody runs it. I can't help but feel that if Bank just has good portal positioning, he wouldn't have had to trinket. He could just portal into line of sight, avoided that entire setup, still had his trinket, and been able to save the warrior. But it is clear that Poggers, they don't know what the best line to victory is. They're just improvising in the game. Like, this seems good right now. I'm going to try that. Okay. Oh, it worked, I guess. And then they're like, just kind of like thankful that they were able to pull off a win here and tie it up 1-1.
So I'm curious for a team like the Bots, where they're the only one playing this composition, and they, they're competing at the same time. Also, like what happens during the offline games, like on the tournament realm, if they're practicing? I mean, do you want to give those practice games to other teams, or do you want to kind of try and keep to yourself so they can't figure it out? Like, how does that work, I guess, is how I'm curious. If you're a player, like, how do you practice against a comp like this, if at all?
I mean, it's a weird one because I remember doing that when I competed, like that was years ago, where it was like, oh, this team doesn't know what we play and they've never got any experience. So if we don't give them any practice, it'll give us an edge. But it also backfires on you because you get rusty.
Yeah,
It really depends on if you
exactly.
have somebody else. But sometimes people don't even play the comp the same. You might fight Poggers RMP and they play completely different than Shalwey's RMP in North America if
Right.
you've got different wargame partners. So even that, I think it's usually better to just always keep giving practice if you think that you can outmaneuver your opponent strategically throughout more than just like a series into the future. Trying to like reserve it is kind of just like a desperate strat almost.
Mhm.
I don't think it usually ends up working out too well. But for Poggers here, like they're pretty adaptable. They figured that out. Also, I don't know why Thomas is playing Gnome. I think that's kind of troll because he doesn't
Really?
have a way to remove Deathmark. Yeah, he got Deathmarked at the end of the game and just died because he's playing Gnome
Right.
Warrior. If he's Dark Iron or Dwarf, he could have just boop, and he wouldn't have died there. He would have taken 0 damage. So I'm not sure if they're just assuming the warrior can't die. Like maybe there's something in the kit with the Brewmaster where the warrior's just not supposed to die. But they did lose because he didn't have a way to remove Deathmark at the end of the
Right.
game while Bank was CC'd. Also portaling. He's playing the port while stunned and then didn't port while he was stunned and then had to trinket. So they definitely need to make sure they're playing around that as much as possible. And then when they don't have port, then it's Thomas or Bruisen need to save something to help. It's like a disarm or an intervene. And then if you're rotating between disarm, intervene, and port, you can protect your Mistweaver. I feel like Banks shouldn't be too worried about dying in this matchup specifically, as long as they keep that rotation going.
Yeah, so it just kind of seems then Thomas, I don't. We'll have to get a word on the pronunciation here, but it seems like he is the most vulnerable then in your mind, Supatees.
I mean, if he's playing Gnome and the
Should-
Mistweaver has no trinket, yes. If the Mistweaver is freely from crowd control, I think that nobody really takes damage. So we'll have to see moving forward. If he's still playing Gnome, I think that he will become more and more of a target just because he doesn't have the ability to remove that death mark. And we've seen, like, if that death mark gets to connect with no real answer that can remove it, it basically just auto kills the target. So here now, let's see what he's decided to do. He's still running the escape artist. He's still playing a Gnome Warrior. Bruisen didn't seem like he was working at all. I don't think Bruisen should be a target here for Poggers. Just kind of polymorph from whenever you
he's
can.
the boss.
He's are we going back to that BFA
ads.
dungeon? What was the pirate dungeon with the parrot at the end? There's like a parrot mount from that
Freehold?
dungeon. Yeah, Freehold is Bruisen from Freehold. He's got a pirate mog. That's why I say it. If you look at him running in as a Drena, he looks like a pirate rolling into the map right now. So can Poggers overcome their demons here, beat the team, the bots, the second time around in the lower side of the bracket? They're waiting back. They're not pushing in directly at the moment. Waz is trying to maneuver in, not get pulled out of stealth, and maybe get a sap. But it looks like they might have already grabbed combat, so they're not going to find it. Ring of Frost does hit Bruisin and Thomas. Bank into a poly. They've crowd controlled everybody here. Beautiful setup, and they are targeting the Warrior. And if he's not Dwarf, man, this could be really scary. They're going to paralyze Waz, but Thomas is still just taking so much damage. Dive of the Sword is going to have to trade for him while Bank is still crowd controlled. Bruisin is interrupted. He's trying to move forward. He gets crowd controlled for a moment, but now even he is taking quite a bit of damage. Here comes the Fist Weaving. There's the Chi-Ji. Here comes the Crane. Monstrous pressure coming out from the bots here onto Waz. Is he ready for the hit here in game number 3? Down at 10%. And a miracle recovery from Med does allow him to survive without trading major defensives. Now Poggers looking to set up another attempt. They're going after Bank the Kidney him, but he's not completely behind the pillar with that port. They can immediately swap to him. He ports again, trying to escape from Waz, but now he's in the middle of the map. Is he going to go down here? He needs to connect some Fist Weaving heals as soon as possible. That Rising Sun Kick from Bank going to top himself up. Now he goes into a Polymorph. I love these swaps from Poggers. If Bank's off Stun DR, they Kidney him. If he's off Poly DR, they Sheep him. And this way, they're at least keeping the Warrior or the Mistweaver out of the game for a prolonged period of time. But they make a mistake. They're stacked up. Double leg sweep. Spear of Bastion. Triple DB trying to block, but a Ring of Peace and a Spear is knocking Met and Waz around right now. They can't use that barrier. They're going to pull away from it for now. Another Kidney shot onto Bank, but he seems to be surviving through it comfortably here in this position. Thomas into a Polymorph. Going to get the spell, but Bank now struggling with the damage. He can't connect. He can't Fist Weave. Is he going to portal away? He does manage to get some heals out into another double leg sweep. These are huge punishes from the bots, but they're still not finding. They do get pain suppression from Meh, but they really want to get Waz's medallion. That's the main cooldown. If they can get him in a stun with no trinket, that's when they can win the game.
Yeah, we'll see if they can set that one up here, but definitely be keeping an eye out here on Thomas. He was the one that went down last time, and that Poggers is trying to make that setup happen once again, so it's going to be really crucial when Waz does make that setup happen. So for sure, keeping an eye on those two here, but quite a bit of exchanges happening at the moment. We're about 2 minutes into this one. We're tied up also. This is the third game, so this one determines who sets themselves on match point. This is an extremely important matchup for the bots here, but also Poggers too, because if they actually, if the bots goes on here into the gauntlet, this is going to be maybe dangerous for Poggers because no one's been able to figure out how to best this team. Thomas, really vulnerable right now, dropping down to 25% health. He's going to get that cocoon from Banks, so he's going to be okay for now. They're able to set that, make it through that setup. Also, Deathmark was used by Waz, and they had that survivability to make it through that at the moment. So Poggers, kind of maybe here we're gonna have to wait to reset if they want to make that happen once again. We'll see if they can make it that far though. But Thomas continuing to be a little bit vulnerable here in health in the middle of the map. Waz also dropping low, super low. Trades out that Cloak of Shadows as well, Sid.
Oh, now Thomas on the turnaround, full blind, no trinket. This might be it, a KO as Rallying Cry comes through, but Banks into a sap now. Thomas is charging to the mage, trying to pummel him. He gets DB'd for a moment. 1 second left on that. No, into a full fear, half fear. Is it going to be enough? Bank is finally out of crowd control, but he has to fake a counter spell. He's trying to fake him, but he doesn't have the time to do it. And he will be going down. And once again, just be Dwarf, man. Just make a Dwarf Warrior. Bank had to trinket Cocoon because he can't just stone form off the Death Mark. Like, just be a Dwarf Warrior. I don't get it. Like, he pressed Escape Artist, it didn't even matter. Like, he got out of like a half a root Nova or something one time. It's like, there's no way that's worth it, bro. It's basically Ice Block against Asarogue. Like, you have to be running a Dwarf. There's no way.
What is he getting from Gnome that he thinks is better than...
Just gets out of a root every minute. He can Escape Artist, you can see it 53 seconds. He used it on an Ice Nova, which is a 1.5 second root. So he traded getting out of a 1.5 second root for his healer to have to trinket outside of blind. And then he just loses here because he doesn't have trinket for blind. Like, there's no way this is worth it. There's no way that this can be worth it. He also has fear right now. Like, Waz has no trinket. Does he end up fearing him? He stuns mage with no trinket. He's got fear this whole time. I feel like this is really kind of a throw at this moment. Maybe he's trying to stack him and get a double, but it's like, just fear something, I think, at that point. Even if it's on DR, anything you can do to survive during the blind. Like, if your healer doesn't have a trinket, you got to do all hands on deck. Throw everything out there. But I feel like not playing a Dwarf Warrior is just kind of feed right now. Like, Warriors is so easy to kill, and if you don't have a way to remove Deathmark, like, the Brewmaster's not going to save you through that much of damage that's available. So I think if they make that change, they could have won that game, and then they wouldn't be in the situation where now they're on match point and they don't have swing match advantage because they're going to have to play a game 5 on a big map.
Yeah, looking really scary here for the bots. If you guys want to follow along with the racials as well as talents and specs, and all the bots, all of the gear that the bots are playing, as well as Poggers, you can go to awc.gcd.tv. There's also a command in the chat that if you want to check that out and follow along just as we are. But we can take a look here at the actual talents and gear that we're seeing here. This is Brew and Meth, 2 healers comparatively, Sid.
Yeah, bruising with this brew mastery monk. So one of the things I'm looking at, because this is like the first time I'm really seeing, is his honor talents. Incendiary brew increases the radius and damage of breath of fire by 100%, causing it to disorient all targets by 4 seconds. But its cooldown is increased by 100%. Seems like this is like the key to how they're able to pull off victories, is bruising just running around and breathing fire on everybody and CCing them with it. Well, that's going to enable his warrior and Mistweaver to get uptime. That seems to be a real integral part of the rotation. They also have avert harm. So guard the 4 closest targets within 15 yards for 15 seconds, allowing you to stagger. So I think guard is still a shield. And maybe guard has changed since the last time I remember, but I thought it was an absorb effect. So you might be able to put guard up on his allies and give them some shields. And then also Zen Meditation for redirecting spells to himself. So he's focused all about crowd controlling enemies, redirecting damage, redirecting spells, to try and save his team in those moments. But even that wasn't enough at the end of that game. So he's still he's still a gnome. Why is he still a gnome?
I don't know. Maybe he doesn't have it set up on TR at all. Another race. I'm not sure. It's interesting. I mean, we'll see. Obviously, they believe in it, or maybe perhaps it's as simple as they just don't have it set up yet on TR. I don't know how long it takes for some people to set that up quickly. We've seen it happen before. Somebody make a character last minute, so we'll see if it works out for them. But Poggers on match point. The bots dangerously close. They're getting knocked out of this tournament here, and maybe a little bit of heartbreak is going to be coming for them soon. So we'll see what they can do. We'll see if the bots can tie it up, Sid.
All right, let's see what they can do. Bruisen's crowd controlled early on. They're actually going on a different target, or at least it might just because Waz isn't open yet. Full blind on Bank. They're baiting him to Trinket. Thomas is going to die by the sword. And if Bank can sit through this, they're in a good spot, and he can successfully sit through the blind. Now they got to worry about stopping polymorphs. They're going after Waz. They got a full leg sweep, but they're not even finding a pain suppression. Mez has got so much healing at the moment. It's really bad if leg sweep doesn't net a pain suppression or a trinket. They're going for that double fire breath. Nice spear bastion on that life grip from Thomas, gripping Waz back into their clutches, into a blade storm, really trying to push the pace. And he actually shadow steps out of the barrier. Waz is trying to make his way back now and goes for a kidney shot. Double fear. Mez is setting his team up for success. That gets the trinket and life cocoon. And Poggers, they have found the weak link on the bot's composition. The Arms Warrior definitely appears to be the best target for them. They've got a clear win condition right now with no trinket on the Mistweaver Monk. They're just going for the death mark, and there's no dwarf racial to remove it. It's not actually getting nearly as much pressure as I was anticipating in that moment. Waz is caught into a stun. Double fire breath. Can they kill him here? Pain suppression out for Meh. Big pendants coming in from the back line. Raikou polymorphs the healer. Full kidney shot on the Warrior. Zen Meditation gets kicked by Waz. He's going to fire breath Waz, try and slow down the pressure and buy time for Thomas to get out of the kidney shot, but Banks now into a ring of frost. Is Thomas going to go down? It's match point. The qualifications are on the line right now. He's dismantled. He can't keep up the pressure. They get a leg sweep on Raikou, but he's not the target they want. Thomas is still low. Cheap shot. Is that going to be it for Thomas? Bank is finally free, but he needs to connect some heals. Is he going to connect them in time? 10% right now for Thomas. Missiles are flying, and he's in execute range. How is he still alive? Bruisin is vivifying for his tournament life right now to keep him alive, but that's another full polymorph. Thomas is on the run. He's hiding behind the pillar with that heroic leap at the cart right now. He knows if he's out in midfield, he's done. He's going to charge back in. Now there's a kidney on Bank. Thomas is caught in a fear. Met is isolating the mystery, but Bank ports back behind the pillar. Decides to port back to his teammates to get that fist weaving going. And now that he's free of crowd control, needs to get some damage out. This is where they need to get a cooldown from Waz. They're so far behind. Thomas is struggling to get anything done. He's just spell reflecting to try and help out. Stormbolt, Spear Bastion. This is it. This is their moment. They get Void Shift from Meh, though. He blocks the kill on that Spear Bastion. Can they kill him twice? No, I don't think so. And Thomas is getting low. Full polymorph onto his healer. He has to survive once again without any heals. He's going to pop the die by the sword, and Life Cocoon comes in at the last second. Maybe a bit of an overlap, though, as both of those cooldowns are vital to his survival. Using them at the same time means that they will be exposed. Blind is available right now for Waz, and Bank actually doesn't have a trinket for about 13 seconds if they want to go for that window on the next kidney shot. 10 seconds away for it. Deathmark is coming off cooldown. There's the blind with no trinket. Thomas could just be outright dead. Waz is getting penance, gives him out from Meh. He gets DB'd by Bruisin. Bruisin gets a double fire breath on Meh, and into another fire breath onto Meh and Raikou. Bruisin carries right there during that crowd control, keeping Thomas alive. Bank trinkets out of the power. They're going for the kill. There's no evasion. Is Waz going to go down through pain suppression as Thomas connects? Bruisin looks to connect. Waz gets gripped back, but Bank is waiting for him with that fist weaving damage. They disarm Waz. Waz shadow steps away, trying to navigate around this situation. They've got a win condition. There's no trinkets on anyone on the bots, but they're caught in a double leg sweep. Waz trinkets. Is that going to be enough? Disarm onto Thomas, stopping his damage. It's just Bruisin and Bank on Waz. Thomas can't connect too much, but here comes the fire breath. Leg sweeps there, ring of peace. They knock him out. He's got no barrier, but that double fear comes in from Meh off to the side, and somehow Waz survives yet again.
Oh my gosh, both of these healers are playing out of their mind. Tomas and Waz have been super vulnerable for so long. Their top 8 dreams are this is their last chance here, the bots, to stay in it. They've got to win this one. They've got to secure this. They've got Poggers kind of where they want them right now. They've got a couple of defensives left traded out for them. They have their opportunity. They just need to make it happen for them. And it might be their last chance right here. Let's see what they can do. Tomas has been so vulnerable for so long. He's kind of stabilized for the moment there, but I don't know how much longer it's going to last. Bank doing an insane job of keeping him topped up. Bruisin is as well. We got a double fear out onto the bots right now. Tomas really being pressured by Waz as well here in the middle. Waz also, you know, Cloak of Shadows coming back up, so they may have lost their opportunity. Pain suppression is still available for Met as well. And I don't know if this is going to be able to happen for the bots here. They've lost 2 games in a row. It kind of seems like Poggers have found a consistent way to be able to beat this composition, which is kind of the difficulty when you play a pocket pick like that. But that being said, Waz looking a little vulnerable. Traded out Cloak of Shadows, 25% health. He's being chased down the map by Tomas and Bank at the moment. And this is looking a little bit scary for now. Tomas got that cocoon on him, Brewcon and Polly. This is scary for Poggers. Met and Waz about half health at the moment, Sid.
Oh, Polymer's coming in from Raikou. They're trying to stall, but Met has 0 mana. He's paralyzed. Waz into the stun. This is it for Waz, I think. Is he going to survive? Raikou's polymorphing for his life right now. Waz into a leg sweep. He's going to go down. He's in touch of death range. He's in touch of death range. He's just kiting out of distance in stealth right now. He avoided death, but they're going after Met. Met has absolutely nothing. They need to just crush him right here. I think he's going to get chopped up. All 3 members, a triple fear. Met is trying to turn it around with nothing in this position. They're on match point. They want to end this Brewmaster dream, but they're working with absolutely nothing to do it. Thomas is starting to run them over right now. Raikou is just dead in the back. He's never going to get topped. Waz gets stunned up on his death mark. He trinkets. He's running away. Matt is just going down to Bank. Bank takes him out by himself on the Fistweaver, and we are going to a game 5.
Wow, the bots seem to pull off the impossible here. The last 2 games looked really rough for them. They didn't make any changes as well, but they made it happen in game number 4 here. They took us all the way to a game 5, and this is an insane series. I mean, the bots, you know, everything was on the line for this team. They joined this season halfway through. They made a huge, you know, showing of using this composition, and they really stuck to their guts here for this 4th game and tied things up here, Sid. But let's take a look at that replay.
I really like what Thomas did defensively in this game. You saw him constantly go into that cart in the ooze throughout this fight. Whenever he needed to retreat, he got a pre-parry on a kidney when there was no trinkets left. He was dead in that kidney if he didn't get that pre-parry. Like, Thomas played really good defense. I still feel like it would be better to have a safety net of playing Dark Iron Dwarf, so that if you absolutely need it and you can't get any help, you got that out. Because I don't know if Escape Artist, it didn't even seem like he used Escape Artist, like that little yellow little boot with a yellow icon next to the Warrior class icon. I feel like I almost never even saw him press it. So I would honestly rather see him. I love that Bank ended up getting the kill there in the back on the Fistweaver monk. It's probably the most entertaining part of the game. Like, no one else on his team could connect. He's like, don't worry, guys. I got this. And just Rising Sun kicks Men to touch of death and sends him to the grave. What an insane game. And I mean, the pressure is on now, because it seems like to me, if the bots just play really good defense, they're going to outlast a Priest. He's going to run out of mana. They're going to outlast him, or they'll just randomly kill the rogue in a stun too. They have the option to kill him in a stun, or they can just run Met on the clock, and he's going to run out of mana and he's going to get overwhelmed. So if they get just better defensive positioning, I'd really like to see a Dwarf from Warrior, really good port positioning, saving their crowd controls when Banks and kidney shots. Like, they could still do this on a big map.
Yeah, some interesting lore too about this team, the bots. It sounds like Bruisin has actually been playing Brewmaster since Legion for a really long time in PvP. That's how this team actually came together. They met themselves just like literally on the ladder, and I guess Bank lost to Bruisin as Brewmaster, and then they messaged each other, and they've just been playing together ever since. So kind of a really cool story here with the bots, but they locked in their composition, and we're going to see Poggers respond, and we're going to Maldraxxus, Sid.
What if this is some sort of like 3-dimensional chess game where like Bank knows that he's actually the best target for Poggers, so they're giving them, they're like, here, look at my gnome warrior, look at him, he's so juicy, like you can just attack him, you can death mark him whenever you want. Like, yeah, they're just like, don't hit me. He's hiding behind the curtain, like, don't attack me. attack the warrior. Look, he's a gnome, like you can death mark him. He's like, I wonder if this is like some 3D chess bait where they're trying, like, Waz is like, well, he's playing gnome. Like, I'm a rogue. I gotta attack that. Like, he's not a dwarf. The Bank's a dwarf. He's gonna count. Like, what if it is some sort of weird like bait racial pick for them to try and get Poggers to hit the wrong target.
I don't know. I think you need to take your tinfoil hat off a little bit there, Sid. I'm sure, but no, maybe. I mean, they seem obviously like a really creative team, so perhaps we'll have to see. I mean, I know it's really tempting to kind of train down a monk or a gnome, excuse me. With they're kind of short. They got like funny hair colors sometimes. They got little annoying voices. I don't know. I don't know how you feel about gnomes personally, Sid, but
Millhouse Manastorm is offended.
I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. I apologize to all the gnomes out there, but we're gonna get game number 5 started here. Bots top 8 is on the line for them. Poggers, they lost that last game to this composition, but let's see if they can secure it in a game number 5, or is Bots gonna figure it out here for this 5th and final game, Sid?
All right, here we go. The Poggers can't believe it, man. They might be eliminated from the tournament 2 times by the bots and their Brewmaster Monk. Their Draenei male Brewmaster Monk is trying to make some plays. I wonder how many people are going to be making one of these if they do manage to pull this off. Arcane Surge from Stealth. Looks like the Warriors are target. He pre-Blade Storms the Kidney Shot. Really nice play. They're going to stun Raikou. I don't think they want to go Mage, though. It's just to peel him in the opener. Now they're swapping back to Waz. He's disarmed. Met is actually stunned. They're going after Waz. He's on the run, but he gets Ring of Peace back to Bank. Bank gets a leg sweep. They're trying to connect. Spear Bastion comes down. They're going to rop him, but he's going to get pulled back in. Thanks to that Spear Bastion. Actually, it's saving Waz that Spear Bastion is pulling him into that Ring of Peace. So really unfortunate timing there. But they got Thomas's Trinket, and Deathmark is waiting in the wings. That's a full Palmer. If there's a full Kidney. Oh, it's on DR, actually. Thomas on Stun Diminishing Return means he can leap away here. He pops a War Banner, jumps behind the pillar, and this is the defense that we need to see. Whenever Thomas is the target, his healer is CC, but he's got to come back. They're swapping. They're going after Bank on match point, and he's almost going down. Life Cocoon comes out at 10%. Now they need to get aggressive. They need to force some cooldowns from Poggers. They need crowd control on Met ASAP.
Yeah, they most definitely do here. Everything on the line. About a minute in, it's been looking really scary so far for both sides. Tomas really vulnerable at the moment. He's been their kill target for Poggers for a couple games in a row here. They were able to make it happen for this last game, but is he going to continue to get targeted? He didn't switch to that gnome. I just checked the AWC companion, so he's still not going to be able to really do anything for Deathmark. And there comes, speaking of which, from Waz. We'll see if they can survive through this here. So a lot of damage is going to be coming out from Poggers. Let's see if they can survive this. Looking pretty good right now. He's about half health. Just kidding. Oh my god. I called it too soon. The bots go down. Poggers 3-2. The bots is out of the tournament, Sid.
All right, and now the pressure's on. All right, the Poggers, they're all right. Get this Brewmaster out of here. That's what they're doing right now. They just want to wipe their hands.
At the camera. You see that?
Just want to wipe their hands clean of that situation. They didn't want to go out twice here to that composition, and they pull it off here. They're able to kill Thomas. The big map, really tough for the Warrior to get away defensively, but then also get back to his team. So losing that hook point match was the real big problem for them overall. But it did seem like Poggers, their defense was getting better and better. Look at this situation. Their Priest still has Trinket. Their Rogue still has Trinket. It's like, what? You haven't gotten like anything yet from the Poggers offensively on the side of the bots. And mana is still good for Met, even a minute and a half into the game. So like the defense from Poggers just got better every game. They saw that opening going after the Warrior. Deathmark is up. Look, if he was a dwarf, he could press Stone Form right now. Stone Form, Stone Form, Stone Form. Nope, the Deathmark. So I don't know. I don't know if that was like a 3D chess move. Mev really did a lot of damage this game. Almost out damaging everybody on the side of the bots there. And unfortunately, that means the dreams are dashed. The bots will not be making it to the top 8. And honestly, now, if you're Team HUHU, or if you're MYWAY, sorry, you might be sweating a little bit, because if you won the whole thing, you'd get top 3. But now you got to fight Poggers. And considering they beat the bots, they were probably hoping the bots were going to win so they could get a first place and get into the top 3. Now they got to fight Poggers if they want to get that top 3. And they play very similar compositions. Maybe they're going to bring out a Rogue, actually. That's the one X factor for their team that we've seen a little bit. They might still be able to do it, but I'm starting to lean more. Yeah, for MYWAY. I'm starting to lean that this might be a tiebreaker. We might have another series to play after this grand finals, but maybe they got some surprises, man. Like MYWAY has been playing at a whole nother level in this 4th cup. They really put in the time and improved a lot. Pretty much every team did. It's been very entertaining.
Absolutely. And if we do end up having any tiebreakers, we're going to play those at the end of the day. So be sure to stick around for that. If it does come to that, we're of course going to keep everybody updated. But here are the current minimum points here for standings. I mean, you can see Poggers, they're kind of untouchable at the moment here. Agents and Team HUHU tied with MYWAY. Well, sorry, Team HUHU, MYWAY tied, and then the Agents in second. So You really a lot of situations that could be going on, a lot on the line, especially for MYWAY here as we head into this next series. But it's been an intense day so far. I'm sad. I wish we had seen the bots, come in maybe earlier on. I don't think that they played at all for the first 3 cups. I'm not sure if they didn't play or they just didn't earn any points, but it's really cool to see these teams kind of come in late stage of the first 4 qualifying cups and just make such an excellent run. So they had a tremendous weekend, but unfortunately we're not going to see any more of them. So hopefully we see them later on if we have for subsequent seasons here for the AWC. But that being said, Sid, now we're going to move on to MYWAY versus Poggers.
I don't really know what to expect from MyWay. I think we might see a Hunter Rogue. That seemed to be a comp that they were utilizing a lot throughout the first day here of the Final Cup. And given the compositions that Poggers has, it could be good. Might be a double-edged sword. Like it's gonna be a risky this is gonna be a risky finals either way. Like both teams have really volatile compositions that just do monstrous amounts of damage. So this could go either way when the dust settles. But MyWay is praying that they can win because then they dodge this little kind of tie-breaking series. They're just in the top 3. They got their spot. They don't need to worry about the gauntlet. So the pressure is really on for MyWay.
Yeah. Yeah, most definitely is. So be sure that everyone is tuning into that because this is kind of this is going to be a really big one. I'm excited. MyWay, they've been playing that jungle comp for so long, but it's been really cool to see them sort of adjust this season. I feel like they've really stepped it up. We've had a lot of jungle comps teams in EU for a long time, and now it's kind of like just MyWay. At least that's consistently making it to actual broadcast day. But not only that, they've really sort of expanded what they actually can play. So it's cool to see MyWay make these really deep runs. And then Poggers, of course, we all know and love Poggers. They've been sort of doing super dominant performance here throughout EU for some time. So let's see what they can do. We're going to head to a quick break. When we come back, it's Poggers facing off against MyWay. We'll see you in a bit.
Welcome back, everyone, to the fourth and final cup for Europe. We are now in the finals, and it is going to be MYWAY versus Poggers. And the stakes for this matchup, Zico, could not be higher.
They absolutely could not. Of course, for Poggers, they want to get that, cup win. They want to have that domination. They beat the Agents, in this tournament and kind of establish themselves as the #1 seed. But they want to win the whole thing. They want to have the maximum amount of momentum heading into the finals. Now, for MYWAY, on the other hand, everything is to play for. Right now, in the standings, MYWAY are tied with Team HUHU, which means if MYWAY loses the finals, not only won't they have the first place and that momentum that it brings, heading into the finals, but they will also have to play a tiebreaker against Team HUHU, which we will play after the finals in that case. So if Poggers wins, they can kind of gatekeep the MYWAY potentially out of the entire tournament, because who knows, maybe Poggers wins, then Team HUHU wins the tiebreaker, and then MYWAY maybe loses in the gauntlet, and that's a fate that they could completely avoid here if they just win right now. So for MYWAY, they got everything to play for right now.
Just win. Let's see if they can do it. They got a very difficult opponent, #1 point earners in the region right now, Poggers. It's interesting, though. We talked a little bit about MYWAY before the break and how kind of on fire this roster really has been. It seems like they've really stepped up, bringing in lots of different compositions. They've been really prepared for all of their matchups. So in this finals, this best of 7, I'm curious to see what they decide to lock in. Poggers has primarily been opting for, the Rogue Mage as well as the Warlock Mage, but this is actually going to be even different. So they bring in Raikou on the Shadow Priest, and Raikou, I feel like Shadow Priest in general has been one of those specializations that has been very effective into the Hunters. We've seen a lot of teams lock in the Shadow Priest against the Hunters. We'll see if MYWAY is really prepared here for this comp.
Yeah, a very intelligent pick to go with that Shadow Priest. They bring in the Evoker, but look at MYWAY. They're actually not going to be bringing in the Thug Cleave that we've seen in the past, and they're not going to bring in Aritros on the Destruction Warlock. They are going to be bringing in their bread and butter Jungle Cleave, leading with their kind of most practiced comp. I actually would have liked to see Aritros tagged in on the Destruction Warlock, because I feel like Destruction does pretty well into Shadow Priest. You don't really have any ranged kicks, and you have a lot of... I feel like Destruction is just a King Wizard, but maybe we'll see it later. Aritros did look on fire earlier on his Void Elf Warlock, but it will be Kasu. Kind of just chilling and stuff right now, going for a sniper shot out of stuff. They're opening onto Meh. Big opener here, forcing out the Emerald Communion immediately. And Castle actually is playing Marksmanship Hunter, so he's going to be doing a lot of burst there immediately. Kind of surprising Poggers there in that opener, forcing out the Emerald Communion. They land a kick onto Meh, actually. They might just train Meh down here. They have good pressure onto Waz as well, but Meh seems to be the target of choice. He goes for the Nullifying Shroud to get a fear onto Luxia. Meh can't be trapped right now, which means that he has to be the target as they try to take him down. He's almost dying around the corner here, but now they do swap onto Waz. Stun into stun. Waz trinkets, evasions as well, and so far, really, really good pressure coming out from MYWAY.
Yeah, it's super interesting to see Kasu on that Marksmanship Hunter, able to get a lot of damage with the steady shots, the aim shots. The burst is quite high, so if Tony can actually land a stun on somebody and Kasu can get his casted damage off, it can be really, really difficult to heal through it, and you really are seeing Poggers on the back foot right now. So far, MYWAY has done a really good job. You have Kasu and Tony, both have their trinkets. Luxia, of course, could be a little bit of a vulnerability here, but with that Bark skin and how defensive we're seeing Poggers play, this is looking really good for MYWAY. That might just drop Meh right here in game number 1. He's forced to trade out the trinket, and this is not a great start for Poggers.
Yeah, Matt basically trading out his entire spellbook right there. He's got nothing left, no communion, no trinket, no rewind.
Oh.
Waz almost dying right there. What is this damage coming out from MYWAY? Kasu getting disarmed there on the Hunter. Tony packing some big bursts today on that Feral Druid, dragging Waz to about half HP. Silence coming out though onto Luxia. Raik is trying to kind of reverse the pressure. Scattershot onto Meh. They're going after Waz. They trap Raikou. They stun Meh. Void Shift coming out from Raikou. Raikou almost going down here as well. Drops to 1 HP, but he manages to get that dispersion. MYWAY right now, just one little setup away here from taking it, and this could just be it. Waz once again on his last leg. I don't know how he can survive these setups. shot. There's so much damage coming out from Casu. They're going after Raikou now. Man is just going to lift Raikou out of there. And Waz, once again, going to be left in open field. They scatter shot Waz, and it looks like they're actually swapping over onto Raikou now as the main target. No, back onto Waz. They're going to stun him out of that scatter shot into a stun again. Tony doing so much damage, but now finally caught up in the kidney shot. Waz trying to avoid Casu's damage here. Tony in a lot of trouble. Mind Games gets casted out as well. Yeah, I don't know how they're going to be able to survive here. Waz shadow stepping back to safety, gets the disarm there, but I don't know if they're going to be able to keep this alive for much longer here. Everybody's dying on the side of Poggers. Raikou in 1 HP, activates the stone form, activates the emblem as well, trinket, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. Waz still just dying, Meh is dying, and Raikou is also just dying.
Yeah, they are on the back foot. This is looking so good for MYWAY. They have to hold on a little bit longer, though. Luxia trades out the Tranquility. Waz almost going down. Can they get the kill shot? He's trying to escape, but just everyone on the side of Poggers is dead. They got no mana left. Rescue gets used there by Meh, but now he's in a full trap, and Waz is ultimately... How is he still alive? Finally gets dropped, and this is insane. I feel like, you know, we saw it from the Golden Guardians. Jellybeans on that Marks Hunter, but Casu on the Marks Hunter as well. This specialization... the amount of damage that they're able to put out, you know, backed up by the Assassination Rogue, or in this case, the Feral Druid. This is looking good. I mean, I've never seen Poggers so much on the back foot. Like, they were just dead the entire game, and then they were out of mana, and then they lost. So I don't know if they need to go back to the drawing board, play a different composition or what, but this looked insane.
You took the words right out of my mouth. We saw it yesterday. Jellybeans tagged in on the MM Hunter, and Casu now is going to be bringing it in as well. Look how close this was onto Meh. They got his trinket. They trap Waz, and I think, is this when Raikou void shifts? I think no, it's potentially on this go here where they get the scatter shot, they get the trinket, they get the trap onto Raikou. Look at that, one attack onto Raikou after he void shifts almost took him down. Like, just one kill shot dropped into 1 HP. So Raikou barely hanging on there with the skin of his teeth. They get the kidney shot onto Luxia. He's going to trinket, drop that Tranquility here. And then here, this is such a nice vortex that comes down on that rescue. I think it was here where Waz gets rescued by Meh, and they actually pulled Meh back. So Meh actually can't follow Waz. He's just stuck here behind the pillar. They got a trap onto him. They're going after Raikou. Waz forced to shadow step back into the fight. They drop the Emerald Communion, but just not enough. Just such an overwhelming amount of damage. Let's see here. Look at Tony's damage. What is going on? Look at Casu's damage. The thing is, Tony's damage, a lot of it is just pad damage. It's just triple bleeds onto everyone. But look at Casu's damage. That's basically all of it is just burst damage. It's insane.
I mean, that's kind of what you want, though. You know, the rot and bleed play style. Like, it's really nice. So basically, what's super good about this composition is you have Tony kind of softening everyone up, right? Like, getting everybody low on health, kind of exposing them to Casu with a lot of that burst damage. So Casu can basically just tab target anyone he wants, put aim shot up, get the rapid fires up. You know, if he gets the kill shot procs, that's great too. But yeah, he can basically go after any of these targets, and that's what makes the game so unstable. It's like, okay, we're going after Waz. We need to run. Oh, Raiku's in the open. Now he's dead. Here we go. We're going to do a void shift. Now he's dead. Like, it's just insane. So I feel like that's kind of the synergy of having, you know, kind of a rot play style with the Feral, and then also having that burst, which is really, really nice. So yeah, really interesting to see. MYWAY, they're going to be locking in once again. Poggers, what are they going to do? Because I feel like Marksmanship Hunter, especially since some of the buffs that it has gotten, I feel like it's going to be pretty effective into Mage. Like, I don't know if Raiku's going to want to play Mage in this matchup. Maybe I'm wrong about that. Like, are we going to see Channel on Warlock? Are we going to see the Shadow Priest again?
Yeah.
So they are going to be running the Rogue Lock Priest, and I feel like they could be vulnerable with this composition as well, and they no longer have that safety net of mass dispelling the traps from the Hunter. So I think crowd control is going to be a bit more effective here for MYWAY.
Yeah, they're not going to have, you know, things like Vampiric Embrace. They're not going to have Mass Dispel for the traps. They're not going to have that Void Shift as well. So Poggers basically responding to MYWAY with more aggression, but they're, you know, more squishy as well. So we are on hook point, and both of these teams are playing basically glass cannon setups. This game could just be a 1-minute game. If both teams play perfectly, maybe a 2-minute game. It really could just be over instantaneously. So it's going to be very, very, you know, important to get a good opener for either side. If they can find Waz, or if Waz can find Tony, or if they can get Casu out, all of these things are going to have just a tremendous impact on the overall pacing of the game. And you know, the flow of the cooldowns that are being traded. And you got to give a lot of credit to MYWAY as well. they've looked a bit like a bit of a weaker team lately, in Dragonflight, but they have started to find, their footing, bringing in Aritros on the Shadow Priest, bringing in Aritros on the Warlock, bringing in, Kazu on the MM Tony on the Rogue. I feel like they've all been very, very flexible, and also Luxia as well. He's been such a great healer for this roster, on the Resto Druid, playing the Evoker, Disc Priest, whatever his team needs, he's putting in the hours to make it work. So really, really solid performance from MYWAY so far, and they're going to need to keep it up here. They need this is a best of 7, so they need 3 more wins here to avoid that tiebreaker situation with Team HUHU and to just steal that last spot. And heading into the weekend, they were behind, a lot of teams in those standings. They were behind basically everyone. So the fact that they've managed to have this miracle run and put themselves even in this position is just quite remarkable.
I like the logo too. It's like a mountain with a tent, I think, and some trees. Like I like mountains, so it's kind of a random tidbit. But yeah, MYWAY, they've definitely been looking good, and you could say that they're stealing their final spot. They've earned it, but they're definitely looking really, really good with these compositions. I think one thing you talked about that is so true is this team has just shown a new level of flexibility, which is really important, right? The roster for a long time has just been, the Feral Druid with the Hunter, and they made it work.
Yep.
They've had some deep runs. They've had some really big wins, but when it's not a jungle meta, it's just not great for them. So luckily for them, it looks like jungle is pretty solid, but also they have that flexibility if they need to switch it up, play other compositions, and it just makes this team really, really deadly. So MYWAY looking good. Poggers, let's see if they can battle it back here with Chanimal, what they can get done here on Hook Point. So really small map, and I'm with you. This is going to be a quick game. Like, I'm thinking like maybe a minute, maybe 2 minutes at max, because both these teams capable of very high burst, lots of crowd control, and kind of everyone is a very exposed target.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're going to have to wait and see here. MYWAY leading 1-0. They have everything to play for. If they win the finals, they will be qualifying for that last spot. Poggers right now looking to play spoilers, looking to gatekeep, and looking to get that momentum heading into the finals by winning that last tournament. Let's see who can do it. It's all getting decided right here in these finals. Game number 2 on Hook Point is live. They're tagging in Chanimal. Let's see if Chanimal is up for the challenge here on the Destruction Warlock. It's going to be so important. Oh, Tony and Waz running. I can't believe they didn't find each other right there. They actually ran through each other. Luxia as well. Oh my God. I think he might get sapped. Luxia. Oh, they're going to open up onto Chanimal here. Cass getting cheap shot by Waz. Kidney shot onto Tony. Not a bad opener so far for Poggers. Let's see what they can get done here. They disarm Kasu on his cooldown scatter shot onto Meh. Then they find the freezing trap as well. They do find it, but so far not a lot of pressure. That power word barrier does deny it. Meh playing heads up place right now. He's got the power infusion onto Chanimal. He's got the rapture active, and Meh is looking to load up damage. Actually going after Meh on the Discipline Priest. Meh getting blasted on the Discipline Priest. This is something that we almost never see, but now Tony here dropping in just a gouge from Waz. Insane damage coming out from both teams. Luxia already forced to trinket out of that blind, forced to use basically his entire spellbook here as well, and we are just 1 minute in, man.
Yeah, definitely. This is getting really intense between these two teams, and Matt almost going down to the pain suppression. Really surprising. Tony, though, could be in a lot of trouble. He's forced to camp it out in bear form. We've seen this before, these Feral Druids just getting tunneled down by the Assassination Rogue, but they're giving him a moment to breathe, and now Tony can actually move forward. He gets the double stun. Casu with the rapid fire. Waz getting bursted down. There's no evasion, but Mainstep does trade. Tony, though, getting absolutely smoked in reversal. I think Matt pushed in. He got a beautiful Psychic Scream there, and Feral Druid is just so vulnerable to this type of damage. If Chanimal and Mech can connect on that kidney shot, there's no bleed dispel, right? Like I've talked about it before, the Feral, he can't play Dwarf, so you can't be a Dwarf Feral. You don't have access to that Stone form. You don't have access to the Fireblood racial, and without that Cauterizing Flame from the Evoker healer, every single one of those death marks is just a panic. You have to use everything. That's what happened, and it was a follow-up kidney shot that just cost them the game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see the setup right here. So they forced Luxia's Trinket already with the blind. They already forced Tony's Trinket as well. So all they need is just one clean setup to win the game. And I think Chanimal gates in. They get the gouge, I believe, onto Luxia is what sets it all up. So Meh, he gets trapped. And I think he gets dispelled there out of the trap where he breaks. They get the gouge onto Luxia, and then they get that fear onto Luxia. And they do have the gouge into Kidney onto Tony. And he just gets absolutely blastified. So Poggers going to be tying it in, or tying it up rather. But here's the thing, right? This is Poggers map pick. This is Poggers comp pick. Now, MYWAY has the advantage. MYWAY could take us to a large map, lock in the MM Hunter. They could respond with Aritros, their own Destruction Warlock. And Poggers, they're going to have to lock this in on the blind. Most likely, they're going to just pick the same thing on the side of Poggers in the blind. And even then, they could just bring in the Evoker. There's so many options right now for MYWAY because they aren't that one-trick jungle team that we've seen in the past.
Wonder what they do. Poggers, I think it's an automatic. They lock in the same composition. I think right now the Roguelock Priest, it has a lot of flexibility. Like, I can't really think of too many things that counter it. So I think for them, just like, they got to win and to stick with the same composition and see what MYWAY has in store for them. I don't know if MYWAY is going to mix it up. It looks so good with this double Druid Hunter in game number 1, but game number 2, that definitely looked like a struggle. And I think without any kind of protection for that Death Mark, it's going to be a similar story where if Chanimal can connect, and it's not difficult for Chanimal to connect either, you can just use the Nether Portals, some Conflag, some Shadow Burns during the Kidney Shot with the Death Mark, and they're basically going to have to trade out every single cooldown in order to survive. And then at that point, you really don't have anything left, which is exactly what we saw. So I think we're going to have to see some kind of change here from MYWAY. So I don't know if the big map is going to be enough to allow them to win, because Tony's still going to have to get in there, right? If you're playing that Feral Druid, you're going to have to push in and get bleeds on people. You have to, overextend yourself. And yeah, makes you just such a vulnerable target in this match. But they got about a minute left here.
Yeah, we got about a minute left. Aritros also plays the Shadow Priest, so they could bring in Shadow Priest Rogue. They could bring in Aritros on the Destruction Warlock. I kind of like the Marksman Hunter. So the other obvious choice could be to maybe go for Thug Cleave, maybe go for a Survival Hunter even. Survival Hunter, you get that bandage as well. So it is an option, but they are going to go for the Thug Cleave with the Beastmaster Hunter. So this is another comp that we have seen from them in the past, and it has looked absolutely phenomenal. And I think MYWAY right now, they definitely locked themselves into a solid position here. Tony potentially going to be playing a Dwarf. Casu definitely going to be playing a Dwarf. And Luxia on that Resto Druid. He's going to have a lot of space to move around. And they're going to have basically a lot of guaranteed damage onto Chanimal, onto Waz, get the kidneys, get the bleeds, and try to get as much crowd control as possible onto Meh. Meh is also going to struggle finding the fears onto Luxia, which is what won them the game that last round. So I feel like this is MYWAY. They're making good choices here. But still, there is, the potential of somebody going down. Whenever you trinket, you can access that Dwarf Fireblood, and that's going to be the window where Waz could get aggressive with the Death Mark and potentially close it out. But same thing for Tony, though. He's going to be on that Rogue, and he's going to have that same tool in his arsenal.
Yeah, I'm really curious to see what he can get done on this Assassination Rogue. I feel like Tony playing the Assassination Rogue has been really crucial for their overall success in these 4 cups, and has kind of put them in this position where they are fighting for that 3rd place qualification. But let's see what they can get done here on Empyrean Domain. I think the Beast Mastery Hunter with the Assassination Rogue is particularly good at taking down Warlocks. The Chanimal will have Mind Numbing on him the entire game, and it's a lot of damage. That's the best thing about the Beast Mastery Hunter, is the damage is really unavoidable. You can basically guarantee that it's going to be going off. So at some point, Poggers, I think, is going to be on a timer. They're going to have to play aggressive enough to kind of try to keep MYWAY on the back foot. Not going to be an easy thing to do, but let's see if they can do it here on Empyrean Domain. We've got a nice large map. So we are tied up in this series. Game number 3 starts now.
Yep, let's see it. And exactly like you mentioned, we are going to have them on that enraged timer. So if they can land enough traps and keep up the pets onto Chanimal, potentially he will go down. Tony is actually playing the Night Elf Rogue, so he's going to be susceptible to tanking that Death Mark. They don't have a Evoker who can dispel it either. So Tony definitely going to be a squishy target here, and they're going to lead by going over onto Tony. Infernal Stun into the Kidney Shot. Scatter Shot comes out onto Waz. Luxia going in here, ducking away from Meh. They're trying to avoid that fear. Luxia Luxia actually taking a little bit of damage there from the Schism of Meh. And now Luxia spamming out some heals. He gets cheap shotted. He's getting swapped to Barkskin coming out for Luxia, but he does have the Broccoli form active and running. The Shiv comes out from Waz onto Luxia. He gets feared as well. They dispel the fear onto Tony. Waz is in trouble. Luxia should be completely fine here. Blind coming out onto Meh. He trinkets out 0.1, and Luxia again into the Garrote. They're trying to take him down here, but they're leaving Cass completely free here. Cass is doing a lot of work right now to get the Garrotes there over onto Chanimal as well. Waz is going to be the main target so far for MYWAY. The next trap onto Meh. He's got no way out. And there it is, full trap lands on the man. Waz is in a lot of trouble. How did that break? Did Chanimal dispel it with an imp? I think he might have sacrificed an imp and maybe deleted it. I'm not sure, but either way, Luxia getting swapped to right now. Luxia in a lot of trouble. Kidney shot comes out into a fear, into a coil. They're trying to take him down 100. Oh, he's got nothing. Luxia goes for the big heal, but it's not going to be enough. Poggers wins the swing match. And now MYWAY, their comp didn't work. Their large map didn't work. And I feel like a lot of it is because of that Resto Druid pick, Van.
Yeah, but I don't know how much better. I mean, Luxia, what else is he going to play? He could play the Evoker potentially. But you are right. In this particular match, he's just such a vulnerable target for them to kind of train down. And I don't know if the Beastmaster Hunter and the Assassination Rogue kind of has the peels that you need to keep the Druid alive. Because I feel like Luxia didn't do a bad job this game. Like, he was in a good position. He was staying in his efflorescence. He had a lot of pre-hots on himself. But we could see exactly how it played out here. So this is a little early in the game, but he's already traded out his Trinket. He's already traded out his Barkskin. So you really don't have any damage reduction left, even though you have all the heals in the world. Once those shivs land, and Luxia actually goes for a pre-tranquility here. So I don't know if he actually got like an immunity on a kidney shot. I don't know that he did. This is good pressure, though. They get the full trap on the man. You could tell it was close. I mean, they got evasion out of the way for Waz. They got the Trinket out of the way for Matt. But at this point, the full kidney shot lands, and you really can't do much. It's death mark rolling. You got no tranquility. You got no Barkskin. You got no Trinket. They still got the Mortal Coil. And all three members of Poggers just go in super aggressive for the kill. And I feel like it's almost impossible for the Druid to live that, like that level of all in with the death mark and stuff. So I don't know if Cass is going to have to switch and maybe play the Survival Hunter to try to help out if Luxia wants to continue to play the Druid, or if Luxia is going to have to mix it up and play Evoker. But I think something's got to change.
Yeah, I want to know what happens to this trap here onto Meh. Like, it looks like Chanimal dispels it, because look, he gets the trap, and then look at Chanimal. He gates in, and he does something.
It,
yeah. So I think he actually sacked an imp to singe it, because I don't see an imp on the map anywhere. I think Chanimal is actually playing with the imp here. So Chanimal once again just staying one step ahead of the matchup, and I feel like they actually won the game with that trap right there. So what is your win condition now if you are MYWAY? You don't even have freezing trap on your team unless Chanimal is locked down at the same time. So it's essentially the same thing as having a Shadow Priest, but even better, because you can't kick a singe. You know, you can't do anything about that. You just have to stun Chanimal or make sure that he's in a Cyclone or something. You know, he has to be cross crowd controlled. Otherwise, that's going to happen every single time. So where even is your win condition with this comp on the side of MYWAY? I don't know. I feel like for MYWAY, I think it's just swap comp. Like that's the only thing.
Swapped
you
it.
Yeah, I mean, that's the question.
I mean, what if they decided to go after the priest? Like, could they train down Meh and just trap Chanimal instead? Like trap Chanimal, get a kidney shot on Meh, and maybe that's like kind of the level of control they need to go for. Because yeah, if Chanimal is able to just singe off all of those traps, it's going to be really difficult for them to actually get any kind of momentum. If Meh can just heal up the target. So I really do wonder. I do think they need to make some sort of change, though. I think if they continue to play the Resto Druid without anyone able to really help him out, he's just too vulnerable. Like, he's going to get trained down in the match, and a lot of the damage is unavoidable. So they are. So this is kind of the line of play I was thinking about. You could go Survival as well, and then at least you have the mending bandage, for that death mark, and that will give him a little bit more time to survive, and hopefully a little bit more leeway for MYWAY to actually get something rolling in this game.
Yep. So Survival Hunter's going to come in for Kasu. But again, I feel like this... I mean, it could be okay. It could be okay. At least Luxia's going to have an easier time surviving. And in general, this is something we have seen them run quite a bit. But at the same time, I feel like it does reduce their win condition somewhat. You know, having that BM Hunter, that guaranteed damage. Basically, BM Hunters, I like to think of them as just a dot, you know. Them being in the game, you just have a permanent dot on you with those pets. And eventually, it will just take you down, you know. It's like a curse of doom ticking on you. So They lose that, but they do gain, survivability, as the name would suggest, for Casu. But still, what is the win condition going to look like with Shanimal playing that Imp Dispel? So I feel like they could go Diamond Eyes. I don't think we'll see it. They could also go after Meh, like you said, or they could go after Chanimal. And when he doesn't have a trinket, you'll get a kidney shot, and that's when you have your CC chain will be sticking because you can't remove it. But even then, it's hard to get those perfectly at the same time, because they really have to be, like, Chanimal has to be kidneyed as the trap is landing. So it's really hard to actually kind of coordinate that, because if there's any kind of gap, Meh can def the trap. Meh can grip somebody on top of himself to avoid the trap, or preemptively drop a barrier, pain suppression, etc. Or Chanimal can singe it. So it just adds that extra little bit of layer of where something can go wrong. And if it does, then your entire go is going to be messed up. You won't just have to play around the trinkets. You're going to have to play around all of those individual cooldowns. And of course, when you're playing against a roguelock, that's going to mean that you will be, having to play a longer game, and a longer game means more chances for them to actually kill you. That enrage timer that we've talked about is going to be basically extended for Poggers. So I feel like Poggers, they have themselves a good matchup here, and Chanimal definitely coming in clutch here for them in this final cup here. But they are going to set up over onto Chanimal. They're going to open up onto him to get the sap, to get the trap halfway, and now Tony's going to be in trouble. Schism coming out. Cass actually in trouble as well. Double coil coming out. Huge damage. Luxia's in a gouge. Tony almost dying in the opener here. Forced to trade out the Cloak of Shadows. Very solid opener so far for Poggers.
Yeah, Luxia had to trade out his trinket, so this is danger time. Tony might just die, down to 5% health. Poggers looking to stomp out the dreams of MYWAY, making it into that top 3. Let's see if they can continue to do it. This pressure is just absolutely immense. Finally, a little bit of damage here going out onto Waz, but Chanimal with his Nether Portal is going to be putting out a lot of pressure here onto Casu. Luxia with no trinket, just so vulnerable. He gets sapped! Oh no! This is an absolute disaster. Miracle plays coming in from Waz, and Tony gets kidney shot and dropped. Waz really doing a great job there. They didn't even commit the death mark, but that was absolute domination from start to finish. Poggers had an insane game.
Yeah, did he sap his mouth there? Like, what? How did he even get that sap? Why? We need to see this on the replay. Why?
That's why we got the replay, my friend. That's why we got the replay.
How did he actually get that? Was it out of something? I feel like it was maybe a sap on the mouth. I really don't know. We'll see. So Tony here, this is the opener. Tony is getting basically crushed. He already traded out his cloak. Meh and Chanimal, they're stacking on top of each other, and he's trying to eat that trap. Scattershot comes out onto Meh, and Meh has already dropped that preemptive barrier here. So Waz shadow steps over to Luxia and then saps his Maldia. So that is highly unfortunate when that happens, because he's already trinketed out of a blind. So there's literally nothing he can do there. He just got completely owned.
Yeah, that's just good game at that point. Poggers, though, they are just one. I mean, it was just momentum from them from start to finish in this match. I feel like Casu and Tony were on the back foot. Luxia was getting Shadow Step gouged into a fear. And this is scary because Poggers, when we kind of saw them forced into locking this rogue lock in a mirror matchup, it didn't look that good. Like, it didn't look polished, but you can really tell that they've been putting a lot of work into their synergies. And there's so much disruption and crowd control with this composition, a lot of damage available, that I feel like if they truly master this at like the same level they've mastered Rogue Mage Priest, I don't know really what's going to be able to beat them. They are just looking so solid at this point. And now for MYWAY, super unfortunate for them. They need to win 3 in a row. And that, I mean, I don't know what they're going to do. I feel like they're kind of scrambling to try to figure out some sort of an answer here. But if they end up losing this, then they have to go into a tiebreaker series. So fate is still in their hands, but they got a long road ahead of them, needing 3 wins in a row against Poggers.
Things are looking rough here for MYWAY. What are they going to do? I kind of want to see them. You know what I want to see? I want to see the Destruction Feral, potentially.
Back to basics.
Back to basics. I feel like this is just worse, though.
I think Tony's not going to be alive for very long, but
yeah,
we've just seen it this weekend. It's just one of those things, right? Where it feels like if you don't have an answer for Deathmark, it just forces you to use every single cooldown. So I don't know how MYWAY is really going to deal with it. I think both Luxia and Tony are going to be really vulnerable in this match. Both of them are just such prime targets for Poggers to go after. I think what MYWAY is really going to have to do here is try to get Poggers on the back foot. I mean, that's what they did in game number 1. They had them all kind of cowering behind the pillar. Every single target was kind of viable for them, and they just forced Poggers into like a really defensive position. So MYWAY is going to have to somehow figure out a way to do that, to actually keep Poggers on the back foot, because if they can't, I feel like Poggers is just going to be walking away with this one. Right now, their crowd control, their damage is just, it's so like, it's beautiful to watch. And I feel like they've kind of leveled up here for this 4th cup.
Yeah, you can tell they put down a lot of time here into their Rogue Warlock. And it's nice to see because, you know, in the start, they were just relying on that Rogue Mage Evoker and that Rogue Mage Priest. And they had some mixed results with it. You know, either they did really well or they just got knocked out super early. But now they're starting to look a little bit more well-rounded as a team. They've incorporated the Chan and done a great job with that. They've had Riker play on a Shadow Priest, and things are, you know, just leveling up for them. But at the same time, we said the same thing about MYWAY. They've looked like a great team to watch so far, and this is potential match point here for Poggers. Now here's the kicker: if Poggers wins this game right here, MYWAY will have to play right after this again in a tiebreaker against Team HUHU, and that will be the the decider of who gets 3rd, because if they lose here, they will actually be 2nd. Or sorry, they will be tied for 3rd place with Team HUHU, and we can't have that, obviously. So we're gonna decide their fate. So we're gonna get a bonus series actually for the weekend. That's gonna be awesome potentially if that happens. But first, Poggers got to win here. Let's see what they decide to do. It's going to be the same thing once again from Poggers with the Roguelog Priest, and it will be MYWAY tagging in Tony on his Feral Druid instead of Tony Shiv. Now, they do get a freezing trap on the map. They get a good opener here on the channel, but he just teleports away. I don't know how he didn't actually get pulled back by the vortex there. It was extremely sus, but Chanimal will stay alive here. They do get the follow-up stun onto Meh, but still Chanimal on 50% HP, doesn't have to trade out any major defensives, just the Fire Blood. And it doesn't matter when you don't have Death Mark on the map. They go for a Smoke Bomb play onto Tony. He needs to try to hold on to his trinket here. Luxia, he's going to have to most likely trinket the blind. So Tony, he's going to need to try to hold on to his trinket as much as possible. They actually killed off Kasu's pets there, but Kasu was able to get a res without using his turtle. Gouge onto Luxia. They're going for the fear. Chanimal trying to get it, but the Shadow Meld did. Luxia definitely scared to use that Shadow Meld right now, but manages to avoid the crowd control for now. And now Luxia actually sitting through the blind here. He's trying to hold on to his trinket as Tony is not being pressured. It's going to be Kasu here instead. And Luxia actually does come out of that CC chain, keeping Kasu alive. So things are looking good for MYWAY defensively.
Yeah, a little bit better here. It's just not as much damage coming in from Poggers. I feel like they're doing a better job avoiding it. Kasu's kind of just sitting back. Tony really weaving in and out. But now Kasu finally getting caught here with a little bit of pressure. Luxia in a prime position to keep him alive. They make a swap here onto Tony with a big kidney shot. He is forced to make a trade. Trinket Survival Instincts. There's no Iron Bark, so really good swap there by Poggers. And now Tony is just, he's just getting blasted. Is he going to fall? This is unbelievable. Shiv has connected. Luxia doing what he can with the Tranquility, but Waz and Chanimal in a great position to actually crowd control him. Kasu moves back, trying to get some defense and just avoid that crowd control onto Luxia for a little bit while longer. But look at Chanimal, look at Meh, just blasting in the Chaos Bolts. What is going on? Gouge once again coming in from Waz. Gets the kidney shot onto the Feral and then just goes for crowd control onto Luxia, and Chanimal and Meh finish the job. They are just looking so deadly with this composition, and they will be winning Cup number 4.
Really, really great performance here from Poggers. And I mean, it just looked so funny if you're Chanimal at the end of that match. You're just, 80 yards away from the fight, more or less, spamming Chaos Bolt, Incinerate. You're standing next to Meh. He's just channeling out his full PvE rotation, Mind Blast, Penance, just having a field day, basically teeing off. And they had a good start defensively on the side of MYWAY, but they really weren't able to get too much going in terms of pressure. Chanimal traded early, and here they got the pain suppression and they got the unending resolve. So it wasn't too bad of a push, but they need more time. And look at Tony here. Portals blasting him. There's 2 of them. He trades out his entire spellbook right there to stay alive. And then look at Chanimal here. He's going to have the best time of his life. So Waz gets steel trapped, and Chanimal, I think he ports here as soon as Tony wants to connect onto him, and there's a Chaos Bolt. And then here, he's just standing here with Meh. Chaos Bolt, Incinerate, Schism, Incinerate, Penance coming in. Like, just is insane damage. And it's just a gouge there onto Luxia, while the 2 wizards are just going nuts on Tony. So really, really nice. Poggers going to be taking this finals here, and it will be MYWAY now forced to play a tiebreaker for their lives against Team HUHU, Van.
Yeah, that's going to be that's going to be an interesting series to see who comes out ahead. There's just so much on the line. Nobody wants to go into the gauntlet, right? That's where things are uncertain. You're no longer guaranteed making it into that top 4 for the finals. You're going to have to really just play for your lives. So these teams obviously going to be stepping up in a big way for this next series, but just once again, I just want to shout out, I feel like Waz does such a good job on this rogue, the assassination rogue, especially in this composition. Like, he knows his role. Like, he's like, all right, I don't really need to do damage here. Kidney shot, Shiv, that's enough. I'm going to go get the crowd control. And we saw it consistently in this match where he just lets Chanimal, he lets Matt kind of just sit back, get out their damage, because that's one of the main strengths of that Destruction and the Discipline Priest is you do a lot of damage, as you can see here on the scoreboard. So as long as he can connect the bleeds, the poisons, the kidney shot, he can go and be really disruptive, to Lexia on the Druid with cheap shots, with gouges, with blinds. We even saw saps. And you just have to, it's a really difficult thing to deal with as a healer, I feel like.
Yeah, absolutely. And was definitely some MVP saps as well in the game before that one. Definitely had Luxia's number in this one, but still, for MYWAY, coming into this, they were behind Admiral Esports, they were behind the Fiends, they were behind Team HUHU, and to make this deep of a run and to actually manage to get themselves into this position where they tie against Team HUHU is just an incredible performance as well. They managed to beat the bots to get here. They managed to beat a lot of tough teams. I think they actually beat Team HUHU as well in the bracket earlier on. So for MYWAY, they just need to do it again. They've done it before, and then they will get that 3rd seed. For Team HUHU, however, they've basically been gifted a second life here. We can take a look at the bracket. So in that quarterfinal, in the upper bracket, MYWAY 3-0'd Team HUHU. And Team HUHU, they've seen what MYWAY has now. They've seen their compositions. They know what they're dealing with. They have the experience as well from playing against them earlier. They're going to really need to take those lessons and apply them right now. They're not going to have any more time. If they don't, they're going to be 4th, and they will be in that gauntlet as the final boss of the gauntlet. So for MYWAY, they just need to, shake off the finals here, be happy with their overall performance, and try to come in fresh to that series against Team HUHU from that quarterfinal and see if they can grab the win.
Hopefully they did some VOD reviewing, right? I mean, hopefully they knew that they could. This situation was a possibility, because it's not a great feeling to know you have to go against a team that literally just 3-0'd you. They 3-0'd you, sent you to the lower bracket. But like you said, the silver lining there is the fact that they do know exactly, what compositions they're going to be running, what strategies they're going to be running potentially, and you can go back, you can watch the VODs, discuss as a team, what ways you can improve. Maybe they could run a different composition, maybe there's different strategies they could run. But it is kind of do or die for both of these teams. Obviously, both of them want to make it to that 3rd place position and guarantees themselves a spot in that finals. But this is going to be an explosive series. I do wonder, what do you think that Team HUHU could potentially run here into MYWAY? Like, do you think they have any secrets up their sleeves, or is there any comps that you think that they could just do a little bit better with?
I feel like it's time for Team HUHU to bring in Inferno on Destruction Warlock. I really feel like he's pretty much the only Warlock who's still just playing demo mostly, and he knows how to play a phenomenal Destruction Warlock. So I really want to see that come out from Team HUHU. I'm not sure what else they have cooked up, but it feels like the Ellie Shaman comps are kind of getting punished for Team HUHU. I feel like that Demon Hunter Ellie, that's like some Cup 1 stuff that they're running, like you had to run with yeah, that's old tech, like that comp has gotten nothing but nerfs. Like, you're just running around trying to one-shot people still. Like, people are used to the damage. People are responding way better with their cooldowns. It's time to put that comp, aside and really start focusing on the Warlocks. This is the rise of the Destruction Warlocks. We've seen it all over Europe. We've seen it all over North America. The Destruction Warlocks are here to destroy, and you have one of the best Destruction Warlocks in the game on your team. Use him. I mean, we saw how well it went for the agents. Sure, the agents got knocked down kind of early in this one, but overall, the agents have had great success with that. And we've seen, obviously, Poggers just now bringing in Chanimal and looking fantastic with it. It's time for Team HUHU to bring that in, apply it, and see what they can do here against MYWAY. And for MYWAY, even for MYWAY, we saw them beat the bots 3-0 with their own Destruction Warlock.
Yeah, speaking of Destruction Warlocks, we do have a chance for a winner's interview with Chanimal and Aya.
All right, everyone, I am here with Chanimal. First of all, congratulations on that win today. How you feeling after that?
Yeah, pretty good. Honestly, it's been such a long time since I competed, right? So happy that we were able to come back from our first cup, which was a bit of a disappointing result, and now we're starting to find our stride and do really well again.
Yeah. Speaking of competing again, you're now obviously over in the EU region. What has that experience been like for you?
I mean, I've always said this, like the best part about competing in WoW is facing teams from different regions. And before, we could only do that at like international lands because I was playing in NA. And now that I'm playing in EU, I get to face all these people that I've never like played with and against. And of course, that's like, yeah, that's the most fun part to me.
Cool. Yeah, I know it's good to see you do so well on a team like POGGERS as well. For the last 4 cups, for you personally, what do you feel like has been your biggest challenge?
For me personally, not having played in a long time, it's coming back to play is a bit monk-esque because everyone's been playing the entire time, and I've got to relearn the game really. Although it's a new expansion, I've still got a ton to relearn. So yeah, just figuring out the meta, figuring out how to play my class that's been like updated and stuff like that. It's taken me a bit of time, but now I think I found my stride, so it's good.
Ooh. So heading into the grand finals, what's the preparation like that for you gonna be like?
Just keep playing every day, sit hours in solo shuffle queues, but we'll just keep practicing every single day, and hopefully we can do really well at the grand finals as well. But obviously, it just depends on the meta and how balancing is at the time too.
Yeah, absolutely. Good luck with that.
We've all been playing tons of classes. Thank you.
Yeah, no, the range of classes that we're seeing from your team and everybody else is cool to see. So, anything else before I let you go? Any shout outs? Anything you want to mention?
Yeah, thanks to everyone who's supporting me, supporting us, the team. Appreciate you guys, and thanks for watching and supporting the stream.
Awesome, Chan. Thank you so much. And with that, we are going to head to a break. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We've got a little bit of unsettled business. We obviously have our European champions. We have Poggers coming in the first place position, but there is currently a tie that must be settled for the third place position, a guaranteed spot in the grand finals between Team HUHU and the team that just played MYWAY. Azale and myself are going to be bringing that cast to you. How do you think MYWAY is feeling? You know, they just came off a pretty horrendous defeat there against Poggers. You think they can keep their morale high for this series?
Pretty horrendous. Wasn't that bad? I mean, it was.
Chanimal came in and just clocked him. It looked like at that point, like Chanimal said, he's trying to learn his class, coming back to Dragonflight and learn all the new things to it. He looked pretty good in that series.
Yeah. I mean, Chanimal says he's trying to learn his class, but that guy plays WoW like 18 hours a day, so he plays more arena in a week than most people do in a lifetime. So I'm pretty sure he's pretty practiced. But I think you know, if you're MYWAY, you have to kind of just shrug that last series off. It's a very different team. You played Team Who earlier in the upper bracket, and you 3-0'd them, right? I think if it was me, I would be focusing on the fact that you already beat them once, focusing on what you really want to do coming into the series again. For HUHU, I think they're the ones that have to make more of the adjustments because they tried Destro Ellie, or maybe it was, I can't remember if it was Destro Ellie or Demo Ellie, but they tried Warlock Ellie, and then they also did DH Ellie 2 games, and they lost all 3, 3-0. So we were just kind of talking before, maybe they can actually try to mix things up. Maybe they can try to play Destro or Destro Rogue or something different, because MYWAY definitely seemed like they had their number in the earlier series.
I think it's a question of if they have that composition, right? Because after just seeing it 4-0 in a row, basically there for Poggers, it's like, why wouldn't you play that? But it's like, does Existence have that in his arsenal? I see him listed as Warrior and Demon Hunter, and I mean, Assassination Rogue can play pretty similar to Warrior in a lot of cases, but they're just going to go with Destruction, Demon Hunter. Meanwhile, MYWAY bringing in Assassination and Beast Mastery.
I think the trouble is just going to be finding the setups. When you are playing Destro plus DH, you don't have as consistent setups. You don't have as consistent CC for Luxia, so that's going to be the difficulty there. Whereas on the other side, Vanos could be getting CC'd pretty heavily. I'll be interested to see if Infernian's actually going to play to sacrifice Imp to try to just singe magic off some of those traps, because otherwise the CC from Kasu and Tony is going to be tough.
All right, let's see if they can keep up the pressure, keep up Vanos free from crowd control. I mean, they got a lot of tools as reverse magic as well as possibly the Singe. So you would think on paper that this composition would be able to do all right, but Demon Hunters just struggle with rogues. Look at him getting tunneled down in the kidney shot. Existence Metamorphosis in. Kasu disengages away. He's not going to be able to connect. He's not falling for that bait. He's immediately swapping back to Tony, hitting whoever's closest to Infernion. But here comes a stun. Can Kasu snipe the trap from so far away here? He snipes the trap, but reverse magic will come through and dispel it. So Vanos is free. He's survived the blind. He's managed to get through the freezing trap, but Deathmark is still available, and Existence being a Night Elf is the main reason this could be a problem in the future. Decent pressure, though, coming out onto Kasu as they've got him down at about half, and now a Smoke Bomb. Vanos Tranquilities to try and heal through it, immune some crowd control, and reset those important cooldowns, but he's got Blur, and he's got to be ready. This is Deathmark. They're not really fully respecting the Deathmark right now. I'm surprised to not see a Blur immediately on that.
Yeah, the Deathmark just about to expire now. That was where the Tranquility got popped, so the bomb Deathmark did come down. They lived through that. Tony, though, taking quite a bit of pressure here as well. The evasion's now gone for him. They did get Trinket off Existence. They did get, a number of cooldowns, but he still has the Netherwalk. So no Darkness, has his Netherwalk. There's no Trinket available for Vanos, though, so if they can get that CC going on him, Existence might have to use that Netherwalk next. We'll see if they can get that done. Akasu taking some pressure now, but it's Existence who's in way more trouble. He's into the kidney shot, and he's getting destroyed in that. Down to about 10% HP. There's the Intim over on a Vanos. Can they actually stop the CC from following it up? They are able to, but now the Scatter comes through, and they desperately want to try to force out this Netherwalk. There's a trap. It's very low a duration on him, and it looks like it got singed off almost immediately, and Kasu now in trouble as there's a stun over on Luxia. It's going to be a Trinket Trank coming out from Luxia as he tries to pick Kasu back up. The pressure back and forth very, very heavy, but it's again Existence into the kidney shot, and he might just go down here. That's a Netherwalk for sure this time. He is going to be able to get it off, but he will be able to get top back up.
Oh, he's got Essence Break. He's got the Hunt. This could be a big power play. Kasu has no Trinket. Luxia's imprisoned. Can they go for the win here? Existence is pulling the trigger, and Kasu immediately aspects of the Turtles. That incoming Hunt damage. And now they're swapping to Tony. He's forced to use Cloak of Shadows. Mana is so close between these two teams, but Tree of Life available for Vanos. He's getting free regrowth. He's powering through this kidney shot. Regrowth after regrowth, and manages to stabilize. Luxia, his team needs to stall for about 20 more seconds. If he can get to that tree farm, he's going to be sitting pretty to potentially take the game, but he gets a little sip here. Luxia's trying to sneak away and get a sip, but his team is exposed. He moves forward, dispels off the Chaos Nova stun onto Tony. Tony's moving for the blind. Vanos is being greedy here, trying to sit it, but Existence doesn't have defensives. I don't know if he's going to get away with this. He's caught into a full stun. He drinks out of the stun right away, but now he's into a scatter shot, and that could be lights out for Existence. Is he going to survive? 1 second left. There's no cooldowns here for him to heal, and he is getting swarmed and taken out, as Tony will be able to finish him. And MYWAY pull off a game 1 victory, but that was definitely as close as it could come here. I was starting to think that Vanos might have a shot thanks to that drink, but the time that he took to drink also put him behind so much to the point where he couldn't recover.
Yeah, it did start getting really, really close at the end. You know, I wonder if they could have actually just tried to pull back to the pillar after Vanos got that drink. He was ahead significantly in mana. Luxia did have a shorter cooldown on his innervate because he actually used it earlier. They are still playing it out, so potentially some possibility there, but it's very hard as a Destro lock to like solo 100 to 0 someone here. I don't think it's going to happen. The Infernal is back up, so we will see if they can make some magic happen here, but Infernian's going to get kicked, and the pressure is coming in. Looks like Vanos knows it over, so he has forfeited there, and first game going to go to MYWAY. But yeah, I wonder, you know, after that drink came through for Vanos, he still had, I think it was about, 10, 15 seconds or so on his Iron Bark when Existence went down. And I wonder if they should have actually just tried to pull back to the pillar, try to play a little bit defensive, wait till that Iron Bark is back up to kind of, allow them to stabilize somewhat here. Because it was very, very difficult for Vanos to kind of heal through these goes. You could see Existence's health is just ping-ponging up and down. Even with full pre-hots, there's no dispels really coming out, but Existence was getting rocked, and this full blind comes over on Vanos. He does sit through this at this earlier stage, but then he's getting intimed. You see all the CC coming through. He actually trinkets the intim's done. Then the scatter comes through. And this is one of those difficult situations where it's like, sure, you successfully sat through the blind, but you sat an 8-second CC, and then you actually trinket out on intim afterwards. So you're kind of just putting yourself behind, and maybe he should have just trinketed that blind instantly.
Yeah, it's a tough call. I mean, right here, does he have death mark? It's the only thing I'm thinking is maybe he's thinking if I trinket, I'm going to get death marked and died. But it's like you're pretty much all dead. He also got a demon proc, so Existence is kiting. Like, yeah, kind of feels okay, but then it's like he just immediately loses all of his health and just dies through NS in the final moment. So like, I feel like I don't really completely question the line of thinking there, because like I'm sure he's died many times. At least I have to deathmark on rogue, so it's like deathmark's coming out.
Anyone who's played a druid has. Actually, anyone who's played WoW has. Let's just scratch that. So yeah, I mean, I hear you for sure. It can be really difficult to desync your trinket from deathmark, right? Like, so I get why he's sitting through that, but I also think in those late game situations, it's really, really tough because that the Hunter CC is guaranteed, right? BM Hunter CC is guaranteed. There's no avoiding Intim stun. There's no avoiding scatter shot. Sure, you have reverse and you have whatnot, but like Intim into scatter is more than enough. You're going to fall so far behind because their DH was just getting rocked. So like maybe he should have just tried to early trinket and then pray that they could, handle Deathmark some other way. But either way, maybe it was just actually checkmate at that point. So because Deathmark, they didn't even need Deathmark to kill him, right? They had Deathmark in about 5 seconds, and they had gotten the Druid's Trinket. So probably either way, they were dead in a couple seconds there.
I'm wondering has Vanos played Preservation at any point throughout these cups? Because I
feel like he has. But I'm not 100% sure.
I'm wondering if that's just better with
this
comp.
Confirmation on that, but
they're taking their time to lock in, so they're debating something here. What are they really debating? Are they going to run a Wizard Cleave on Empyrean Domain? They just want the big map so the rogue doesn't move around everywhere and get all the crowd control that he needs to get for free? Are they considering Demonology instead? And maybe Ellie, like go back to one of their OG compositions? There's a lot of questions here and there.
Vanos has played Evoker, so I just got that confirmed, and Frankie can play Assassination Rogue, so they could play Destro Assassination with Frankie. So like I think maybe it would be worth trying, but instead they're going back to a Wizard Cleave. You called it. They're going to a big map. They are going to Wizard, and it is Demo. So I don't know. I mean, they did play this in the previous series. It didn't work out on that one. Frankie actually just got trained down incredibly quickly. So maybe they feel like, hey, it was more of a play error than a composition error, and they can kind of fix things in that way. But honestly, I just feel like Demo is so weak these days. It feels so hard to actually finish people off. But perhaps if he can just put out enough CC, then Frankie can kind of do that work for him.
I think it's probably going to be the name of the game. Just spam fear. You're more like a crowd control utility warlock spec. on this. And I mean, I hate getting crowd controlled by Demo Lock. It's just you're cold, you're stunned, you're feared, you're feared, you're feared. Like you can get really tilting. The fact that he doesn't have like counterspell really anymore because the minute cooldown isn't really a big deal because it's like what you're gonna counterspell the druid that's gonna cast clone. I don't think Luxia is gonna cast clone, so I don't really think it's a big deal that he doesn't have a spell lock. But when you fight wizard classes, it becomes a much bigger struggle as demonology, especially ones that can root your pets, line of sight them really easily, and sometimes your pets just stop attacking and they don't even begin attacking again in a lot of situations, which can be really frustrating on the specialization. But in this instance, I think it's okay. I think that an Axe Toss and a Stormkeeper Lightning Bolt could definitely kill a Hunter or a Rogue, and a Demo Lock is really good at protecting an Ellie in this scenario. So I can understand the line of play and the line of thinking that they're trying to make here, but I don't think they can rely on it on small maps where they're going to get run down. So they can use it here for like 2 maps if this goes to a game 5, but I think they're going to need something else when we get to that point on game 5.
It's just interesting, right? Because you have to basically think like, can Frankie kind of do it by himself? Because you'll almost have to, right? The demo pressure is relatively low. I mean, if you're going to get completely ignored, you can play like Big Nether Portal, but that spec has just been like way worse ever since they basically changed how demo worked and really buffed oh god, Tyrant, right? Like ever since they buffed Tyrant, you kind of like are forced to almost play Tyrant CD, it feels like, in your spec, because that's so much of your damage, you kind of have to. So like the only benefit you get with free casting with that is you're getting like some more handle cooldowns out and stuff, but honestly it doesn't really even matter when you're playing 4-piece. Like you're getting enough procs that you free casting doesn't really change that much, is basically what I'm getting at. So it's kind of like, can Frankie really get enough damage out when he's, you know, kind of being peeled for and left alone? That's kind of their hope. But with an Assassination Rogue and a BM Hunter both just kind of glued to Frankie, which is what I'm expecting to happen, like, can he solo people? That's kind of the question, right? You know, sure, Demo has better CC and has better setup because you have Axe Toss, but at the same time, I feel like if you play these wizard comps and if you play like potentially Destro or something like that, maybe it could work better because you can kind of just go triangle formation, and then whichever wizard is free can actually really punish with free casting. Because if you ignore a Destro Warlock, they can actually really hurt you, right? And then you can just play Efflorescence, and you can play just like have your Ellie sitting in the middle of the map, and then the Destro Warlock is 40 yards away, just free casting the entire game. And then I think it becomes really, really threatening. So we'll see. They're obviously, you know, going to be less setup if you play that style, so maybe they're worried that MYWAY can kind of just like keep bouncing back and forth to the pillar, or maybe that the Destro would be trained. I'm not sure, but we'll see what they can get done. I just don't feel like I have a lot of confidence in Demo. I haven't been seeing Demo do well at all lately.
Okay, well, this is what they're putting their lives on the line here. This is literally their qualifications to make it to the European Grand Finals. So if they can't win this series, they're going to have to play the final boss of the gauntlet. And there's quite a few scary teams in that gauntlet that could potentially outdo them. Really excited for that tournament. The first time we're running a tournament like that, single elimination boss style, where they just run through each other until they reach the final boss, which could be Team HUHU or could be MYWAY. Team HUHU bringing in the Demonology Warlock here on Empyrean Domain. I think it makes sense strategically. It makes sense on paper here, but will it actually work when it comes to actually playing it out? We're about to get started. Will MYWAY advance to match point?
Yeah, we'll find out. It's going to be an interesting one. You know, you definitely have to try to get that perfect setup in the middle of the map. You know, allow this Warlock, if he's not the target, if Frankie is the target as I'm expecting him to be, this Warlock has got to be playing in the face of Luxia, harassing Kasu and Tony. You know, non-stop disruption here, spamming out those fears, trying to really create space for Frankie and make Vanos' job a lot easier. So we'll see if he's going to be able to do it and how Tony wants to open, because he is moving forward now. Vanos, you know, does have that mushroom down in the center of the map, and there are the Groats now coming out. Groat onto Infernian, Groat onto Frankie. There's the Kidney onto Frankie. We saw the Thunderstorm come out, but Tony didn't get knocked back at all. And the Axe Toss now going to be used onto Tony, trying to get that damage out onto him, and he does get hit pretty hard, actually forcing the NS out of Luxia already.
All right, we see Tony retreating away. Tony doesn't have kidney shot. He's going to sit at the pillar. This is the advantage of the Demo Lock. The Bladestorming pets will cleave 3 targets if they try and turtle, and they got Earthquake as well, AoEing the team. This could be a way to kind of chokehold, run them out of mana if they want to just do hit and runs. Big blast of damage on the Kasu. He's going to feign death to reset those dots. Now he's disengaging in, getting aggressive towards Vanos as if he wants to go for some crowd control, but he's also taking quite a bit of damage while he's crossing the map. He has to get Iron Barked by Luxia. And he's just posted up here at the pillar, line of sighting for now, not making any big commitments, although he is getting close to Vanos here. They're going to go for a blind instead while Tony is in range. Tony gets stunned and Frankie is out of there. He is behind the pillar, says, I'm not dealing with this today. And they actually don't get a sap or a trap off the blind. So this is a really good position for Team HUHU.
Yeah, so far it's been going really, really well for HUHU. I mean, MYWAY just pulled back as soon as the Tyrant was dropped. You know, Infernian summoned Tyrant right off the get-go. He also Grimoire fell-guarded, so they just pillared that, and then they're going offensive. But they really haven't gotten much with his push whatsoever. We'll see if they can start to get something more, but, you know, not even getting the Trinket with that blind feels really, really bad. There's the scatter onto Vanos. He tried to meld it, but he gets flared out. The scatter comes through. Now the Intim Stun coming through, and they're actually training onto Infernian. There's into the kidney. Just that actually wild charges back to Infernian, dodging any sort of a trap that was going to be able to come out. And Infernian has really not been pressured that heavily. He hasn't had to actually use his shield wall. His Tyrant is coming back up here in about a second, so he's going to look for it. He's just going to pop it out immediately. And I think we're going to see Tony and Kasu just continue to try to pillar this. You don't want that Tyrant to be free casting. You can see it over behind that pillar. I'm not sure if it got mass entangled there or what, but Vanos now into the scatter. The trap is going to come out this time. It is that DR trap off of that, but there's the Axe Toss onto Kasu, and he's a lot of trouble. He's going to have to pop the turtle. Will need to be picked back up, but Luxia is into the fear and really struggling to actually heal through this pressure.
I think that this is looking amazing for Team HUHU right now. They're so far ahead. Double Shadow Fury by Infernion around the corner. Luxia clutches out a heal. Frankie into the smoke bomb. They're trying to make some miracles happen, but Vanos is able to duck into it and get some big heals. The big problem right now for Vanos is mana. He's going to have to find opportunities to drink while his team can stay alive. They got Earthquakes behind the pillar. They got Pets and Felguards, Bladestorm, and look at the cleave damage right now. They're pushing for a triple, but Luxia's Tree of Life is stalling and now enabling him to get his team back to full health at this point, but perhaps not. The Dreadstalker's in as well. Cass is disengaging away from the pillar. Doesn't want to stack that cleave up onto Luxia. Try and get a little bit of distance, and that's really important positioning by Cass. He does not want to stand directly on top of Luxia for any amount of time because that Blade Storm is going to start adding up damage. Vanos, he's stunned in the backline. A sniped trap. Does it get grounded? No, the grounding totem is killed, and the freezing trap will land. This is an opportunity for themselves to put them back in the game. Can they get anything here into a full blind? Vanos decides to trinket. They're going to kill Vanos. He's got no trinket. He's garroted. This next kidney shot, if they just go all in on him, I think that they could take him out here.
Yeah, they're going to go on Infernian as well. They're actually just going to turn it around onto him. They actually drop it onto him, but he has the racial, so he actually just uses that dwarf racial, and Tony Farrell is the one that may go down here. Actually has to trinket out of that Axe Toss. There was a lasso over on Luxia. It actually gets interrupted by Kasu, though, so allowing him to heal Tony back up. But instead of going on to Vanos, they use the Death Mark onto Infernian, and he just pops that dwarf racial right onto it and is able to remove it immediately. So not getting much out of the death mark whatsoever, but Infernian again into this kidney. They're trying to keep that damage rolling. Vanos is pretty far behind in mana, and his Innervate is so far away, so he's not going to have that available for a really long time. Kasu and Luxia just kind of hiding back here behind that pillar, trying to avoid as much damage as possible. Tony's out in the middle of the map trying to get the pressure rolling, but he's into an Axe Toss, and he's got no trinket. Unfortunately, no pressure coming out from Frankie and Infernian. They just kind of use that defensively, retreat back to the pillar, and now a kidney over there onto Frankie. The coil coming out on that peel, trying to disrupt this CC chain over on a Vanos, and they're able to do it. No trap landing on a Vanos for now, so a good disruption there from Infernian and Frankie, shutting down Kasu, as Luxia is actually going to use the Trank here, trying to immune some CC, trying to stay out of that, trying to keep his team top. Now Tree is back available again, so in a pretty decent situation, but Vanos has been catching up on mana.
Yeah, let's see if they can keep it going. Frankie's got no Astral Shift. Vanos is in Tree of Life. He needs to max range crowd control, but he's stunned up. Grounding Totem, but he's stunned. He can't get it. A full trap. This is going to be it for Frankie. If they lose here, I think it might be the entire series unraveling for them. And Infernion's doing everything he can. He fears Tony away and buys time. Frankie manages to escape by the skin of his teeth. Now Luxia trying to recover. He's got nothing left. Double Shadow Fury behind the pillar. Kasu is targeted down. Aspect of the Turtle 13 seconds away. He's caught into a coil. Lava Bursts are flying in. If Frankie procs a lava, this is going to be lights out for him. He does get behind the pillar before that Axe Toss. Now they're switching their attention to Tony, but another kidney shot. Iron Barked immediately. Nature Swiftness, but a full blind. Does he sit through it? Does he try and trinket? He's going to trinket and respect the damage here. His team is so close to a kill. 10 seconds away from Cloak of Shadows, but now Deathmark is available as well. Scatter into Freezing Trap. Frankie could be in trouble, but Tony is. Is he going to go down? 4 seconds away, 3 seconds away, 2 seconds away from his Cloak of Shadows. He's sending the Deathmark, but he gets stunned on it, but the dots are already ticking, and there's not much defense. Actually, he's going to be able to Fire Blood it off and use Cloak of Shadows on the opposite side to deny the kill, but Kasu gets swapped. Big Earth Shock. He feigned deaths off the dots. Luxia is trying to drink. Vanos is trying to drink. They're trying to squeeze in whatever opportunities they can to get mana, but Luxia, he got nothing, and he's got nothing for Tony in terms of cooldowns as well. Evasion's going to be a little bit effective against the Pets. Infernion gates away on the trap on 10%. He cannot go down in this game. If they go down 2 points, I think it's going to be it for them overall. Infernion, it just can't recover. Vanos has no mana. He squeezes a Nature Swiftness out with absolutely nothing to keep Infernion at half, but they connect again with another another kidney shot. They're all over him, and Frankie's trying to carry the game. Casu blocks it with Aspect of the Turtle. Infernion's trying to run. Vanos tries to drink. Casu stands on top of him and denies the drink, and with no mana left here, there's got to be no way Infernion survives, but he's actually managed to get away from the rogue. He's hiding behind the pillar. Can Frankie carry the game is the question. You said it in the pregame. Frankie needs to solo something right now if they're going to pull this off. Lightning Lasso, they're desperate, but a kidney is going to connect. There's no trinket, and they're going to drop the bomb and finish him. And this is devastation for Team HUHU, being down 2 points in this series to qualify to the grand finals.
Yeah, and that was such a close one. The later minutes of that game were really, really back and forth. Both druids pretty much completely tapped out. And honestly, after that previous death mark was actually used onto the warlock, and he was able to just use the dwarf racial, remove that immediately. It started feeling like they had a really good chance to win this game. Started feeling like they were able to stabilize, but just kind of too little at the end. You know, warlocks are not the most mobile. You know, they are kind of just eating damage nonstop, whereas it felt like on the other side, MYWAY was able to avoid more of the damage. Just Casu was kind of glued to this pillar for the most part. Tony is always taking damage, but you know, he's just that one target that Luxia is having to heal, where largely Casu was avoiding damage throughout most of this game. And I think that made such a big difference, just how he's playing. You know, early turtle here, pushing in, keeping Vanos out of that drink. Vanos, you know, desperately needed mana here to try to keep his warlock afloat. Wasn't really able to get it. You know, they get these stuns on Casu. Every time he's pushing in for a trap, they try to harass him. They try to get damage rolling on him. But it's these limited opportunities compared to the damage that is coming out on this warlock. You know, you have this BM Hunter. You can't really avoid that damage whatsoever. And in those final moments, you know, Infernion just had nothing left, and Vanos did not have anywhere close to enough mana to actually heal through the damage.
You can see it on the scoreboard here. Like, if Casu and Tony are keeping up with Frankie, like, I don't think that this is going to work for them. That's like best case scenario. If they can't win here, they're definitely not going to win on a small map. So at this point, it's either you go one of two directions. You either play something you've never played before, or you probably play like your main composition and just stick through it and try and make it work, even if it doesn't feel favored in this situation.
I mean, this one was honestly pretty close. Like, they did way better than I thought they were going to be able to do. You know, in that previous series, Frankie kind of just died very, very quickly. I mean, this game almost lasted as long as the 3 games combined of their they lost 3-0. So this one was way closer, right? This is a 7-minute game. This was down to the wire. So, you know, maybe there's some way that they can kind of make it work. I will say that Frankie and Infernion did a really good job of harassing Casu every single time he tried to push for a trap, because the druid can't do anything about it. Vanos can't do anything about Intim. There's no way to avoid the instant stun coming out from the BM Hunter. You're going to get trapped off that. So it's up to your teammates to really harass and avoid that. And they were really good with coils, lightning lassos, fears, axe tosses to try to shut that down as much as possible, which I think, you know, was a big reason that they were able to kind of keep going as long as they could. But it's just very, very difficult to actually finish people off. And I think that's where Dima has struggled ever since the demonic strength nerfs, where before you had this instant blade storm that did so much damage, and it was so easy to get that burst damage out. You know, your big damage now is all about Tyrant, and every single time he pops Tyrant, they're just LOSing it, right? And it's not really, so it's like, even though his damage was reasonable, like, yes, he did, I don't know, 2 million less than most people in this game. He has a lot of control, but his damage just almost feels like fake damage, because it's just like mostly imp damage and pet damage and whatever. It's draining the opponent's mana, but it's never giving you that finishing power that some of these other specs have. So, you know, I know it's risky to swap over. I know there's less control for Destro. Maybe you won't be able to last as long, but I feel like Destro gives you more of a chance to actually close out a game compared to Demo. So, like, I would love to see them, even if they want to try to play the same comp, just play Destro, try something different. You've already lost 5 straight games to them in this event, right? Like, I don't think that there's that much to lose at this point with mixing something up, because I think it's really hard to see them reverse sweeping against this team that they've lost 5 straight games to.
All right, this is it. It's game 3. It's match point. If MYWAY win this, they secure themselves in the top 3 for Europe. They got a spot in the grand finals. If Team HUHU managed to reverse sweep, they can steal it away, but it's looking like a rough ride. They put up solid defense. They lasted as long as they could, but they just couldn't close out the game. And that's what they're going to need to focus on here in game number 3, is finishing off MYWAY at the point when they've run out of mana and defensives. And you can see them taking the midfield here, getting the hots up, getting the efflorescence, getting ready for the warlock to be the target. But they've always gone Frankie in the opener, so a bit surprised to see them bunker down so heavily on the warlock. But they do scatter the Ellie behind the pillar. Looks like they want to try and root trap him or trap him behind there, but it didn't look like it landed. Casu just line of sighting, playing it slow, at the moment, but is taking quite a bit of damage, even though he's not in really a line of sight of anybody. Is he just going to die in the opener here? Cenarian Ward comes out. Big hots onto Casu. Nice swift men timing by Luxia, refreshing the duration of all those hots. Casu's going to be very durable, so they need to switch off the Cenarian Ward to Tony, and that's what they're doing. They're summoning in the Demonic Tyrant. They kick it. They stall it. They want to get aggressive with that kick. The Fel Pets are rooted up at the moment. It's a really good root by Luxia on that Grimmar Fel Guard, trying to make sure it's not getting double hit by 2 Blade Storming Fel Guards. But now might want to focus on running away as they aren't rooted anymore. Tony in the middle of the map is getting blasted. He drops the smoke bomb, has to Shadow Step to reconnect, and he's right on the edge of the smoke bomb. Vanos into a stun, looking to try and find a trap, goes for a scatter instead. But Tony, man, look at that. Damn, is he gonna cloak? He's at 10%, and he's being so greedy. Manages to survive with just the vanish at that point. And the offense of Team HUHU is looking pretty solid so far. Unfortunately, it hasn't got them that Cloak of Shadows just yet, though.
Yeah, I mean, Frankie just was teeing off onto Tony there, and they tried to do their go during Tyrant, so Tyrant was actually pumping away on Tony Farrell as well. It has expired now, so they are going to be able to get aggressive, and look at Luxia pushing in across the map there, trying to reposition here. Tony, though, again, into the Axe Toss, is going to be taking some heat here from Frankie, who's going to get counter shot on that lasso, so he is interrupted, now bashed up as well, trying to keep this pressure here rolling onto Frankie, while Vanos just repositioning away from them, trying to stay away from Casu as best as he possibly can. But we'll see if he's going to be able to do it. Casu just hugging this pillar with Luxia, trying to avoid damage, trying to make sure that mostly it's only Tony that Luxia really has to deal with. And there is now that kidney shot coming in, but it's actually going to be stunned by that Earth Elemental at the same time. So a good job peeling that up by Frankie. Infernian looking for the fear onto Luxia out of the Axe Toss, but it's going to be counter shot again by Casu, so not able to really land the CC on Luxia, who's just kind of sitting back, still has that trinket remaining and is doing a good job, but mana is much closer this time around, and we'll have to see, can either of these druids actually find a moment to try to get away, get a little bit of sip of mana, because it really could be the difference maker. But Frankie, again, in a lot of trouble here. The kidney shot is pumping out damage. He's going to be coiled off, though, and spam fears coming out from Infernian onto Tony Farrell is really all that kept Frankie alive there.
Oh man, insane utility usage there from Team HUHU. They survive, but they're finding it a struggle to finish off somebody. They stun Casu, but it's on diminishing return. He's going to easily walk that off. Here comes the Tyrant, and Tony, he's trying to run. He's in the middle of the map with that Tyrant, the Fel Obelisk. He's pinned by the Lightning Totem and has to use Cloak of Shadows right away in this position. So it was a great trap set up by Team HUHU to get Tony in that position, but now they got to close while he's got no Cloak of Shadows. He's trying to run away, gets rooted. All those demons chasing him down. Double Shadow Fury around the corner, but Casu should be able to get there in a moment. He's stuck here. He's going to feign death. He's actually just staying aggressive. Is this the right move? Is Rogue's hiding behind the pillar? He takes a huge Earth Shock. Cenarian Ward's going to come up. They need to swap to Tony. There's no reason to attack into the Cenarian Ward right now, and they do swap to Tony, but he's in a kidney shot now. How is Frankie going to deal with Deathmark here? If he trinkets, he can't stone form right away. He waits out the stun, gets the stone form, removing all of those powerful and potent bleed effects, and now Vanos will be able to stabilize. Tony, no cloak for 2 minutes. No Cenarian Ward. He just used it. Luxia gets into a full fear. Great plays by Infernion. He's got to play aggressive and harass Luxia, and he actually gets a trinket with that fear. If he can sneak in and find another one of those before the Cloak of Shadows comes up, that's going to be their win condition.
Yeah, and it's getting a bit awkward because Casu and Luxia are on different pillars. So Casu is actually an easy target now at this point. Luxia is being pulled out to actually heal up both of these people. Casu now on the push. He gets the scatter, but a great axe toss from Infernian. Perfectly timed there. Denies the trap and actually keeps his druid out of that CC. That would have been massive for Casu if he was able to land it. Now the Tranquility is actually coming out from Luxia. Luxia is being pulled into these awkward spots here, so they're actually going to have to go onto Infernian to try to shut down some of this CC. You can see the kidney shot now, though, expiring onto Infernian. And it's Tony that's in some trouble. 35 seconds until he has that cloak. Casu's looking to push, but there's not really any reason to right now. They don't have a kidney available, and they don't really have any damage rolling. Now that counter shot comes in on Infernium, and an axe toss again over there onto Tony Farrell. A huge Urshock did come through, but the Swiftman was ready. Luxia and Vanos both running on fumes of mana at this point. Really, it's going to come down to the wire here. It feels like Frankie, though, into that kidney shot, getting crushed at the moment. The peels coming through from Infernian. Again, the Shadow Fury, the Spam Fears are coming out there. They're trying to keep Luxia from drinking, but he did get a little bit of mana. He got about 10% back there, and that is that difference. That is the lead that they have right now, but Tony could go down. He got Cloak in one. He should be okay. He should be okay. Coming out of that, he's going to have to use the Cloak, and they want to keep the push going. Do they actually fight into this Demonic Tyrant, though, because it's off cooldown? They have a kidney to interrupt it now. Are they going to try to just fully commit to sending it?
And Ferdinand's got a lot of kicks around him right now. He's trying to get some space before he goes for it at this moment in time. He's still holding it. This Demonic Tyrant has to win the game, I think, because Vanos has no mana here. There's no cloak. There it is. The Fell Obelisk is down. Tony needs to line of sight the Tyrant, but there's Pets Bladestorming after him. Is he going to survive here? I'm surprised to not see him evasion to dodge those Bladestorm hits right now, but they're stepping in for the kidney shot. Smoke Bomb is down. Vanos gets stunned. No trinket available. It's match point. In MYWAY are going through to the grand finals.
Oh, look at Luxia. He is popping off, screaming in the camera there in the bottom left. Really pumped about making it to the grand finals. They secure it. They 3-0 Team HUHU back-to-back times in this fourth and final cup. Such a massive win for them, guaranteeing their spot in that grand finals where all the prize money, all the pride is on the line. A massive, massive win for them. But Team HUHU, are not out of the running just yet. They will be that final boss in the gauntlet, which is going to be so much fun to watch. Everyone from 4th all the way down to 8th will be in that gauntlet, and will have their opportunity to try to fight all the way to the finals of that gauntlet where HUHU will be waiting for them.
All right, Team HUHU, you're going to get to be the final boss. Definitely a scary one here, but if they do manage to make it through into that 4th place position from the gauntlet, they're going to need a better answer. And one thing to also take into consideration is that I think 10.0, I don't know when that's coming out exactly, but if it comes out before the finals, there's a lot of nerfs coming to Resto Druid. And a lot of these teams are using Resto Druid. Like, you're not going to be able to get Germination and all the Life Bloom healing talents at the same time. Those ones are all getting scattered. It could actually, in fact, completely destroy the viability for Resto Druid in competitive play. So for these teams that are focusing so heavily on it, I hope that they've got a backup moving forward just in case, that situation happens.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of time between now and the grand finals, and there's been so many balance changes coming out, very, very consistently. It's the grand finals aren't until March 25th, right? So there's over a month away that we have here. So a lot of changes could come between then and now. We do know the full gauntlet for Europe, though, so it's going to be so exciting. Round 1, Dragonlance Roulette versus Bane. Those teams obviously have a really long road to go, Dragonlance Roulette and Bane, to try to make that grand finals if they want to get there. They would have to win in that first round, then beat the Fiends, then beat Admirals Esports, then beat Team HUHU. But if one of those first 2 teams that are playing in the first round of the gauntlet can actually make it to the grand finals, that would be, one of those like epic runs that you're just talking about forever.
Yeah, I'm really excited for this gauntlet. This is the first time that we're going to have it. And we've got our top 3 here guaranteed their spots: Poggers, the Agents, and MYWAY, and they're just awaiting that gauntlet winner. This is going to be happening in March. We're going to get to see this final tournament play out, and with that span of time in between now and then, meta changes, even without class changes. I feel like sometimes meta changes, right? We've seen Boomkins pop up a little bit more, Marksmanship Hunter is popping up a little bit more, although those classes did get buffed recently. There is opportunities for metas to change even when there aren't balance changes in a lot of esports. So this could evolve a lot. It could be a completely different stage when we get to this point, and maybe the compositions that they're relying on aren't going to work anymore. They're going to need to break something else out. But I am very excited to see that gauntlet for Europe. We've still got North America left now as well for today. We've got to be deciding who's the top 3 there, who's going to be the gauntlet final boss, who's going to be battling it out throughout all of those series. And there's a lot on the line here for these teams. Like Liquid is one that's really standing out. And when we saw the first day of North America, we saw Luminosity Gaming bleed. Golden Guardians finally beat them. And I don't know if it's 100% confirmed on this, but apparently WizK was just sick or something and he wasn't able to play. So they just played that comp because WizK wasn't there, is to my understanding. And they won with it. So it's like, oh my god, maybe this is a blessing in disguise. Not that getting sick, I wouldn't wish illness on someone, but
some spoiled food to his house. Hey, Wiz, you hungry? Get him sick again so they can run some more Thugly or something. But yeah, I mean, Liquid, they're the ones kind of in the most like contentious place because they didn't even qualify for like the top 8 these last couple weeks, right? They got second in the first cup. We didn't even see them on broadcast the next 2 cups after that. Here they are in cup 4, again doing well. But if they want to get top 3, they've got to finish above Where's Gordy in the standings. They have to finish 1 place above them. Where's Gordy is still in the running, and for Liquid to do that, it means they have to beat Luminosity because Golden Guardians knocked down Luminosity, who are the undisputed kings of NA. This is this team that has been dominating for so long. And, they are not out of it by any means. They're still alive in that lower bracket. They want to get back up and they want to beat Golden Guardians again. So Liquid is going to have to be able to pull that off. But if they can beat Luminosity, that sets up for an incredibly to go up against Where's Gordy if Golden Guardians beats them, and potentially get that kind of head-to-head like we just saw between MYWAY and HUHU for that third spot. You know, that's kind of what I'm cheering for, is those head-to-head matchups for those incredibly important third spots.
Yeah, that Evoker,
Yeah.
one of the only teams really staying committed to it, and it enabled his team so much success in that lower side. So I think they're looking like a real threat. If there was a day for Liquid to take out Luminosity, I think that today would be that day. But they've still got borderlining godlike status. Maybe the demigods now after being knocked down to the lower bracket, but still I would include God in somewhere.
They're still gods
along
until
with
they
their
get knocked
title.
out of the lower
Yeah,
bracket,
exactly.
because they can still win this cup.
Exactly. They're not mortal until they're completely out of first place,
Yeah.
an opportunity of first place here. So I'm really excited for that. I'm excited to see what Golden Guardians bring to the table in terms of compositions. The fact that they're flexing onto more things, even if it was just a case of they had to in that situation. And also, where's Gordy? Like, how are they going to perform here? Because I feel like they've been struggling with particularly assassination rogue teams like what the Golden Guardians have. So there are good likelihoods of Where's Gordy going down here to lower bracket, and if Liquid wins and then can knock out their competition and have a run all the way through and get back into that third place, return to their former glory here in this tournament. There's a lot of storylines for it, and if they don't, they will default to the final boss of the gauntlet. So at least they've got a little bit of room to wiggle around with that.
Yeah, absolutely. Who are you preparing for? Are you preparing for every other team, right? You're going to prepare for 5th through 8th. I guess you kind of have to, because you don't know who you're going to play. So it would be incredibly important for Liquid.
To be fair, looking at 7th through 8th, we got Silver Sentinels RMP, we got Ascension probably aren't. Now maybe Ascension plays. I think Rogue's a little bit good right now. We'll have to wait and see what happens from now to then, though. Maybe something does happen, and then these guys got to break stuff out. Silver Sentinels did play that Warrior Mage a little bit.
Yeah.
Throughout this tournament, so they might flex onto something and essentially be able to deal with rogues. You're gonna be preparing pretty effectively as the last boss of the gauntlet for this here, and that I mean they're going to be tested on it right away with Luminosity, right? Like this is like the top dog of the Assassination Rogue Shadow Priest, Luminosity here. Just take on the beast right away and see what you can do. I'm really excited to start North America here. We got to figure out who's going to be our champion. Is Luminosity going to bleed? Are they going to be deemed mortals here in the North American region? We will find out after this break.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are now heading over to the North American region, and the first series that we're going to see here is a big one. A lot on the line here for Liquid, and they are going to be heading up against Luminosity Gaming, Sid.
Yeah, this is it. This is the last chance here. Their performance has been lacking for these last two cups, but on Saturday they really popped off. They had multiple comps. I saw Mez on Frost Death Knight. Cedo on Evoker particularly was really shining. Like you can tell, like he wants to get back into that top position and return to glory here. But they're going to face the hardest team in North America the first round in this, and they've got to have a deep run. They've got to outperform Where's Gordy if they want that top 3 position, and this is going to be their first and probably ultimate test. What do they have prepared? They're bringing in Mez here for game number 1 on the Death Knight. Trill on the Havoc Demon Hunter and Cedo on the Evoker. They're just going back to the bread and butter.
They certainly are. Let's see what they can do here. This is a big one here for Liquid. They've got to beat Luminosity if they want to make it into that top 8. So this is a really tremendous amount of pressure on the line here for Liquid. So let's see what they can do. I mean, like Sid already said, they've been struggling quite a bit here ever since that first cup, but they've had a huge turnaround here this weekend. So already we're seeing Prev go about halfway down here in this opener. Let's see what they can do here with Mez and Trill bringing in the DK Demon Hunter. They played that Windwalker DK on Friday, or on Saturday, excuse me. But they're switching up a little bit here against Luminosity.
They get a triple stun in the opener. They get a trinket from Prev. They're getting pressure onto Brain. Decent damage coming out right now from Liquid, looking really threatening. They're pushing for that dispersion. Prev's trying to kite. Mez now under fire. Cedo in a gouge. Has to trinket. Drake's moving over to try and crowd control him out of that. Maybe even just attack him. A hammer of justice. Everyone is dead. Trill, what are you going to do? He's going to duck for cover here. Is he going to trade the darkness? So greedy there. He does manage to get back to his healer and break up the chain. Now Trill going for the hunt. Gets bopped on the hunt. So 2 Blessing of Protections out of the way. But Cedo needs to find a way to stabilize. He's got no trinket. He pre-walls, anticipating a kidney shot death mark here. Instead, they just go after Trill with the kidney shot. They drop the anti-magic zone. They're trying to recover throughout the attack. Drake immediately dispelled out of Imprison. Kicks the dream projection of Cedo, but Trill, Mez, and Cedo, they're all just dying. They drop Darkness and Emerald Communion to try and recover. Those are 2 major defensives, and they're still not fully recovered from that. Trill at half health gets a triple stun and forces dispersion right at the last possible second. If they can get Divine Shield here from Brain, it would be critical. Trill's trying to go for it, but he gets stunned. Cedo is silenced. Trill, he trinkets. He's trying to reconnect, but now he won't be able to trinket Netherwalk using the trinket in this position. So the next kidney shot could be the end of the game here for Liquid.
Now let's see what they can do. Trill, there's that Netherwalk out from him. He has got basically nothing left in terms of defensive cooldown, so he's going to have to rely on Cedo and his self-healing to stay stabilized. But he's getting topped up. Mez is as well, so they're going to be okay for just a little bit longer here. Prev kind of trying to run away from Mez at the moment here in the middle. You got Drake on top of each other too. In the middle of the map, Prev super low. He's gonna be fine though for now, but he trades out that void shift. Oh my gosh, so much damage coming out from both sides here. Prev trying to run away.
They're doing it.
Be the end for the second here. Is he gonna close it out, Sid?
Desperate prayer. He's holding on. Trill gets stunned, and they're turning it around right at the last second here. Luminosity Gaming going to close out game number 1, but Liquid certainly made it a close race. They're still trying to play it out with just Mez and Cedo here. I mean, we've seen a lot of Death Knights carrying these 2v3s, but I do think they're a little bit too far behind at this point for them to be able to actually pull it off. But Mez wants to try and keep this going, obviously. Maybe even just take the time in the end of this game to talk about what they're going to do in the next round. They survived a huge amount of time. I think a lot came down to that one moment where they had to use Darkness and Emerald Communion at the same time, because usually one of those cooldowns is enough on their own, so you would like to split them up to stagger the game a little bit longer. But the fact that so much damage had already occurred at that point, they had to use both to be able to recover, put them in a situation where they're just playing from behind.
Yeah, we're gonna look at the final moments here. I mean, you can just see in just a second how close they were to be able to shutting down Prev, but a last-minute turnaround for Luminosity getting that Game 1 victory.
I can't believe how close this was on Prev. Like, look at this at the end of the game. Like, he gets Void Shift off at like, what, 10, 20, 30% maybe? Actually, it's a big heal from Brain, and then they get Void Shift through. Like, look, if that pet stun came in, if Mez Little Ghoul stunned him like a quarter of a second faster, he wouldn't have got that off. And then they almost kill him again after the Void Shift. And if that stun had hit Brain, probably would have got only a trinket, but at that point, look, you got nothing. You got no Darkness, no Emerald Communion, you're crowd controlled. You've ran your limit at that point. for the side of Liquid. You can't keep it going any longer. But if any of these little tiny things had happened differently, particularly if they had the ability to stun Prev to stop him from using Void Shift. Was it Lay on Hands? It might have been Lay on Hands that actually enabled Brain to recover. So they got Lay on Hands and Void Shift in one push is what I'm thinking it was here. Brain is in prison. He's got Lay on Hands and he presses it. Yeah, so they killed him through Lay on Hands. Cedar gets a sleepwalk, then they get Void Shift. And look at, if Prev got pet stunned, it's literally just a quarter of a second faster. Prev might honestly just be dead at that point. So even just a minor difference here could be the factor for Liquid to be able to pull off a win. Certainly not counting them out here, but Luminosity is looking threatening as ever.
Yeah, most definitely. And, just as a reminder, if you're just not tuning in, we're actually here in the lower bracket. Luminosity got sent down here by Golden Guardians yesterday. So we know that the impenetrable force that is Luminosity Gaming is able to be faltered. But that was Golden Guardians, and now this is Liquid, and they're playing a completely different composition here in round one at least. So do you think they switch it up? I mean, we saw them play Windwalker DK last time, Liquid. Do you think that's something that could work here with Luminosity?
It's just really hard for a Windwalker against a Paladin and an Assassination Rogue. Like, that's just like a deathly combo. It's also kind of a deathly combo as a Demon Hunter. But like the threat and the trades for your leg sweeps are so infrequent that it's really efficient for a Paladin to trade. Demon Hunter is more threatening because their stuns are lower cooldown. It's like a difference between like a 30-second burst cycle and a minute burst cycle between a Demon Hunter and a Windwalker. And Windwalker is harder to survive. You at least get a little bit of self-sustainability with the Demon Hunter in this scenario. So I think that's where it's understandable for them to be locking in this composition. They're locking in Dalaran, so they're definitely setting themselves up here for another cleave run. So what's it going to be? Are they going to try something different? Was that game, maybe they made a slight modification? They think that game could have gone differently. They're going to be staying with the same comp, playing the main specializations, and trying to make it work. One thing that might be curious is they spent a lot of time on Prev. But I feel like a lot of teams, when you focus Shadow Priest, it just doesn't work out. There's too many defensives. Like if they had been going on Drake, maybe they would have cut that line shorter. They wouldn't have had to get through a dispersion, and maybe they could have ended the game faster in that match. Maybe when they got the triple stun, maybe going after Brain instead might be an option for them. That might get Divine Shield in something like the opener if they get a triple stun. So picking their targets throughout this game, I think is going to be very important for Liquid.
Yeah, well, we'll have to see how it does work out. I mean, they were really super close at one point to getting Prev down, but maybe it's just enough to focus Drake more as we head into this second game. But, like we were kind of saying, I mean, I know you guys covered it last round and in the beginning of this matchup too, but I mean, this is a big one for Liquid. We haven't seen them into the top 8 yet until this weekend. You don't count Cup number 1, like we saw them in Cup number 1, and now they're here back again trying to defend their spot in top 8, get enough points to just squeak by into that top 8 to make it into the gauntlet. So if they don't win this one, their chances are basically done for them. So there's a lot running here, and already losing that game number 1 may prove to be detrimental, but we'll see if they can do better here on Dalaran Sewers. So I don't know. I mean, the smaller map should hopefully help as well. But if they do want to go after Drake, like what is that going to change for them? Like what do they want to try and do basically to make that happen?
I mean, it's just stun Rogue, in-cap Paladin, burst Rogue. At that point, it's kind of just the standard way of killing a Rogue is to stun them and CC their healer at the same time with whatever you can get. Maybe they can use Sleepwalk on Shadow Priest. I'm not sure. At the same time, they did get a lot of pressure on Shadow Priest, but I just feel like the line is there's so many more cooldowns to go through when you attack Shadow Priest as opposed to crowd control them. And it looks like Prev actually isn't wearing a standard trinket. So he could actually be really exposed to things like Sleepwalk on a go. You Sleepwalk the Shadow Priest, stun the Rogue, and then in-cap the Paladin. Prev can't trinket swap out of Sleepwalk because he's not wearing a trinket. He's getting really greedy with this build. He's playing human, so he can trinket stun if he's the target, but he can't trinket any other crowd control to be able to save with Void Shift. So if they see that opportunity, they might be able to seize something like that and punish. I also think attacking Paladin. I really think Paladin can be a really good target. Yeah, I mean, that's the only thing. I think that's why they're respecting it, and they didn't really even look at him too much. Looks like Prev's going to be the initial target. Trill procs a demon, first global of the game. That's going to give him a lot of damage if he wants to push here, but they're patiently waiting for Drake. They don't want to run in the middle of the map until the rogue is out of stealth. Now they're pushing forward. Mez is soloing Prev. Mez is absolutely destroying Prev right now. Brain, he's trying to find a moment to cast. They bop him at 30%. Is he going to die through bop? This is insane damage from Mez right now. Getting almost everything here. Vampiric Embrace comes out for Prev. Now a turnaround onto Trill. Kicked on the I-beam instantly by Brain, but they're stacking them up. This is what they want, but Sidu, he's getting swapped to, has to rewind, has to time dilate. He tried to get aggressive with that deep breath, and he's getting punished. Triple stun. Sidu goes for the dream projection, removes all the Shadow Priest dots, trying to put Prev behind, but he immediately Shadow crashes them all back, and Sidu is getting clocked right now. He's getting clocked and rocked. Is he going to go down? Darkness, Emerald Communion, once again an overlap, but they do net dispersion from Prev. They're keeping themselves in the game, and that life grip gets rooted up, but Sidu, he's got to get away from Drake. He's taking too much damage. Drake's all over him right now. He pre-walls, he pre-renewing blazes. This needs to be enough. He's rescuing. He's going for the absorb shields. He's trying to recover, but Deathmark's waiting in the wings. He can't cauterize before Deathmark. He knocks the rogue away. Great knockback. Great usage of Dalaran. They're going for the kill on Prev. Can they finish him here? Void Shift comes through. Prev stays alive for a moment, but oh goodness, Trill is doing massive damage, proccing a demon, but he just can't connect. Sidu's in a stun. Will Anti-Magic Zone be enough to protect Sidu? He is silenced up. He's trying to sit through it, but he's taking so much damage. Is he going to hold on right now? I can't believe that Sidu is still alive. He gets kicked by Brain on his Spirit Bloom, but manages to do it. He manages to stay alive against Luminosity Gaming. I can't believe it here. Can they take down Prev now with this borrowed time that they've got? A kidney shot connects once again, and I think that's going to be it, unfortunately. Despite their valiant effort, their best efforts, the time has run out, and now they are on match point. And if they lose this series, they will be 4th place. They will not be guaranteed a spot in the grand finals.
Yep. This is quite scary for them. They're already here on match point. Luminosity securing first and second game, but I mean, those were really close. Both of them here, so close to getting Prev in game 1 and game 2. They just need to make that final bit of damage happen. I mean, they're so close there. You know, Sidu staying alive for so much longer than I think anyone anticipated. I wish in these moments that we had his, you know, his player cam, but we were going to see that replay also right here that I was talking about, Sid.
Again, Darkness and Emerald Communion. I feel like if Sidu uses Emerald Communion there, and they don't overlap it, then maybe they got Darkness. Maybe they get some one more setup, and I feel like that might be all that they need, because they're just like one more CC away from killing Prev. I'd really like to see a game played here where they don't get into a position where they have to. This kick from Brain Man, Sidu would have healed the full right there, wouldn't have fallen behind. He should pre-time dilates here as well. Do they just kidney into it and kill him, or does it end when they kidney? Keeping the pressure up. Time dilation also just stacks up damage. It staggers it. It makes it small, but it stacks up over time. So it's not 100% reliable. But if they had Darkness there with it, then he might have been able to survive. So that was crazy. That they were able to hold on even despite using the Darkness and the Emerald Communion at the same time. So I want to see that play out. We need a game where they're not using those 2 cooldowns, because those are 3-minute cooldowns. You're only going to see those once in a game, and if you use them at the same time, you ran like a minute. Your game is a minute shorter now, maybe 30 seconds to a minute shorter. So small map. Send this again. Try and split those cooldowns up. It's got to be, if you're going to use them late, I think it has to be Emerald Communion first. And then if you have to like pre-Darkness. It's like if he's kidneyed, you got to get Darkness down at full HP because you might die through it. There's a lot of little tiny hits that are going to hit you through the Darkness. So they definitely got to use that preemptively. But they're going in a completely different direction. What is this? Why are they? What are they doing? What are they thinking here? What is
Sam coming in?
Ashamane's fall? Are they going to mirror them with an Evoker healer?
No, there's no way. You can't mirror Luminosity.
I mean, why else would they pick a big map? There's no way they can.
Would Sam play Shadow?
Yeah, it would be Sam Shadow. It would be Trill Rogue. It would be Sidu Preservation Evoker. Because Brewmaster, no way. There's no way, dude. There's no way he's picking Brewmaster on the last pick, the last map, man. Sidu just died. Sidu's the one that died. It's not Trill dying. Sidu's just gonna die, I think. How is he not just gonna die? And also, does Brewmaster even have mortal wounds? I legitimately don't know if Brewmaster brings mortal wounds like Windwalker. It might bring it, but I'm not 100% sure. If it doesn't, then they don't have mortal wounds either. I mean, this is just This is really odd. If this works, man, this is the craziest pullout I've ever seen from a team in a tournament. Like, oh my god.
I
Like,
love this. I'm so excited.
I mean, just can we jump into the why Ashmane's Fall though? What are they thinking with the big map?
Yeah, I don't know.
The broom. They want to get Sea-Doo far away. Are they going to run at Paladin? There's no way you kill a Shadow Priest with a Brewmaster, right? How can you possibly think you can kill a Shadow Priest with this comp? I feel like it doesn't do enough damage to kill a Shadow Priest. Can you kill the Rogue? Can you? You got.
It's broken.
Why are you doing this to us, Liquid? It was looking okay. Like they were getting pretty close to winning with Demon Hunter. Like they're gonna throw it out now. Like if they just get a little bit cleaner, a little bit more heads up, I feel like they could pull that off. And like, just no, they're pulling the ripcord here on Brewmaster Monk as the last pick to qualify to the top 3.
Oh man, I mean, you know, they know what's at stake here, and it's kind of like that situation where they have nothing to lose. You know, they're guaranteed to make it at least in the top 8. So maybe they're just like, all right, let's throw something crazy at them, see if we can make it happen with Luminosity. Maybe they just didn't think they were gonna make it work with that Demon Hunter DK. But you know, this is kind of what happens when you push Liquid into a corner like this. We've seen some really interesting comps from this team over the years. You know, sometimes they make it work beautifully and sometimes it doesn't work out for them, and this might just be another one of those moments. We'll have to see. Trill taking a page from the book of the bots that we saw earlier on. You know, obviously it's just a little bit different than that comp that they played, so we'll have to see how it coincides alongside the Evoker and the Unholy DK. But I mean, this is interesting. I don't think, have we ever seen Liquid play a tank spec at all?
They played Prop Pelly at BlizzCon, or at least Sea-Doo did. He's definitely he's definitely gone down this path in the past. I want to like check. I'm like opening to check with production. Is that a UI bug? Like, is he supposed to be Windwalker? Like, is that 100% actually locked in on match point? On like, you're gonna you got to qualify with a Brewmaster Monk against Luminosity Gaming. And you're going to play a Death Knight and an Evoker with it. Like, it's not even the same comp. Like, maybe, you know, like maybe if they played Brewmaster Warrior Mistweaver or whatever, because we've seen that, you know, it was looking pretty threatening. But this is a completely different comp. It's not anything like we've seen. Is this like some sort of surprise thing they've hidden in the shadows and like, you know, they're going to break it out when they're desperate or something? Like, how much practice has Trill got on Brewmaster? I'm not imagining that it's the most complicated thing. But again, like, I can't believe he would have, you know, as much practice as he's got with Demon Hunter with something like this. This is unprecedented here. And if this works, like, even for a game, like if this even works for a game, like,
that's all they need to stay in it. I mean, I
guess take it one game at a time. You can't look at it. We need to win 3. You need to win 1. You need to win one game right now, and then move to the next one after that, and try and make this work. But I feel like Sea-Doo and Mez are just gonna get destroyed. I honestly think they're gonna die so fast. Like, okay, you're gonna have the grapple weapon for the Rogue, which is nice from the Brewmaster, but he's gonna have to lose an honor talent, I think, to get that. Either the Zen Med cooldown, probably, I'm thinking, instead of the AoE guard. I just don't know how they're gonna protect Sea-Doo to make this work with the Brewmaster. It's match point. Liquid. Like, your grand final qualifications are on the line. You're bringing in a Brewmaster Monk. What is going on right now? I want to ask some questions right now.
Like, wonder no longer soon. Game is starting here. Let's see what they do.
All right, here we go. Gates are about to open. Trill, what are you going to do with this Brewmaster Monk on match point? A really unorthodox composition, something we have never seen before. These specs have never played together in arena, let alone in a tournament at the same time. And Trill is playing the Draenei as well. Deciding to go with the female Draenei, though, not following in Bruisen's shoes here. But they get a sap on Sea-Doo. It's a bit of a startling opener as they are immediately opening with tons of Garrote pressure across Trill and Mez. They've got Drake in a stun. He's going to get Grip back away. Gets Grip back behind the pillar. Double legs with decent damage, honestly, onto Drake. Getting a trinketed evasion. And what is this damage? Prev, he's down to half health. Where is this coming from? Where is this coming from right now? Prev is still at half health. How is he still at half health through Avenging Crusader? He's at 10% through Lay on Hand Sea-Doo at the same time, though. Needs to stay alive, and this is the real question. Can they protect Sea-Doo long enough for the Brewmaster and the Death Knight to get done what needs to be done? Looks like both sides are beginning to stabilize here at this middle point, and Luminosity Gaming are trying to figure out, can they keep going after Sea-Doo now?
Yeah, we'll have to see. That was an incredible opener, but now it's going to be Liquid on the
Oh, he's
back
dead.
foot. This Seedu's going to die. He's super close, and he goes down. That was, oh, that's so unfortunate because that looked really good. It looks, I mean, Mez popped AMS. He may be still trying to go for it here, trying to make a cross scale happen. I don't know though. Yeah, they're gonna drop out. So, oh, that was you know what? I love that they tried that though. You know, this was their last chance. It is clear that to them, I guess, that they didn't think they were going to be able to make it happen with that Demon Hunter DK. They just brought out something new, saw how it would go, and that's it for Liquid. They're going to be in the not make it to the final 3, unfortunately, and that is Luminosity Gaming with a 3-0 Sid.
I wonder if Seedu is a fist weaver. Like, he would just be able to heal without casting. And as long as they can deal with kidney shots, I just feel like Evoker dies to rogues and stuns. Like, you're gonna get trained in this matchup, even if they're not subtleties. So if this is something they're gonna use right in the future, if they really do want to commit to the Brewmaster, I think Seedu will have to practice a Fistweaver instead. But that Shadow Step kick from Drake, that's when I said he was dead. Like, he was relying on that big Spirit Bloom to be able to recover, and Drake knew it, just immediately shuts it down and says, no, we're not doing this Brewmaster shenanigans. Get that out of there. You're going to the Gauntlet, Liquid. We'll see if you make it out of the Gauntlet alive, but Luminosity Gaming now advanced in the lower side. This does mean that Where's Gordy will be our 3rd place position in the grand finals.
Yep, that was the team that Liquid had to place ahead of if they wanted to make it into that top 3. Unfortunately, they weren't able to do that here. And speaking of Where's Gordy, that is going to be the next series that we have coming up here in the North American Upper Finals. Winner of this one determining who goes on to the grand finals, who drops down to that lower bracket to face off against Liquid. It's Golden Guardians versus Where's Gordy coming up next. And another big one. I mean, Golden Guardians, they have been playing incredibly well, not only this entire, first 4 cups, but this cup especially, because they were the ones that sent Luminosity down to the lower bracket, Sid.
Yeah, one of the few teams to ever put them in this type of position throughout multiple years of play. So very impressive feat there. Really excited to see how they perform. For me now, it's Where's Gordy? Like, how are they measuring up against Golden Guardians Luminosity? Well, we'll get to see them directly fight today against both of them if they lose, and potentially both of them even if they win, to get into that grand finals. Is Flop ready for this rogue meta that's just been like his bane for now? Like, he trinkets blind, dies in a swap to Peekaboo. I feel like I've seen that on replay for multiple weeks now. So do they have something else prepared? Is he just going to outposition them? Different comp, different class. We saw Gordy had to come out in week 4. So they're breaking out their 4th players, even though their name is Where's Gordy, as if he's going to sit on the bench the whole time. They have been utilizing him. Potentially he's going to be key here in this next series. So I'm really excited to see Where's Gordy going to stand in these standings now amongst the top 3 of North America.
Yep, I'm excited too. Apparently, Where's Gordy? They wanted to change their team name like week after week, like Where's Gordy? Who's Gordy? How's Gordy? Something like that. But obviously with the naming rules that we have with AWC, we couldn't do that. But we can just imagine, because now we know where Gordy is. So we will see if he does show up again for this next match that we have coming up here. It's an upper bracket, like I said. So we're going to see who goes on to the grand finals, who drops down to face off against Luminosity Gaming. So we're heading to a quick break. When we come back, Golden Guardians versus Where's Gordy. everybody, welcome back. If you're just now tuning in, we saw that lower semifinals here, Luminosity Gaming moving forward, Liquid dropping down to that lower bracket. Now we're here in the upper finals. It's Golden Guardians versus Where's Gordy, and the winner of this one actually moving on into the grand finals, and then the actual grand finals here after these top 4 cups. Also, these two teams, Zico, will be facing off against each other.
That is correct. So the seeding is based off of who finishes where. First place will face fourth place. That will be the winner of the gauntlet. And second seed will face third seed. And we already know Golden Guardians is the second seed. And with Team Liquid out of the running, we do know that Where's Gordy will be that third seed. So these guys are going to be playing each other now and also later on during the finals. So I think things are going to probably change between now and then. So I don't think there's any point like holding anything back or, you know, keeping any secrets. So we'll see what they do.
Yeah, we will see. Let's check it out here. Game number 1 getting started here. It's Golden Guardians versus Where's Gordy.
All right, let's see here. What are they going to run here? We got the Thug Cleave once again, and it is going to be the Windwalker Rogue, actually, coming out from Where is Gordy. So this time around, their Arcane Mage is not going to be around. And let's see what they decide to do here in the opener. They already got Jellybeans out. They got a cheap shot onto Jellybeans, kidney shot onto Peekaboo, and they're going after Flop. He actually gets feared out of that kidney shot. And wait, is Chun-Li playing a tank? Oh my goodness, the tank meta is just rubbing off all over NA. Chun is on the Brewmaster, Trill is on the Brewmaster. We saw Bruisin on the Brewmaster earlier. Everyone is just copying this spec, and I don't know, the Golden Guardians might have found themselves playing against the brick wall right now.
Yeah, certainly. Let's see how it works out here for Chun. Unfortunately, Trill didn't have much luck with it last game, but they're going to be pulling out in this matchup here, and we'll certainly have to see Chun copying the bots again. So I'm curious how this works alongside a Rogue and a Restar Druid. What do you think, Zico?
Yeah, we're going to see exactly how it works. I feel like with the Assassination Rogue and the Brewmaster, they're going to have that late game advantage potentially, especially against the Disc Priest, because the Abster's already dropping low on mana. Peekaboo's in a stun right now. Big damage coming out. They got the Fire Breath onto Absterge, into another one there. Chun-Li now with the leg sweep onto Absterge. Pain Suppression gets traded out before Peekaboo. Wealthy Man with the Garrot size. They continue in the chain. Flop is in a full blind, but he can just sit through it here. Jellybeans gets Garroted. Wealthy Man almost taking down Peekaboo in that exchange. Absterge manages to hold on to his trinket though, and that's very important because they do have that blind available on Wealthy Man, aka Gordy. And Wealthy Man right now just going to be bleeding up Jellybeans. They're going after him. Everybody looking very durable, but they did get Flop's trinket in that Zen meditation though. Going to come out and soak up that. This is the death mark onto Flop, and so far it's not doing a lot of damage. Jellybeans in a defensive blind right now. Flop just tanking out this death mark, no problem, because he has that Zen meditation redirecting a lot of damage back onto Chun-Li. And here comes the next setup. Peekaboo, are you ready? Nature Swiftness for Flop. Peekaboo's on 1 HP. He shadow steps back, and Absterge manages to save the day there with the Void Shift. Now Absterge with no cooldowns left, basically no mana left. If Where's Gordy can just hold on for just a little bit longer, they're actually going to be able to take this one out here. Peekaboo still to about 50% HP here, and you see Flop now sitting through a scatter shot potentially for a trap there as well, but Gordy eats it right there. Wealthy Man on that Rogue has been an absolute star. He hasn't played at all this entire season, but now he's come in, and Where's Gordy is just looking like they are on a tear. That's going to be the turtle as well coming out here from Jellybeans. He actually got disoriented in the turtle. I've never even seen that. Another kidney shot, another Zen meditation for Chun-Li. Kidney shot coming out on the Peekaboo. He gets gripped back up. Absterge goes for the double fear defensively. Jellybeans is in a full bash, and there's just no pressure coming out right now from the Golden Guardians. They have this super aggressive comp, but there's really no openings. The only one that they can potentially kill would be Flop. Peekaboo actually mounting up on his Tiger right now, just showing off his mount collection here, but it's not Mug Monday just yet, Peekaboo. You need to get back into the fight. He's going to shadow step back in. Kidney shot comes through. Absterge actually manages to find a little bit of drinks, And Flop's going to be sitting through another trap right there as Peekaboo looks to blind him out of it. They want to force his trinket. They're going after Wealthy Man. So Wealthy Man with that Death Mark active is actually getting a decent amount of counter pressure. Absolute response though once again. Here comes the double leg sweep. Chun-Li getting aggressive once again. And that will be more cooldowns being forced here on the side of Golden Guardians. They have a little bit of mana left, but I do believe Flop has the lead. Flop now in a kidney shot. Will trade out the bark skin, and actually that's going to be the death mark. Peekaboo's in a stand. They drop the power word barrier. They're trying to keep him alive. They're trying to keep the team going, but Absturge doesn't have too much to work with. He drops the Shadow Fiend. They get a little bit of mana left. Flop also dropping lower and lower on mana. Chun-Li trinkets out now as well, as everybody on the side of where is Gordy is kind of just running away with the Sears so far. Peekaboo getting bounced up to the pillar, forced to use his vanish right there as Flop is sitting through a fear into a trap. Jellybeans in a lot of trouble. Chun-Li might take him down. He's got no aspect of the turtle. He will use the Roar of Sacrifice and stay alive. Wealthy Man now taking a lot of damage as well. He's got the Brewmaster shields, but is that going to be enough? He gets the Iron Bark double leg sweep coming out once again from Chun-Li as he throws a billion kegs all across the map, and huge damage coming out onto Peekaboo. He's going to trade out the cloak and the evasion right there as Peekaboo will survive another setup there. But Jellybeans on that BM Hunter has been able to stay alive, has been able to do a lot of damage in the matchup. In Tim Stun coming out into a full fear. Flop's going to trick it out, try to save Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man is in big trouble. 1% HP. Can they take him down? Peekaboo's in a kidney shot. They managed to keep him alive there once again. Another extremely close call now. Peekaboo has nothing, and Abster has no mana left. Flop sitting down for a drink, actually stuns Jellybeans, gets just a tiny bit of mana left in the tank. Peekaboo might just drop here as he gets a big shield from Chun-Li on that Brewmaster. Peekaboo 1% HP, and he will fall in the smoke bomb. Excellently done here by Where is Gordy. They're trying to get that 2v3 cross kill, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Jellybeans also will get eliminated here as Chun-Li enters the fight, and you can just see these tanks are getting a lot of popularity here in North America after we've seen them in Europe, the superior region.
I love it. I wonder when they made this adaptation, when they decided to play this spec here, Chun bringing in that Brewmaster. So yeah, really interesting, and they were able to make it work, so they definitely had a bit more luck here with Liquid. So we're going to see how they were able to make that happen here in those final moments for game number 1, Zico.
Yeah, and we're going to see here, so at this point, Flop sitting through a fear. Wealthy Man almost goes down right here. There's a beautiful gouge onto Jellybeans, into a kidney shot, and they blind up Jellybeans there defensively as well. And yeah, at this point, you know, they've survived that really dangerous moment. Flop is sitting down for a drink here. Goes for the Rake Stun, just gets a tiny bit of mana, just enough to keep him alive. And then he gets that golden shield. Peekaboo drops the smoke bomb, but it's just not enough. Wealthy Man able to take him down there with Chun-Li as well.
Yeah, well done to them. And we're going to see that subsequent game happening shortly. Golden Guardians are going to pick a map choice moving into this next round, and this is the upper finals here. So, you know, there's not really much on the line for Golden Guardians and Where's Gordy in terms of points. They both made it into that top 3. They're going to head into the grand finals, but I do feel like this is a game that is pretty serious for these two, because they are going to be facing each other in the grand finals after these first, you know, 4 cups, the ones that they qualified to. So obviously, you know, this could determine a lot. And if a team loses here, they could very well see themselves losing in the actual map, in the actual game in the grand finals. So quite a bit on the line here in terms of that, from that perspective. But yeah, we'll have to see moving forward here. But Where's Gordy? Game number 1 victory, and Golden Guardians. What do you want to see them adjust? I mean, how do you even adjust to a composition like this, Zico, when you don't really know what you're facing?
That's a great question. I feel like the way we've seen Brewmaster lose has been with Destrolog, so they could bring in Whiz-K potentially on the Destrolog and try to you know, isolate a target and take it down, potentially the Rogue. That's how we saw them lose some games in Europe. Otherwise, maybe an MM Hunter, just because you have more burst. I feel like an MM Hunter would also take a lot more damage, but I feel like they need an overwhelming amount of damage, or an overwhelming amount of single target damage, get a CC, and then just isolate somebody and take him down with a huge hit. So I feel like the MM Hunter can do that. It's a bit more risky because you're a bit more kind of glass cannon comp, but obviously the long game, it didn't work out for you. So that could be another line of play. Yeah, I think those are pretty much your only options if you are the Golden Guardians, unless there's something else I'm not thinking about. Yeah, But it's nice to see though. You know, a lot of teams are picking up these brewmasters, and they're becoming very, very popular here in North America as well. I feel like Bruising just kind of set the meta. No one was playing it. Everyone was. Yeah, you know, a lot of people were talking about the assassination rogue. It was all about the assassination rogue and the shadow priests. But now we are seeing teams really level up, and we've seen a lot of surprises in general throughout the weekend. You know, a lot of teams kind of being more flexible, bringing in their fourth, bringing in new specs, bringing in things that we haven't seen before. We saw it with MYWAY. We saw it with POGGERS. We saw it with a lot of teams over in Europe, and we're seeing it here with Where's Gordy as well, bringing in Wealthy Man for this final cup. And so far, they have yet to lose. So it's obviously working.
Yeah, very much so. A bit different also from the bots comp that they played. You know, we saw alongside the Mistweaver Monk and the Warrior, so quite a bit different composition. And Chun, obviously, he's bringing that Brewmaster alongside the Rogue and the Druid. So I'm curious to see if Golden Guardians can figure this one out. You know, we saw we saw them kind of be able to figure out over in the EU region by just basically attacking the Warrior. They found out that he was vulnerable. So Golden Guardians, they have to make a lot of creative choices here moving forward. So that's kind of the big question, is where's Gordy going to be forced to swap off of this composition? Are they going to get a quick 3-0 out of Golden Guardians? I mean, we know that this team has been playing incredibly well throughout this entire weekend, but this is a comp that no one's really faced yet. So a lot of questions up in the air here for Where's Gordy, and they're locking in their comp. They're bringing in the beans once again, Zico.
They're bringing in the beans. They're bringing in the same composition here from what I can see. So I wonder actually what the change is. I mean, obviously they have a different map here. So that's going to be nice for them. But I really wonder what other adaptations are we going to see? Because no doubt they thought about that. And they thought, well, the matchup, it wasn't that bad. You know, they did get a couple of drinks and they were able to keep kind of their mana looking good. So not too bad. But I feel like it's going to be an in-game kind of strategy change. I think they're going to go, so they went a lot after Wealthy Man, and they did have some moments where they kind of tested flop as well. I think in this on this map, the way they're setting it up, it looks like flop is going to be the target a lot more. They're probably just going to go for double fears, try to get crowd control onto Chun-Li and Wealthy Man, and just go after flop with most of their kidney shots. Go for, because, you know, in that last game, they went for the freezing traps onto flop and try to take down Wealthy Man. In this game, I think they're going to try to trap maybe Chun-Li and go after flop.
Okay. Yeah, we'll see. I mean, historically with this team, flop's kind of a slippery guy to catch. So we'll see if Golden Guardians can kind of control that situation. But where's Gordy? Yeah, well, they're going to be looking to put themselves here on match point. And if you guys are watching from home and you want to see what the builds are that they're running, especially, you know, Chun-Li, if you're curious about what he's running, especially compared to like Bruisin or Trill from that last game, go to awc.gcd.tv, because that is this is certainly an interesting spec that we are seeing brought in here. And I think personally I'm most curious to see if Golden Guardians, if they do end up winning this, if Where's Gordy is forced to swap off that composition. And with this team, with this comp that Where's Gordy is running, Zico, what do you think like their map choice would be if they were locking it in?
If the Golden Guardians locked in, if Where's Gordy locked in their map, well, what we saw in Europe was hook point a lot. So they went for a lot of small maps, and the reason why they do that is because of the fire breath that the Brewmaster has. It has such an enormous range. It's like 20 plus yards range AoE disorient. So you can really kind of AoE scattershot the entire team, and you're obviously going to have a way easier time doing that on the smaller maps. But with that said, we saw it played a little bit differently in Europe. We didn't actually see it played with a Resto Druid or with an Evoker, which is what we've seen in North America. We obviously saw it with the Fist Weaver, and I feel like the Fist Weaver is a little bit better at dealing with these kidney shots, because you can at least teleport out of the kidney shots and you have a couple of answers for surviving. The Resto Druid, it's a lot more rough, and there it is, the Fire Breath coming in, triple leg sweep coming in immediately. That will be the human trinket there coming out from Jelly Beans. Peekaboo not taking a lot of damage there, but doesn't have to trade out any cooldowns, and they will fear up Chun-Li, and it looks like they are setting up the Pain Train onto flop. Schism coming out, there's the Intim Stun onto flop, big damage coming out here, and already flop, if he's forced to trade here, it would be disastrous. He has the Heart of the Wild Child active. He has the Bark Skin active, as well as that Zen Med coming out as well. DR blind though onto Absterge. I think it's DR'd from that Disorient from earlier into a Fire Breath as well, and Absterge going to be able to sit through that blind. That's a big mistake there for Where's Gordy, but they are able to stay alive. No, that is a big mistake as well. Well, you're kind of forced to do it though. Flop forced to Trinket out of that blind, so there's going to be an opening there for the Golden Guardians to potentially take down Flop in that next kidney shot. They won't have Zen Mad, and they also won't have any big heals or trinkets to actually avoid that one. Flop's gonna have to pre-Iron Bargain potentially, but they're going for a kidney shot onto Wealthy Man, and Wealthy Man is just able to tank this one out so far. The death mark has already been committed. There's a double breath coming out. There's chaos everywhere. There's the double fear. They're looking to set up now onto Flop. Can they find the kidney shot from the side of the Golden Guardians? The Disorient Peekaboo, and here comes the cooldowns from Jellybeans. Flop, is he ready to deflect this one? He's got no Iron Bark. Jellybeans is still taking a lot of damage though from Chun-Li, and Wealthy Man is just sitting through a steel trap on the other side of the map there. And they are actually going to set up here onto Wealthy Man. They in-team stun Flop. Wealthy Man actually gonna have to trinket that setup, going for a kidney shot now aggressively onto Jellybeans. Absterge is in a blind into a paralyzed. Jellybeans just dropping down here to the shiv and to the bleeds, and at the same time Flop is also taking some damage. So far a lot of pressure from both sides, and it's hard to tell who's actually going to be ahead right now. Wealthyman is down his trinket, but at the same time they could potentially take down Jellybeans as he's down his trinket as well. The triple leg sweep coming out. Jellybeans is in a kidney shot as well. Big damage coming out. There's going to be the fear from Absterge as well, and Chun-Li actually will trinket that one out aggressively. Could come back to haunt him as Flop has no trinket, and Chun now also has no trinket. There will be an opening to potentially take down Flop or Wealthyman. Wealthyman shadow stepping over, trying to eat the trap from his healer. Paralyzed coming out onto Absterge, and Peekaboo now in a kidney shot. Absterge, how is he going to deflect it? He goes for the barrier, he gets disoriented. That could be the void shift, and he will get it off barely there. That gouge, if he came in a split second earlier, he would have had to trinket that as well. So the Golden Guardians, they hold on to Absterge's trinket, but they are down basically their entire spell book.
Yeah, most definitely. They're really traded out a lot to survive that go just now. Absterge about half health at the moment, so he could be a little bit vulnerable to see Wealthy Man right on top of him in the middle of the map there. And they may be on borrowed time. I mean, that was a really good move from Absterge, keeping his team alive, but we'll see if they can get this one tied up here in game number 2. They're fighting to stay in this for now. Flop, that Tree of Life Form coming out, keep his team stabilized for now. And quite a bit of pressure going out on both sides, like Zico mentioned. I mean, this is looking kind of volatile for both of these players here. There's really not a lot of defensives left on across the board here, and time is running out for both of these teams. 3.5 minutes in, 13% dampening, so things could start to get a little bit rocky here. Peekaboo and Flop over there at the end of the map, they're all on top of each other. Jellybean and Absterge kind of free casting in the back here. Who's going to go down first? Flop looking a little vulnerable. There's that Bark Skin as well from him, so he looks like he's running away right now from Peekaboo, but Peekaboo kind of in a little bit of trouble as well. Chun-Li just right up in his face, throwing out so much damage. Let's see if he can survive this.
Yeah, Peekaboo dropping quite low here. His battle mass is going to end. Nice Ring of Peace coming out. Peekaboo shadow stepping back defensively. Full blind onto Flop. Jellybean's in a paralyzed. Peekaboo's on 1% HP. Touch of Death in range right now, but Chun-Li can't access it as he's caught up in that cheap shot, but they get the kidney shot to extend the chain. Chun-Li gets in, and he manages to pull it off, and that is going to be 2-0 here for Where Is Gordy. And this comp is looking quite disgusting for Where Is Gordy right now. The weakness of the Resto Druid is, of course, you can get all in. You know, you can blind the Resto Druid, get his trinket, and then all in him with that rogue mark for death. But when there's a Zen meditation, when there's a tank monk in the game who can save the Resto Druids from that all in, all of a sudden you kind of offset that weakness a little bit. And at the same time, you have that assassination rogue, also very susceptible to getting one shot. You know, they're kind of a glass cannon melee, same thing as a warrior, and they basically fill the same role here in the matchup. You're going to have that big one-hit wonder from the assassination rogue, and you're going to have that protection for both of them essentially. So this composition is working out really well. You're going to have the late game advantage as well. And then this Ring of Peace here by Chun is just so nice from him. Look at him just bouncing him into the wall right here, making it really annoying for Peekaboo. So it forces him to shadow step into no man's land. And then that paralyzed onto Jellybeans. They get the Garroth onto Absterge. And then here, Absterge doesn't have a void shift. He doesn't really have anything. He goes for the powered barrier, gets caught up in a DR kidney shot. Flop going for the Cyclone here as well. Doesn't need to finish the cast even. They manage to roll in and find that touch of death. And even when you are in that powered barrier, it reduces a significant amount of damage. It's almost impossible to actually die through a powered barrier, but Touch of Death is the one execute in the game that doesn't care about damage reduction. If you have a pain suppression up, unending resolve, it doesn't matter what you have. If you're in Touch of Death range and he presses it, you are going to die. It's literally the death touching you, you know? So it is what it is. Sean Lee on that Brewmaster doing 4 mil here. That's all good.
Yeah, well, you know, I mean, where's Gordy? They're in a really good position. They brought out this new composition. They're winning with it at the moment. And even if Golden Guardians figured out how to beat this Brewmaster comp, they have a lot more comps in their pool, which is kind of in contrast to the bots, where they kind of, you know, Poggers was able to figure out how to beat them. And they couldn't really switch off. I don't really know what else that team has, but where's Gordy? We know that they already have a lot of other strong compositions. So I feel like this is a really good thing for them. Golden Guardians really need to figure this out. And if, you know, where's Gordy, since they're going to the grand finals, they really need to figure out, all the other, you know, teams need to figure out how to beat this composition too, if this is something that they're going to be continuing to play. So, you know, if you're Luminosity Gaming, I think I would be a little bit nervous as well. I'm curious of your opinion, Zico, on how you think this comp would go against what Luminosity plays.
Well, Luminosity just played against the tank. Now, it was slightly different. It was, what was it, DK Brewmaster that Liquid ran, and they just killed them with Shadow Priest Rogue. So they killed the healer with Shadow Priest Rogue. I wonder if the Golden Guardians could play Shadow Priest Rogue and potentially kill the healer as well. That is an option that they have. Another option, well, why don't they actually play with Wiz? I heard somebody mention that Wiz was like not available yesterday or something. So maybe that's the case, why they aren't locking in anything with Wiz. But I really feel like your two options, if you're the Golden Guardians, are bring in MM and try to isolate somebody and one-shot them. You're going to be super squishy on the MM Hunter. It's going to be annoying. You're going to be caught in fire breaths, etc. But you're at least going to have a really strong win condition, which it feels like you don't right now. The other thing is the Shadow Priest Rogue. You can potentially go after the healer. You have mind games. You have silence. You have that big all-in potential with a lot of micro CCs and good lockdown that the Shadow Priest can bring. So I feel like those are really your best options if you are the Golden Guardians. Shadow Priest Rogue probably a better option since that is basically what they've been playing for such a long time. That's their main comp. So I think if Wiz is around, that's probably the option that we'll see. Now, option number 3 as well is bring Wiz in on Destrolok, because we have seen him play Warlock in the past, and they could play something like maybe Warlock Rogue. And basically what you need is burst damage. You need CC and burst damage. You can CC the Brewmaster, one-shot the healer, CC the healer, one-shot the Rogue. And those are basically your lines of plays. That's what we've seen work against these Brewmaster comps. And they are going to go for the sub-Rogue and the MM Hunter. Now, this is a comp with a lot of CC and with a lot of burst. So I really like this from the Golden Guardians. I think this is a correct line of thinking. I wonder where WizK is. I wonder if they actually just don't think the Shadow Priest Rogue would be good here, or if he's just not available. But either way, I really like this, and I really like the Sub-Rogue. I feel like the Sub-Rogue is really underrated right now. Everyone is tunneling so hard on Assassination, but actually it's starting to feel like Sub-Rogue might even be better than Assassination Rogue right now.
Yeah, well, I mean, either way, we're going to find out soon enough if it's enough to beat this composition. That we've seen Golden Guardians lose twice in a row to this BM comp. Brewmaster. I was thinking BM Hunter for a second. I was like, wait, that's not right. No, BM. We can abbreviate it that way. But yeah, where's Gordy? This is great for them. 2-0 at the moment. They're here on match point. Golden Guardians. They're switching it up though in the final hour. And we'll see if it's enough. This says the match that determines who moves to the upper bracket. So if we do see Where's Gordy move to the upper bracket, we could see a rematch potentially with this with Golden Guardians if they make it back up. I don't mean to count them out too early. We'll certainly see here if this is something that can work. But Liquid could also potentially play this composition, and I do wonder how that would work. Also, if that ends up happening, if Where's Gordy for some reason gets knocked down to the lower bracket. So I'm just excited to see new compositions into the mix. I'm sure I'm getting flamed right now because I'm getting excited about a tank composition, but it's just cool to see people try new things, especially kind of like in a live adaptation, because the first time we saw BM come into AWC at all was actually this weekend, and we're already seeing 2 other teams in a different region even play the same spec. So yeah, we'll see how it goes. But I'm curious also, Zico, like why specifically BM? Because in the past that we've seen tank specs come into AWC, I don't think it's been BM. It's always been like Prot Paladin or something. It's not BM Monk.
Well, Brewmaster, I think it just comes down from the fact that one person had success with it, you know? People like to do that a lot in World of Warcraft, you know? Somebody is successful with something, and then all of a sudden, everyone's like, oh, well, maybe we should play Shadow Priest Rogue. Everyone is playing Shadow Priest Rogue all of a sudden. One person is playing Brewmaster, now everyone is playing it, you know? And I feel like it's like that. People are afraid to experiment a little bit sometimes. But I think in that specific case, the person, Bruzen, who actually plays the Brewmaster, he plays, from my knowledge, every single tank. And the Blood DK, it doesn't seem that good. You don't have that good damage. The one thing that Blood DKs are good at is you have a lot of grip. So you can shut down a melee really hard by just spam gripping them over and over and over, and really like making it difficult for them to actually keep up with like a ranged person, for example, that's kiting them. But overall, you usually die in dampening, and you usually, don't have enough damage to really do anything in dampening. Now, the good thing about the Prot Paladin is that the Prot Paladin can kind of substitute a healer, because they just have a lot of healing. They have a lot of cooldowns. They have a lot of bubbles that, you know, they can give to their teammates. Guardian, what's called the Forgotten Queen, Guardian of the Forgotten Queen, I think it's called. They have magic bop, they have melee bops, you know, they have all of these different immunities that they can basically use, and they're really effective as basically a substitute for the healer. So you can essentially play basically a triple DPS with that. But the Brewmaster, the thing that the Brewmaster does, and that makes it so good and so annoying to play against, is the fact that the Brewmaster has, you know, all of these shields that he's constantly giving to his teammates, but the main thing is actually the Zen meditation. The Zen meditation has a bunch of different talents that are scaling with it, and it's making it really, really annoying to actually deal with that, because the Zen meditation, so by default, the way it used to work was it absorbs attacks while you're channeling it. But there's a talent that makes it so when you stop channeling the Zen meditation, attacks are still going on you, and it reduces the cooldown. And there's another talent that reduces the cooldown as well, and it makes it so people are taking less damage as well. So all of a sudden, you use all of these different modifiers that are buffing the Brewmasters, the Zen meditation, and turning it basically into an AoE pain suppression for the entire team. And it has a very short cooldown as well. It's like, I think 58 seconds or something like that. So for the Brewmaster, you just provide a lot of utility in that regard. You can play a lot of other different types of comps with Arms Warrior, with Assassination Rogue. Things that are usually a little bit more squishy can actually shine with a Brewmaster. And Fistweaver as well, like we saw in Europe. So it kind of enables those kind of squishier specs because of that extra tankiness that it brings to the team. And it has a lot of disruption. You have the leg sweeps, you have Rings of Peace, you have the AoE Fire Breath, which is just huge. It's like a 20-yard range AoE Dragon's Breath basically on the whole team. And in addition to all of that, you also have good, you know, damage. We saw it from Chun-Li last match. He was keeping up with everybody else on the scoreboard. So it's just all around, just a well-rounded, annoying tank that I hope I never face in arena.
Annoying, probably a good word for it. But also, just a little bit of information. Apparently, WizK is actually sick this weekend. So obviously, we all hope he feels better. And we hope that Golden Guardians can make it work without him. So we'll have to see here. This is the third game, potentially the final game for Golden Guardians here in this upper bracket before they move down. So we'll see if these slight adjustments to their comp end up working out for them. But where's Gordy so far dominating with this Brewmaster Monk composition that they brought in here for potentially the the last upper finals that we're going to see for top 4.
Yeah, and we are going to see a potential match point here between the Golden Guardians and where is Gordy. This is a upper bracket finals. So whoever loses here will be brought down. You can see Chun-Li, that Zen meditation. You see how we just got that trap? That Zen meditation basically turns him into a human grounding totem, and it allows, the traps, all the attacks to just go to him, and it reduces the damage that people are taking. But with that said, this composition is very, very nice from the Golden Guardians. They have isolations, they have crowd control, and they have damage. But right now, Absterge is sitting through a Cyclone, Smoke Bomb coming out onto Flop, big damage potential here if Jellybean can connect, but he can't right now. That Fire Breath, once again from Chun-Li, being absolutely devastating. And Flop now will be in bear form, but he has the shield from the Tank Monk. Should be enough to keep him alive. actually channeling his True Shot, and they are also using the Shadow Blades here onto Wealthy Man. Big swap here, huge damage coming out. Oh, Wealthy Man almost getting cracked right there, so close to proccing his Sheep Death, but they do get the Cloak of Shadows. They do get the Vanish there from Wealthy Man, and you can see why this type of composition is working a lot better for the Golden Guardians. They are squishy. It is going to be a little bit faster pacing for them, but they at least have some solid win conditions here. Peekaboo right now waiting for that next Shadow Dance here, waiting for that next setup. Who are they going to launch it on? He's running towards Flop. What is Flop going to do? Flop actually re-stealths and repositions. This is extremely good from Flop here. He's going to make sure that he has that distance between him and Peekaboo, forcing them now to go after Wealthy Man. And that's going to allow Flop to get a preemptive Iron Bark on the setup if he wishes to onto Wealthy Man. But Jellybean's taking a lot of damage. Full blind onto Absters. Trinket, Void Shift comes out. The Garrett Absters on his Trinket. Fire Breath coming out from Chun-Li onto Absters as well. And that's going to be a massive cooldown exchange here in the midfield. Absters in a Kidney Shot. They're swapping to Absters. It might take him down. He has one more charge of Pain Suppression, and he will use it, but he's in touch of death range almost. Absters manages to hold on there with the Power Word Life, with the Desperate Prayer. Absters got nothing left. Peekaboo's got nothing left as well. And so far, there's no trinket onto Flop. There could be a win condition there onto Flop, potentially, if they can do it. But once again, that Zen meditation, you see that again on the freezing trap. Chun-Li is just a master at this monk, eating up all the traps. Peekaboo's going to vanish here and stay in stuff. Full kidney shot onto Flop. They have to go for the killer, but Jellybeans might just fall. So much damage onto Jellybeans. They got nothing. And unfortunately, when they found that moment where they actually could have taken Flop down, unfortunately, Jellybeans was taking so much damage that he almost went down, that they had to be defensive in that moment. It's not looking good for the Golden Guardians, but the silver lining here is that Zenmed is down. Flop has no trinket, no bark skin. They could potentially take him down. They got good pressure onto Wealthy Man. Full blind onto Flop. They have an extended CC chain here. Peekaboo going for the sap as well. Chun-Li trinkets out, trying to get Peekaboo away from Wealthy Man. Can they do it? Wealthy Man is so low. Mind control coming out from Abster. Wealthy Man on 1% HP. Sheep Dev's gonna proc. Smoke bomb coming out from Peekaboo. Then the Golden Guardians are defying the meta right now with the sub rogue, and that is the move, baby.
Oh my god, 1 second for Cloak of Shadows too, but Golden Guardians, they secured that one. You saw Carlos, definitely a smile of relief on his face. And now where's Gordy? They've lost a game here with this new composition. We're going to see if they switch things up as we head into this next game, but first we're going to take a look at this replay. But obviously that swap from Peekaboo Spec definitely paid off for them, Zico.
Yeah, absolutely. And this is kind of what we were talking about. So this is exactly what you need. And the reason why Flop is playing the way he does right here is constantly re-stealthing, is because he knows this infinity CC chain is coming. And also he's scared of dying. He knows he could just die if he comes out here. He's got no bark skin. He's got nothing. And they realize, hey, we could just take down Wealthy Man while Flop is sitting in stealth. They get the blind. They get the sap. 8 seconds left on Flop's trinket. And this sequence here is so beautiful. Look at that trap onto Chun-Li, mind control onto Flop, and a smoke bomb to cover the kidney shot. So even if Flop trinkets, he can't just trinket and nature swiftness. He has a trinket, maybe use his like little travel form leap, and then get the nature swiftness. And it just buys him that extra second that they need to actually finish off Wealthy Man. So really well executed there by the Golden Guardians, finding that win condition. And it's because of that sub rogue, it's because of that potency that the sub rogue has. Flop is scared to death here. He knows we don't have Zenmed, and I don't have Iron Bark, I don't have Bark Skin, and I don't have Trinket. If I get caught in a kidney, I could definitely get 100 Ode. They got the Power Infusion, they got the True Shot, they got every single offensive cooldown. They got the Death Chakrams right there, bouncing as well on Wealthy Man, and they're able to find that kill. And I personally, I welcome this swap from the Golden Guardians. This is exactly the type of thing that you need to dismantle these tanks. You need single target damage and good crowd control. Things like, a Frost Mage with Glacial Spike, things like an Arcane Mage, things like a Fire Mage, things that can, do a decent amount of damage while you have crowd control. And, LA Shamans, Sub-Rogues, Marksmanship Hunters. These are the classes that you want to go up, and even Destruction Warlocks. These are the things that you need to take down these comps with the Brewmasters, because if you try to do what a lot of the teams in Europe did, where you try to go double wizard and you try to outlast, you're not going to outlast them. They're basically playing triple DPS. You're not going to win. So Golden Guardians, they're going to lock this in again. But here's the kicker: whereas Gordy, they're not just a tank team. They're not like the bots in Europe. They have plenty of other things. They can tag in Cubsy on Destro Warlock, Cubsy on Mage. You can go Rogue Mage, you can go Windwalker Mage. They have a lot of different options. So what will they do?
Yeah, that's I was saying earlier, I mean, that's why this is so good for Where's Gordy, because this comp obviously is working out for them. But if a team like Golden Guardians kind of figures something out, finds that vulnerability, they do have that flexibility switch. So yeah, I'm curious also if they're going to trade off of that, change off of that composition. They're locking in Ashmane's Fall. Golden Guardians are sticking with that same comp here on their side, looking to reverse sweep this one and tie it up here in game number 4. And that is the big question right now. Where's Gordy? They've got about half a minute left here on their timer, and they're bringing in Cumsy on the lock. They are switching up.
Yeah, I think they probably could win with the tank still. That was an extremely close game, but I feel like in this matchup, it's a matchup where the Golden Guardians are just going to get better and better. So I think Where's Gordy? They're doing the right thing here. The tank did his work. You got the 2 wins from the tank. Get him out of here. Get Cubsy in on the Warlock. You know exactly what you're facing. You have a good map. You have everything you need here. And it's going to come down to who plays it out better. Obviously, for Where's Gordy, they need to get a couple of kidney shots onto Jellybeans, onto Peekaboo, and they're going to win with overwhelming amounts of damage. Like Cubsy, if he can get enough damage off in those stuns, somebody's going to die. The Dispree is going to run out of steam. But on the flip side, you know, the Golden Guardians, if they can lock down Cubsy when they go for those traps, so to prevent that imp dispel that the Warlock's going to have, they're going to be able to absolutely destroy somebody. And still, they have flop on that Restoration Druid, which is a target. You know, every single healer should be absolutely scared of a sub-rogue. Every single healer, except maybe a Discipline Priest. The Discipline Priest, ironically, is the only healer I feel like can be somewhat safe against a sub-rogue, because you have that pain suppression, you can use it when you're stunned, and you can kind of react to getting swapped to. But a Resto Druid, you have to Trinket the Blind most of the time, and if you do, you have to play perfect the rest of the game. Every single kidney, you have to be in bear form before it lands. Every single swap to you, you have to read it before it happens. If you make a single mistake, that is just it. You can just get erased 100-0.
All right, well, pay special attention to what Flop is doing here and seeing if he's going to be vulnerable against Peekaboo. But it is match point here for Where's Gordy. Golden Guardians were able to win that last one. They're looking to win another one to stay here in this series. Where's Gordy versus Golden Guardians here on Ashmanes? Let's see what they can do. Let's see if Golden Guardians can tie this one up, Zico.
All right, let's see what they can do. The opener is going to be very important here for the Golden. Ooh, they're close to finding Flop. Oh my God. He sniffed him right there. He could almost smell his kitty form right there from Flop and Peekaboo. Not going to be able to find him. Wealthy Man and Flop just staying near each other, which is kind of an old school strategy. You know, you have the Rogue and the Druid kind of staying on top of each other, and that's going to allow them to, if Peekaboo saps Flop, it might allow Wealthy Man to actually get the counter sap when he's on global. But at the same time, if they stack up and they both get found, it can be a disaster. So right now, they're just waiting. Jellybeans, he's going to be the person who comes out of stealth first. He finds Wealthy Man with the camouflage, and now they do have Wealthy Man out. So Jellybeans is going to be the first target of choice. Cheeps are coming out onto Cubsy into full fear. Kidney shot, smoke bomb immediately here onto Wealthy Man. Huge damage onto Wealthy Man. He's going to Trinket. Cheat Death's going to proc. He uses the cloak as well. Every single cooldown in the game has been exchanged right now. If they can get a kidney shot, they do get a kidney shot here onto Flop. What are they going to do with it? Are they going to go for the trap? They go for it. Cubsy, though, could dispel it. He actually summons a Fell Hunter, so Cubsy's not going to be able to remove that whatsoever. If they have a blind to chain that with onto Flop, they do, and that's going to be Flop's trinket as well. And all of a sudden, the Golden Guardians have put themselves in a fantastic position. Wealthy Man dies on the next trap, or Flop dies on the next kidney shot if they can execute it well enough here.
Let's see if they can make that happen. Certainly vulnerable for Where's Gordy. Golden Guardians really close to tying this one up here. They're all on top of each other in the center of the map. AppSurgeCon is stunned. Flop to keep his team out alive. They're super close. All health bars are going down on Golden Guardians. Can they stay through this pain suppression coming out from AppSurge? He's trying to keep his team topped up and stabilized here. Jellybeans, he's still got that turtle if he needs it, but everyone looking a little bit scared at the moment, but I think they're going to be okay for now. But as I say that, maybe not. Golden Guardians looking a little bit scared here. Let's see if they can stabilize in these next couple of moments, because they have that window of opportunity. Wealthy Man, however, on the other side, dropping dangerously low as well. So is Peekaboo. Everyone's going down.
So much damage coming out from both sides, but that was their kind of all-in window there on the side of Golden Guardians. Where's Gordy manages to stay alive? They're pushing in for the kill. Counterspell comes in onto Absturge. Cubsy dodges the trap. Full Cyclone onto Absturge. Cubsy fake cast and gets the precog. Jellybeans forced to trade out the turtle. What are they going to do here? Peekaboo looking for the next window of opportunity, but I think that window is closing. Absturge in a mortal coil. Jellybeans on 1% HP. Can they land the freezing trap? The scatter shot comes out. They're trying to get the kill here onto Wealthy Man. Can they recover at least on the side of the Golden Guardians? They have somewhat managed to recover here, but still so much pressure coming in here at Peekaboo, running for the hills right now, and they do manage to recover. I can't believe it. What a miraculous recovery right there, but still they're gonna need another setup here to try to take him down. Wealthy Man in a kidney shot, into a smoke bomb. Peekaboo on 1% HP as well. Absturge has the rapture though, goes for the fear. Defensive blind onto Jellybeans as well by Wealthy Man, and it looks like they have weathered the storm, but Absturge is gonna have a free trinket now that the blind has been used onto them, and Flop sitting through a blind. Peekaboo going for the full sap here. What are they going to do? They have no pressure though. They overlap it with the freezing trap as well. They have to open on the Flop here potentially. They do manage to find Wealthy Man. They get the DR sap into a kidney shot. Wealthy Man getting absolutely exploded here, but he does make the trade on the side of Flop, and now all of a sudden Peekaboo, he has nothing left. Flop pushing in aggressively here, looking for the Cyclone, finds it as well. Peekaboo is in so much trouble. Jellybeans is in so much trouble. The nether portals are down. Cubsy is here, and he gates in offensively with the Soulburn gate. Jellybeans on 1% HP, catches the power word life. He catches a pain suppression. He's actually going to stay alive. Unbelievable. Absturge has a trinket for the fear. He comes out. Full freezing trap potential here. Who are they going to go after? It's going to be Wealthy Man. Wealthy Man trying to stay alive. They do have the follow-up as well potentially for that fear onto Flop, but they don't manage to find it. Absturge has no mana left whatsoever. I think Where's Gordy has managed to weather the storm. The Infernos are called in. Cubsy is looking hungry. The Vortex is down. Peekaboo's on 1% HP. It could just be a triple kill for Cubsy here as he looks to advance to the grand finals, and that is going to be it. No, maybe not. Another power word barrier. How is Absturge actually keeping them alive? He has a Shadow Fiend. He's trying so hard. 1% HP, but he will fall in that power word barrier. Where is Gordy? Will be advancing, and ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a rematch between Golden Guardians and Luminosity as the lower bracket final.
Oof, that was intense though. I feel like Golden Guardians, Absturge kept everyone alive through so many goes, so much damage. Zico, you look like you're a little bit exhausted after that one. Are you okay?
I'm fine. I'm a little bit sweaty. That was that was a nail biter. I thought this game was over. Definitely was. I mean, it looked so good. The opener was so fantastic here for the Golden Guardians. They really played it out super well here, almost taking down Wealthy Man in these exchanges. This was really the exchange that kind of changed everything. Peekaboo does stay alive, and then here, I can't believe they actually survived this. So this is, I think, where they got coiled, right? And Peekaboo's going for a re-stealth. Absturge gets spell locked into a bash. I think, okay, he's dead. Cubsy fake has the kick. He gets the precog, and that Cyclone actually might have saved Absturge there. I'm not sure. But they managed to stay alive. That was that moment where they had the coil and he was on 1% HP. And then here, Jellybeans almost died as well, but he manages to stay alive. And then here at the end of the match, they managed to make their way to the target. They managed to get the triple Ursul's Vortex. The coil is coming in as well. And there's just nothing left here. Absturge manages to keep Peekaboo alive for just a little bit, but still, they drop the powered barrier right here on the kidney shot. But look at Absturge. He's got no mana. He's got the Shadow Fiend. He spawns it, but it gets stunned. And before he can give him any points of mana, before he can attack, they go down. So Absturge, definitely a great performance. Look at how much healing he did on that Discipline Priest. Absolutely incredible performance from him. And honestly, a great performance overall from the Golden Guardians. It was a really close game. They almost killed Wealthy Man in the opener. They almost killed him later on, as well when they had that blind sap kidney shot and went after Wealthy Man. So definitely a scary comp to go up against. But it will be, where is Gordy leveling up right now for this cup? So far undefeated in the tournament. They are still, they've marched through that upper bracket start to finish, and now they are going to be our first team in the grand finals, and we are going to see that rematch between Luminosity, and we are going to see the Golden Guardians drop down there as well.
Yep, we're going to see those two teams face off up next when we head into the North American lower finals. So we'll see if Golden Guardians, if they have a rematch with that team, or if Luminosity Gaming ends up going back there. But this is, Golden Guardians, they were able to send Luminosity down to the lower bracket. So I don't know. We'll see if Luminosity can adjust to that. We know how strongly that team is able to adapt to those situations when somebody kind of figures out how to best them and how quickly they're able to turn things around in their favor. So we're coming up to that next. But before we do have some transmog submissions from you guys,
Yes.
and we are going to check those out, review them. So thank you to everyone that submitted those. Here is our first one. This is pretty fancy. I don't know where it's from.
Oh, I like this. Okay. So there's some new stuff. There's some new tech here. First of all, that flail is actually from the trading post. It's one of those new additions in the game. And this is kind of the first MOG I see that's kind of utilizing that. So I really like that. And I think that's the crown of I can't remember the name, crown of the Fire Lord or something like that. The helmet. I think it used to be in the in-game shop. It also might be on the trading post as well. As they added a bunch of items from the shop into the trading post. Overall, I like this MOG. I really like that he's utilizing that flail transmog, and it's the first time we see it. So I'm gonna give this one it's a tough one. A 9. He gets a 9. I like the beard. I like, he's also gone, I think, into the Firelands here, or I don't know, it's like Burning Steps or something. He's gone somewhere where it fits the theme of the MOG, So I really like this one. What do you think, Iam?
You know what? I think a 9 is fair. I like it. I also like when it's clear when they put in effort, when they go somewhere to take their screenshot that actually kind of matches. So yeah, I'll go with a 9 too. I like it. Give it that submission. Let's take a look at the next one. Got another fiery build, this time with an undead. I like this one.
Destruction works have been popular.
What's up?
Sorry, I was just saying, destruction works have been popular. You were saying?
No, I was gonna say the tabard. I feel like it doesn't match. Is that a guild tabard or a achievement tabard? I can't tell.
That's a good question. I have no idea where that tabard is from. I feel like I don't. Yeah, I feel like I don't know. I feel like the tabard could be better. The tabard could definitely be better. The belt and the robe, they kind of match. So he's got that going. The haircut is looking good. He's got it down even to the eye color. But I don't know. The tabard does hold it back a little bit.
I think so too. I'm with you. I think everything matches. Everything. I like the. I guess he's casting a spell, so those aren't weapons. You can see his offhand, I guess maybe, or his weapon on the right side there. But yeah, this is cool. I think though the tabard doesn't do it for me, so I'm gonna get like a 7. A 7 out of 10.
Yeah, this is an easy 7 for sure.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, very nice. Thank you for your submission. Oh, wait, hold on. Can we go back? I just noticed something. I think it matches his profile. Look, his hair matches his character.
Oh, that's a good catch, actually. Yeah, it does.
I just noticed that. All right, I'll give it an 8 out of 10 for matching. I think that's.
I'm still giving it a 7, but yeah, that's a good catch.
Right. That's fair. Okay, well, we got 2 here. Looks like it. Yeah, we got a void elf and a night elf. Fan of the Alliance. Okay, and there's another trading post transmog also. That's that weapon at the staff. I don't know what it's called, but and then I think that the flower thing on the wrist might be also.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, those are trading post items. Let me think. Oh, what is that bone like over the shoulders?
I have no idea.
Where is that? Like, where does the bone fit into everything? It's like you got this like nice like flower and dress and beautiful staff and kind of a crown on the right, and then there's just like a bone just poking out there. Just what's going on with that?
I don't know either. Because is the staff one-handed? Like, is it another weapon on her back?
It's probably some kind of cloak. I think it's a cloak.
Oh, yeah.
Because the staff is two-handed for sure. So it has to be, I think, a cloak that has a bone. Oh, you know what? It might be... Actually, I actually don't know. I think it's some kind of cloak. I like everything else about the mug, though, on the right. I think the one on the left... Wait, which one do you like more? The one on the right or the one on the left?
I think I like the one on the right. I think it flows better.
Yeah, I think so too. The shoulders are looking a little bulky there on the left, I feel like. So,
Yeah.
yeah.
Those pants are hard to
think-
match because of the weird like green thing that happens in the middle, like in their thighs.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I completely agree. I feel like the one on the right is the one I'm gonna rate. The one on the left,
Mhm.
you know, that one can stay in the
It's similar.
drafts. Yeah. It's what are we thinking? I'm thinking like a 7.5, a 8 maybe 7.5. The bone, if there was no bone poking out in the middle of nowhere, it might have gone a little bit better.
That's what's throwing me
the
off
bone-
too, to be honest. The bone and like the you know the flower thing. I feel like it's really nice, but it just seems like they were excited about the trading post, so they just like threw everything on that they possibly could or something. But yeah, overall, I do think it's nice. So I'll do an 8 out of 10. What were you giving it?
I'm doing 8. I'm giving it a 7.5. I'm gonna be the bad cop here.
Okay. All right. Like, thank you for that submission. Ooh, this is high quality. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
How does that even? What are you not like ultra graphics? How does the face even look like that? That's crazy.
Now this is my kind of mug right here. Like,
Yeah.
this is obviously some kind of like rogue or demon hunter. Like, this is some kind of ninja.
Warrior.
And
okay. You don't think it's a warrior with the swords?
Is it a warrior actually? You're making me second guess myself now. I'm not sure.
I don't know.
Is it a warrior? I'm like, this is obviously
sure
some kind
chat will
of ninja. Like,
correct
wait,
us
no,
in a
that's a
second.
warrior. Nah. This is some kind of ninja. There's no way this is a warrior.
Okay.
Well, yeah, we'll go with it. We'll just go with it. So I like the head. Yeah, the hood. It does look nice. It matches the eyes, you know. And I can appreciate when somebody also. It's not just about the transmog. We said this last time. It's also about, you know, the scenery. Now this is like in Duskwood, a little bit vanilla vibes. You got, you know, like the set. It looks a little bit rugged. You got the swords, you know, on the back. Yeah, this I like this a lot.
Yeah, I like it too. I think it matches. I like the picture. There's another trading post transmog as well. So I think I'll go 10 out of 10. 10 out of 10. Yeah.
10 out of 10. Ooh,
10
that's
out of 10.
this is the mug you like the most so far.
Out of all of these, yeah, because everything matches. Like it's you know, it's nice.
Yeah, it's a good looking mug for sure. 10 out of 10 though. I'm very cheap with my 10 out of 10s. You know, it has to blow me away. Now this is a good transmog. Like if I saw it, I would like stop for a second and be like, oh, that looks good. But I feel like it doesn't blow me away. It doesn't make me like amazed. It doesn't make me want to just go and farm the entire set. You know what I mean? So I'm gonna give it a 9 out of 10. It is good. I would even say it's very good, but it's not a 10 out of 10 good. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Okay. All right. That's fair. Ooh. All right. Okay. This
Now
is
that's a
10
10 out of 10.
This is a 10 out of 10. This is great. This is amazing. This is an 11 out of 10.
I mean,
That's all I have to
Do you want to
say.
go first here? Okay,
I
that's
mean,
all
do
you
we have to say
say.
anything like this?
I mean, let's be honest here. Like, taking a look at this, I have sacrificed all the rum. Okay, so wait, hold up. Is this Zorbrix? Wait a second. Isn't this the MDI like final boss? Isn't this like literally the guy who works at the MDI?
This is the Lord of MDI. He invented MDI.
This guy literally is the king of MDI. And wait, speaking of the MDI, by the way,
Yeah.
doesn't MDI start up in the next weekend? I think February
I think it does.
17th to be exact.
Yeah,
I
at
heard a rumor
twitch.tv/Warcraft.
as well. Yeah, on the 17th of February, and also youtube.com/Warcraft. That's crazy. I also heard a rumor that the trailer for the MDI for 2023 is dropping tomorrow somewhere. So maybe keep an eye out and make sure you're following Warcraft on Twitter and WoW Esports on Twitter.
Absolutely. Yeah. So definitely tune in for that. And thank you, Sorbrix, for your submission as well. This is really cool. Demon
We
Hunter
got to
as
talk
well.
about the mug, though.
Yeah.
We gotta talk about the
Let's
mug.
talk about it. Let's talk about it. Go ahead.
How did he get the pirate mug? We got the pirate hat. I don't know about those horns, those Orbix. I'm gonna be honest, bro. The horse poking out of your helmet there is looking, a little sketchy.
Hunter.
But He's even got the Captain Hook, on his arm. Like,
Yeah.
this is perfection. Now, this is a mug. You see it, you're like, oh, okay, that's a 10 out of 10. That one blows me away. This is actually insane.
Yeah.
How does he get the parrot?
Is it a toy? It's got to be like a toy, right?
Is he like a GM or something? Like, how did he do that?
Or that? That'd be cheating. He can't do that. To make it strength, I'd be so disappointed. But no, I think I agree with you on the horns. Like, gotta hide the horns because it's ruining my immersion. It's ruining the pirate immersion. But other than that, yeah, this is really cool. 10 out of 10 for sure. Good job, Kyle.
Yeah, this is amazing. For real. Very, very impressive.
All right. Well, thank you for these submissions. And, once again, if you guys want to check out MDI, that does start again next week. Make sure you're following us, of course, on Twitter for updates for that. But it sounds like the teams are, all ready to go for the MDI here. So be sure to tune in for that. And with that, we are heading into the next series. It's going to be Golden Guardians facing off against Luminosity Gaming.
That is absolutely right. We got Golden Guardians versus Luminosity Gaming in the lower bracket. This is Luminosity Gaming's chance at a rematch after the Golden Guardians knocked them down here. And yeah, it's going to be a crazy one. You definitely do not want to miss it as we are about to enter the Grand Arena.
All right, let's do it. In the Grand Arena, here we go, between Golden Guardians and Luminosity Gaming. Let's see if Golden Guardians can pull it off once again here against Luminosity Gaming. They had their first win this week, and it was a very impressive performance. I'm curious to see if Luminosity Gaming has made any adaptations. Are they going to be playing any different compositions? Or what exactly they're going to do? Because I really do feel like the Hunter Rogue kind of caught them off guard.
Yeah, I think so too, but it was still a really close series, right? Like, it was 5 games, if I recall correctly. So was, definitely a very close one. Yep. Okay. Yep. So game one,
Yeah,
Golden Guardians.
I think he might actually. I think he might be muted, my friend. But yeah, I'm just gonna keep talking here. We have Golden Guardians versus Luminosity Gaming. Yeah, like I said, I'm really curious to see if they do end up mixing it up here. What composition they're going to be running. They've been just kind of sticking to that Shadow Priest Rogue so much here throughout this entire tournament. It's been their bread and butter. But they do have a lot of different compositions that are practiced. So it is entirely possible. I've seen them actually on the ladder play things like the Feral Druid and Elemental Shaman. Probably won't end up seeing that. Drake is a phenomenal Windwalker monk, and also play Arms Warrior. So a lot of different melee options available for this team. And they also have a fourth. They have a fourth, Ceralium. We know him to be a phenomenal mage. I don't know if he's going to end up playing, but I'd be really curious to see if they do bring him in.
Yeah, I mean, it'll be interesting. I don't expect them to change anything up just because it feels like they've never really needed to, right? They lost one series that went 5 games, so I don't think they're going to be, that concerned just yet. But perhaps if this series starts out rough, then maybe they'll try to swap things up a little bit. But as I was saying before, really close series last time that these two teams did fight up. So I do think that Luminosity could make some small adjustments and really take over. We know that they definitely have the ability to do that. We saw in the first couple cups, there was 2 series that Golden Guardians went up 2-0. Luminosity made no comp adjustments and then was able to reverse sweep. So they're fully capable of taking that back.
Yeah, we will be getting into game number 1 here shortly. Let's see if Luminosity Gaming can redeem themselves. The Golden Guardians can continue the streak. But yeah, I mean, this is just, it's going to be one of those really, really interesting series to see, what kind of adaptations these teams have made. I think it's really interesting to see also where's Gordy. I mean, if we talk about that last series just a little bit, I was watching upstairs, just seeing kind of the flexibility from Where's Gordy this final cup. Like, finally, they actually have Gordy here on the Assassination Rogue. We're seeing Cubsy get off the Arcane Mage and play that Destruction Warlock. We're seeing Chun-Li on the Brewmaster. So all of a sudden, these guys have so many different compositions that they could run, and it makes them a real threat.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Brewmaster is just kind of like coming out of left field, but it seems insanely strong, right? The fact that you can stack all these different talents to actually, make your Zen meditation super low cooldown, it's like 50 seconds or a minute or so from its original cooldown of 5 minutes. And it's basically AoE pain suppression plus spell redirect for your whole team, right? So it's really, really strong. You know, every time they do that, even if you interrupt them, your team actually maintains that 60% damage reduction. So it's literally a 3-man PS on a 1-minute cooldown. So like that is the big reason that I think it is so powerful against these assassination rogues that we've been seeing, is that it just shuts down their goes so effectively, right? You know, basically every time they have a big go, every time they have one of these big kidneys that's going to be threatening, you can pop that out. So it may be that we're going to see a lot more teams, you know, moving this into the meta, especially as we now, after these final games, we'll have like over a month for teams to prepare for the grand finals and for the gauntlet, right? So might be a brewmaster world out there.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it is kind of nice that Golden Guardians, they figured it out a little bit. It seems like kind of like the focused pressure is going to be strong against a Brewmaster Monk. If you can isolate one target and kind of keep him out of the game, then you lose a little bit of that extra defense that they could bring. But yeah, meta is still changing. You know, teams picking up new compositions, different classes, figuring out what can kind of counter each other. But yeah, we'll get this game started here soon, and it looks like it is going to be Luminosity Gaming locking in the same composition. So going with the Shadow Priest, Assassination Rogue Paladin, and Golden Guardians are going to be leading with the same thing. So they're going to be playing the Hunter, the Subtlety Rogue, as well as Absurge on that Discipline Priest. So we'll see what Luminosity Gaming changes, if they do anything different. A lot of the time when this team loses a series, they come back and battle it back a lot stronger.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're very, very difficult to take down once. They're even more difficult to take down twice. This team has been so consistent for so many years in NA. But Golden Guardians, you know, were finally able to kind of beat their demons earlier in this tournament. So we'll see if they can do it here one more time. I always feel like so much with these sub-rogue Hunter teams depends on that opener. So we'll see what kind of an opener they're going to be able to actually look for. Flare thrown out by Jellybeans, but of course we know that he's not going to find Drake with that one. They're kind of just hunting around for each other. These two rogues relatively close, but you basically have to stand on top of each other as a rogue to actually see them. So it's pretty unlikely that they will find him. And generally, we're just going to see Golden Guardians kind of moving around as camo is about to expire. They're going to realize that they're not going to be able to find Drake and have to try to find an opener.
Let's see what they can do right now. Peekaboo's going to be sitting in stealth, moving forward, looking for Drake. Drake on the opposite side of the map, trying to do the same thing. Can he find a sap? What is he going to be able to get done? Absurge now just trying to get things done. He moves forward. Big aim shot being cast out by Jellybeans as they look to open here onto Brain. Big cheap shot. Can they actually get the Divine Shield? Doesn't look like they're going to be able to. Good peels there coming in from Drake. Get the Psychic Core onto Absurge, but no follow-up crowd control. But still decent damage here on the Jellybeans. He's going to feign death to remove all those dots, but finally the bleeds are starting to land here by Drake, but he gets dismantled into a kidney shot. Brain will trade out his trinket as well as a Blessing of Protection. So immediately making those early trades to try to keep Golden Guardians on the back foot.
Yeah, absolutely. They really want to get the pressure rolling for themselves. There's this full sap onto Absurge, who's just trying to sit through everything, but now it's into a Hodge. The Turtle's going to have to come out from Jellybeans. He's going to die. You got to trinket this. It's going to be too late. He was dying to the bleeds. The Turtle doesn't stop the bleeds and the dots. I'm shocked that Surge didn't actually trinket there. He sat full blind, then got sapped, I believe, then sat a Hodge, and then silence. And to me, that seemed like it was pretty obvious that Jellybeans was about to die there. I was looking at his health. By the time the Turtle comes out, his health is still just flying down. That's one that I think Golden Guardians are really going to want back. Because Surge just tried to greed it out completely, tried to sit through everything. He did throw out the very late PS. Yeah, I think he PS'd when he got Hodged. But it's just way too late with no heals coming in on Jellybeans. Okay, there's the fear. Oh, it's fear into blind, and then sap off of the DR blind, and then he sits the full sap, and then he gets Hodged off of this, I believe. He PS's after that as Turtle comes out and there's double bomb. The PS comes out last second, but yeah, I guess he's like 1 HP.
So what ends up happening is I think Absurge kind of knew that he was going to be getting put into a Hammer of Justice, and the enemy team knew it too.
Hodge too, though.
Yeah, but he sat the full Hodge. But I think the idea was, I'm going to get Hodged and I'll paint up it and you'll be okay. Like, I think that was the line of play from Absurge. Yeah. But they knew he was thinking it. It's like, I know you know. And then they just dropped the smoke bomb at the same time as the Hammer of Justice went out, right? So right before the Hammer of Justice came out, the smoke bomb dropped, and then Absurge is kind of put into an awkward position where he could trinket, but if he trinkets, he has to run into the bomb. So I think the correct move was just trinket earlier. But yeah, I mean, exactly. Hindsight's 2020 in a situation like that. Sometimes you have to make those greedy plays, and unfortunately, it did not work out for them. And Luminosity Gaming is going to take a quick game number 1 win.
Yeah, I mean, I was just surprised that it's like I understood the line of play and what he was going for, but it just felt like in those final moments, it seemed obvious that Jelly was going to die to the dots in Turtle, right? Like he was just melting to those dots, and when he gets out of the smoke bomb is when he PS'd, and that's when I was just surprised that it wasn't a trinket swap, and just trinket swap instantly there, and he lives 100%, right? You know, maybe you're gonna be in trouble later, but definitely one that I think they're gonna want back. There was even more CC coming because there was still a gouge. He got gouged after the Hodge, right? So like, for sure he needed to trinket selling. The CC was so long. Really well played by Luminosity, but Golden Guardians never really felt like they got rolling that much in that one. You know, they had that initial opener up on the Brain, but it was diffused really, really well by Drake. And then they tried to trap Brain off the opener and then swap it over. But the MD was already there from the Shadow Priest. So Luminosity, I felt like handled that game one really, really well. It's a bit of a throwaway loss for Golden Guardians. So we'll see if they can bounce back.
Yeah, and I would say for the majority of the season, Luminosity Gaming has kind of had the number of Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians got to be a bit of a rallying cry, though. They finally picked up a win against Luminosity Gaming. They're the reason why they're in that lower bracket, but Luminosity Gaming is just such a powerful team. They are going to battle it back and get their rematch here, and now we'll have to see. I feel like Golden Guardians kind of just has to play the same thing, right? Yeah. They've tried, over the weeks, they've played so many different compositions. They tried the mirror match, they tried playing the assassination rogue, et cetera, et cetera. Tons of different things, and seems to be the only thing that has worked out. I feel like if they could have prolonged the game a little bit longer, gotten a few more setups, then they're still in a really prime position to actually win, these matchups and potentially even the series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'm not sure if WizK is actually just still sick, because I know that I had heard that the reason they played this comp the other day was actually because WizK was sick. It wasn't planned, and then they just happened to win with it. So like, oh, so I don't know if he's still not available or if this is just what they want to do. I agree with you. This is a comp that has looked best overall. But to be fair, in the mirror, they got to 5 games twice in the mirror, and they also went 1-1 actually with Piku's Warrior. When they played Shadow Priest Warrior, they won 1 game, then they lost 1 game. So they've had some competitive games for sure. But for the large part, I mean, Luminosity had won 5-6 straight series against them throughout these cups. So, a lot of the series, a lot of the cups, actually, they met them in the upper bracket, beat them, and then met them in the lower bracket and beat them again, right? Like after they made it through the lower bracket to the grand finals, because it has really been Golden Guardians and Luminosity that have been running North America throughout these 4 cups. Like those are the teams that have done by far the best. Those are the teams that are the massive point leaders, above the other teams that were kind of competing for that final spot for the grand finals. These guys have been running things.
Yep, they definitely have been. They've been kind of like they have been the champs of North America year after year after year. At this point, there's no debate that Luminosity Gaming is the best team in North America. We'll have to see if that does change this year for the finals, and if any teams can kind of rise to power, and maybe Golden Guardians is going to be that team. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like if they could win another series against Luminosity Gaming and prove that, it wasn't a fluke and we can consistently win with the Sub-Rogue, I feel like that would be a really good step in the right direction for their team. But we'll have to see. Gates will be opening here soon. Definitely want to see Avsurge, trading out those cooldowns a little bit faster. But at the same time, it can be really hard to make those judgment calls because there is a lot of crowd control from Luminosity Gaming. And chances are when you trinket, you're just going into more crowd control, right? So it can be difficult to actually make that call.
Yeah, it's super hard. And if you're not greedy enough with your trinket and you just waste the trinket early, then you can lose off that. So here's the sap onto Prev, opener onto Brain, blind on a Sturge, scatter onto Drake. So CC being thrown out by both teams everywhere. There is that trap coming down on a Brain, but I didn't even see an MD, so I'm not sure what actually broke that trap on a Brain, but that he got out of it immediately, and now he's going to throw Sturge into a Hodge. There's a kidney over onto Jellybeans. Early PS does come out as the Mind Games was connecting there. Now the blind over onto Brain full. It's a dismantle onto Peekaboo. Can he actually follow this up with the sap? He's in stealth looking for it, and he is able to get it, and Drake is going to get flared out, so they're going to get the opener now onto Drake, and they get something rolling here. The bomb is going to come down, and Drake is just going to get sent in game number 2 straight to the graveyard. No trinket, no chance there for Drake. He got deleted.
Golden Guardians, they strike back in just a 46-second long game there. Woo! That was unbelievable. Such a beautiful swap with the smoke bomb, and that's the thing about the subtlety rogue, right? Is if you don't have your trinket, especially as the rogue, Drake especially is going to be really vulnerable in these matchups. So we'll see. Do you know what he actually trinketed? Like, what did he trinket?
I want to say he trinketed like one of the first kidneys of the game, like really early on. I'm not sure if it was a trinket to peel or it was just like a trinket to actually to survive, but that flare was actually huge. I think they had a good idea of where he actually went. I mean, Brain could have triggered some of that CC, but at that point, when you have no trinket and he's in bomb, there's no way he's even getting there. Like, it was just he was. The trinket wouldn't have mattered. You can't.
I mean, that was MVP plays by Jellybean.
Yep.
Like that flare was insane. Like the fact that he got him out, because Drake actually tried to play that really safe. Like Drake, I think he knows, like, I'm far from my healer. I'm going to be in a little bit of trouble. They want to go after me. So he dismantles Peekaboo, and then he just vanishes out. And Jellybeans is like, no, I see you.
Yeah.
Where's Drake? Found you. And then boom, kidney shot. And that's going to be the smoke bomb. And as soon as that happened, Drake might as well alt F4. Like, you know, you're going to be taken down.
Sorry, guys, I'm lagging here.
Yeah.
Go get replay, redo. Yeah, I mean it's definitely lights out. I think like when I was watching his movement, it felt like Drake started moving towards the entrance before he vanished, and I think Jelly just had a good read that that's where he was actually going to go to. He saw him, you know, sprinting off in that direction, then vanishing, and he's like, I know where you're going. You know, you're going to head back to the room. And Drake, you know, was there. He flares him out, and as you said, that's huge, because if he gets a clean vanish, if he actually doesn't get flared there, if Jelly guesses wrong, then what do you get from that? Nothing, right? You get full blind sap sitting on Brain, and your Drake is just going to sit through stealth, sit in that vanish, wait it out, and then all of a sudden you're in a horrible position where you haven't gotten a single cooldown off of Brain, and Drake is chilling.
Yeah. Tiger's Peak, so a little bit of a bigger map here. But Drake has to be really careful. Like you basically cannot be wasting your trinket in this match. There's just there's too much lethality.
Against sub,
Peekaboo, yeah, especially against and a Marks Hunter. I mean, that's like some of the highest concentrated bursts in the game. You have a Discipline Priest backing you up. If you get caught in a stun in a smoke bomb and Brain's not there or Prev's not there to save your life, it gets absolutely over. So I think that's one of the main threats. And Luminosity Gaming, surprisingly, throughout the years, I was talking to Born Good, and he mentioned to me that throughout the years, like some of the only series that Luminosity Gaming has actually lost is to sub rogues. Like that's like the one thing that can kind of like, you know, take them down and isolate a target and kind of work through those cooldowns. So maybe Golden Guardians has kind of found the answer here with Peekaboo on the sub rogue.
Yeah, I mean, it's really interesting. You do have to play the game very differently when you're playing against subs. Your trinket is just so precious. You cannot waste your trinket unless the game is for sure done, right? Because Secret Technique, plus Dance for the setup, and Shadow Blades, and all the bursts coming out, you know, from like True Shot and Marks Hunter and whatnot, is just insane, right? And they can kill anyone. Like if you waste your trinket as a healer, if you waste your trinket as a DPS, you can absolutely get sent. I think another thing that's really, really important is, you know, if you don't have your trinket, to play on top of your teammates so that things like bomb aren't as powerful, so you can have that life swap or something there to save you. But here's that same opener again. Sap onto Prev. There's the cheap shot onto Brain. They're not getting much. Drake's actually still sitting through stealth. Now going to open with that kidney onto Jelly, but the immediate kidney onto Drake. They're dropping the bomb. They're trying to force his trinket. Are they going to be able to get it? No, not just yet, as Prev's able to get in there, and Drake does sit through that, so they keep him alive through that opener, and they hold on to that trinket.
Yeah, that is just so crucial. A great start here for Luminosity Gaming, but a bit of a close call. I think that was a save by the light coming in from Brain. So Drake's not going to have that safety net in the future on the next stun. Let's see where they do go with the setup. We have a blinding light on Absurge, but a kidney shot on the Brain. Cheap shot on the Drake, and Drake but just die. There's the Void Shift. So Prev is going to be the one to save his life, and I like that. Like, I really think it's intelligent that Prev is going to trade out the Void Shift early on. It allows Brain to hold on to a lot of his cooldowns, Drake to hold on to his trinket, but that was cheap death. That was a close call. Like, that is as close as it gets. And now they're reversing the pressure here onto Jellybeans, and they do get the aspect of the turtle. That's a lot. Absurge is going to have to play catch-up. Really scary moment.
Yeah, absolutely. That mark for death, you know, up there on Jelly. So he was rotting down. Sturge is going to be Psychic Horde. There's the kidney over on a Jelly. The bomb is down. It was pre-PS, but is that even enough? Jelly's got to get out of there. There's the disengage out of the bomb, but Absurge has been getting CC'd up constantly. Drake, though, in so much trouble. There's a kidney over on a Brain, and they got the pressure rolling. Oh, the beautiful grip there as the gouge comes through on Sturge, denying the follow-up fear, but it's a triple fear now coming across from Prev, and he's going to try to turn the tide. Sturge is going to have to actually trinket out of that, so he has no trinket, no CDs really remaining here for Jelly, who could be in a tremendous amount of trouble there. Jelly with a nice knock onto Drake, but the freedom comes down onto him. Look at that burst, though, as the rapid fire comes out. Peek was trying to finish him off, but he doesn't even get there. Doesn't even need to. Just gets soloed up by Jellybeans. The Marks Hunter burst. Oh my God, that is ridiculous. That was just straight. I mean, Peekaboo wasn't even there. Drake got a freedom and got away from him. The rapid fire comes through, and I guess that must have just been rapid fire into a straight kill shot.
We need to see a deathlock.
That was
gotta see a deathlock.
Crazy, man. Mark's Hunter burst is at times absurd. Like that was something right there.
Yeah, that was definitely a lot of damage, and we are seeing the power of this marksmanship. This makes me want to make a marksmanship hunter. Look at these aim shots just hitting Drake. I want to see what actually takes him down. Rapid fire comes in, and then aim shot. This is a little bit earlier in the match, so I think it's just in a few moments here.
Now,
like Drake tries to make a push here onto Jelly Beans, and Peekaboo, he opens up onto Drake, but I don't think he commits any stuns. I think he's just waiting for diminishing returns at this point. But Jelly Beans just goes in with the rapid fire. I think he gets like a kill shot proc here or something, and Drake just dies. Like, this is really kind of unexpected. I don't know if that was abs or I kind of want to see the death log if we can, if we have that.
Maybe Absurge got some burst too. Like, I mean, if you get like a Mind Blast Death crit as a Shadow Priest, or rather as a Disc Priest, you can do a lot. But I mean, Peekaboo literally was running the CC, so that wasn't Peekaboo. Like, Peekaboo ran and kidneyed the healer, and Jelly just solo him. I mean, look at his damage. The craziest thing about that damage is that it is all like single target burst. It is not tab dotting. It is just blasting one person, and he did, by far the most damage in this game.
Yeah, I mean, that is just nuts. Jelly Beans is just like, he's just one of those players. He's been such a phenomenal hunter, and I really feel like it's been such a long time where Golden Guardians has really been able to kind of utilize him in that role. But when hunters are good, this guy is MVP for their team. He's just on a different level. He's just so good at the hunter, able to get out that damage, and we can see here exactly what took him. 143k kill shot. Okay, let's go.
Yeah, that's some damage right there. The crystalline reflection is so annoying because you can't actually see what's really killing him, because it's like the shield reflect damage is just filling up the whole combat log. Because I want to see how much the rapid fire did, because it looked like straight up the rapid fire chunked him for like 150k. Like,
I'm sure it did.
He was like full health. It basically seemed like rapid fire and kill shot was just 100% of his HP.
I want to reiterate once again how insane this is. Golden Guardians has just been chain losing to Luminosity Gaming. Luminosity Gaming has just been the most dominant powerhouse team in North America. Nobody has been able to beat them. And the Golden Guardians in this tournament, they might beat them in not only one series, but a second series. They're one game away from eliminating Luminosity Gaming. And I mean, you want to talk about like a good feeling, good momentum. I mean, I know you as a competitor, how would you feel if your biggest competition, you beat them 2 series in a row before the finals?
I mean, it's incredible, right? Because this is the team that has won every single other cup. They started to kind of have that aura of invincibility. And when you're chain losing to a team, it can start to get into your head where you kind of go into it a little bit defeated. So if they can take them out back-to-back series, get them out of here in this 4th cup for the first time ever, it is just like such a momentum boost for this team, right? It is such a confidence boost, because it takes it from feeling like, we could be fighting for second in the grand finals to like, we could win the whole thing. If you can beat the best team in North America back-to-back times, actually kick them out of the tournament, you've kind of solved something there. And I think that's massive.
Yeah, no doubt about it. And I kind of wonder if there's more teams. You want to know a little surprise that a lot of people don't know? Chun-Li is actually an insane marksmanship hunter. Like, he's very good at it. So that's now an option for their team as well. Like, they can play rogue and marksmanship hunter, and maybe we're seeing kind of a new meta come to light, but we'll have to see. Golden Guardians are 1 away from eliminating Luminosity Gaming, something I didn't think that I would be saying here today, but they are really rising up with this composition. Subtlety Rogue is looking good with the hunter. And Drake's got to be scared. He's got to be a little bit scared in this matchup because he is just so vulnerable. I mean, at any moment, he can just get erased off the face of the arena. Let's see what they decide to do. It looks like Drake will be moving forward, looking for an opener. Big aim shot coming in from Jelly Beans as they're starting on Brain once again, just to kind of get the game rolling.
Yep, there's the blind on a Brain. It's a Fear over on a Sturge, so at the same time, a Psychic Core on a Peekaboo, so Prev spending cooldowns to shut this down. Jelly Beans in some trouble here. Sturge is into the Hodge, and Jelly's got to run. He's trying to get back here behind that pillar to Sturge. Nice gouge, though, from Drake, and it's Peekaboo that's actually in trouble in the middle of the map. He's going to have to use his cloak, so an incredible opener here for Luminosity. Feels like they're pressuring everybody. Peekaboo's in trouble. Jelly Beans is in trouble. Sturge is going to have to swap. He's falling so far behind. He's got no trinket and no swap here, and we're only 50 seconds in.
Yeah, I mean, this game is just going by really quick. Here's a big kidney shot here on Drake. Can they take him down? They do force out the trinket. Yeah, that was a nicely done there by Peekaboo. I think that was actually the Shadowy Duel. So committing the Shadowy Duel to try to get the trinket, going on a solo mission there, but they do get the cooldowns. But that means no evasion, which means no protection against Jellybeans unless he wants to trade out his Vanish. But if he's in a flare, not going to have that option. Cheap shot right now, or kidney shot over onto Brain as they look to make a setup here onto Drake once again. The early flare comes down. Jellybeans going for rapid fire, but Drake is there to shut it down and looking for a kidney shot of his own, but a pre-barrier gets dropped down by Absturge to try to keep his team nice and healthy, try to slow down some of that aggression coming in from Luminosity Gaming. And I really like the way Absturge is playing this one, just trading out the cooldowns early, keeping his team nice and aggressive in the match. I really want to see Golden Guardians go for another setup, but they might not get it. Full Fear onto Absturge. They're pushing in. Luminosity Gaming looking to strike back, and they do in a big way. That's a kidney shot into a Hammer of Justice with the smoke bomb. Absturge, no trinket, nowhere to be found, and we are all tied up.
Yeah, that one felt like a stomp for Luminosity. I mean, they still had so much remaining. They still had Bop, they still had Bubble, they still had Trinket on Brain. They still had a lot of defensive cooldowns there. That start was so good for Luminosity. Every other game, we've been seeing Golden Guardians really get a lot of momentum, you know, off of the opener. And in this game, Prev stopped basically everything, right? He instantly got a Fear onto Sturge as well as another person. Then he silenced him. Then he's Psychic Horror Peekaboo. And he basically solo set up this 3v1 onto Jellybeans, where Jellybeans right off the bat was just getting crushed. And so Jellybeans pulls back behind the pillar to try to get back with Sturge and try to kind of catch back up. And then at the same time, Prev forces the cloak out onto Peekaboo. So like right from the word go, Golden Guardians were put so far behind, and it never really felt like they were able to kind of get that momentum back. They did live through the death mark here. You know, we saw that barrier come down on the death mark, and Jellybeans is going to be able to stabilize, but Sturge had no trinket, and the next round of CC comes through. Sure, Jellybeans has Turtle, but the only thing Turtle was going to do is if he was able to like pre-Turtle to go, which unfortunately for him, he was not. The Fear came through, and the fact that the Fear hit both Sturge and Jellybeans was lights out, because if they weren't stacked there and Sturge gets feared, I think Jelly would have pre-turtled because he would have known that like that was the end of the game. But the fact that Prev is actually able to catch them both means it's straight from the Fear into the kidney, no chance to turtle, no chance.
And you can see the damage difference, right? Like, it's just this matchup in particular seems like it is such a momentum-based matchup. Having that strong opener, being able to actually get your setups off, get your damage off, more importantly, just puts you really far ahead. So it's kind of a balance for both Absturge and Brain to make sure they're making the right trades. But also, you have to see, you know, Peekaboo, Jellybeans, Drake, Prev do a really good job getting peels, trying to limit damage as much as possible. And I think Prev did a really good job of that game.
And I think one of the key things like in a match like this is recognizing when you are not a viable kill target and being able to use your defensives offensively, essentially, right? And I think that's something that in this kind of match, if Prev still has Disperse, he does not have to care about his trinket. Golden Guardians cannot go off timer. Like their kill target is Drake, and basically only Drake that we have seen, right? So if Prev gets sapped on the opener, he can trinket that sap. Like that is okay. You can trinket that and land a double Fear and then throw out the Psychic Core and throw out the Silence and really disrupt the opener from Golden Guardians, knowing that if they fully commit a go to you, you can just disperse that, and then cooldowns are rotating back up for Drake. Because when you're playing these sub-row marksman harder type comps, you have to like hard commit to one person, getting all their cooldowns out and then killing them, right? You can't just be swapping back and forth, forcing one cooldown from one guy, then force next cooldown from the next guy, because you only have real burst in your goes. And no pressure outside of it. So I think, you know, it feels like Luminosity is adjusting to that a little bit. You know, Prev was able to kind of do a lot to actually break up these goes. Didn't necessarily feel like he had to hold on to his trinket or anything. And I think that's really a smart adaptation, right? Like force them to try to go on you or force them to use a blind on you. And then all of a sudden, well, Brain's free, right? So you're going to get punished from doing that. Yep.
I wonder, honestly, if Golden Guardians can go after a different target. Like, maybe they could go after Prev and kind of mix it up. Because I feel like they do, like, with the amount of damage that they have, it seems like they have that lethality to kind of go after Drake or Prev. And it seems like Luminosity Gaming, game after game, is getting better at kind of them dealing with going after Drake. Like, we saw Prev going with the early Void Shift. He's willing to trade out his trinket, like you talked about. And maybe just, like, mixing it up, changing up the script a little bit for Golden Guardians. Could give them kind of a surprise victory here, because this is going to be match point. We're going to hook point, a very small map. And I kind of wonder why Golden Guardian, I guess Golden Guardians wants to be there for like Fears. They make it more difficult for Drake to actually run away, but they're going to be selecting the smallest map in the pool, hook point. And I think this is one of those maps that can backfire too, right? Because I mean, Prev and Brain, they want to be on top of Absturge just as much as Absturge wants to be there for Fear. So I think this is like a really kind of risky pick, but we'll see if it works out for them.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of high risk, high reward, right? And I agree. I think there can be opportunities to go on other people, but I think it kind of has to be like opportunistic. I don't think that they should go in and just try to full send it on Prev, because I feel like it's just a much more difficult target to actually kill. Between the Trinket is like one save, Disperse is a save, and Life Swap is kind of a save, and it's easier for him to do that, with himself than for someone else sometimes, because Bomb, is going to prevent that from being used on Drake. So. I think it could be really tough, but if they can get those cooldowns, like especially Brain, right? If they can get like Bubble and Trinket and stuff off Brain, then maybe if Drake is being too evasive, they could try to swap it up on him. But I agree. I think Luminosity is really adjusting. Even in that last win from Golden Guardians, to me, that felt a little bit random, right? It felt like, okay, you just kind of hit crit lotto, everything crits with your rapid fire, and then you get a massive kill shot crit and you kill him. Because in that game as well, I thought Luminosity were actually rotating through the defensives quite well. So we'll see if Golden Guardians can kind of mix it up and actually get something rolling here in this third game. I just think that the opener is so important, and if they're going to be going for that same strategy, they need to have this app on Prev when they open on Brain, because Prev can just shut down their opener so easily.
Yep, definitely. So got to get the control on Prev, and that's where you really need to have like that triple crowd control come out. And a lot of the crowd control Golden Guardians is kind of leading with right now is Peekaboo with just the stuns. Like he's just getting kidney shots on Brain and kind of just setting up his team in like a solo effort. Because Prev is going to be really good about getting those master spells. So, landing the trap and having that be like your reliable CC isn't really going to happen. So I do like that Peekaboo by himself is basically setting up his team. Just Jellybeans, you focus on the damage. Maybe Jellybeans can just focus on taking, Prev out of the game, and they can just do like a kidney shot into a fear. And at the same time, Prev can just go into like a scatter trap or something like that, allow Jellybean to just kind of go for that line of play, because it does feel like if they can isolate Drake, it's almost an inevitability that he's going to go down. But if Prev is left alone to actually back up his team, that's where things get really, really scary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it just becomes so difficult, right? All of the CC that he has, using the Psychic Core on Peekaboo in the opener, I think was really, really intelligent, because he gets a double fear on the others. Even if Sturge is getting not feared, he can silence one on Sturge and then fear Jelly and do all these sorts of different openers. They're trying to charge in to stop this opener. They're going to get the sap. Oh my God, Prev is maybe just dead instantly. Instead, he's going to disperse out here. It's a blind onto Sturge. So now Prev is truly a kill target here. There's the kidney to follow it up onto Brain as they're going to try to keep this pressure rolling. Absurge is sitting everything, though. He's sitting the sap. He's sitting the blind. Now he's silenced. Jelly is in trouble. Here comes the bomb. There's the Hodge to follow it up. Can he actually get out of there? He is going to be able to, and he gets into the dome, so he will be able to survive. Absurge's greed may pay off in this one. The rapid fire is now coming out onto Drake. Are they going to try to swap it over onto him? The dismantles used on each other here. Both rogues, though, taking some pressure. It's Peekaboo getting the worst of it as Prev is just letting it rip from back in the other side of the arena there with Brain. Drake now pushing in with the freedom. There's the kidney. The bomb comes down on Drake. They're trying to turn around on him. They need to get the trinket out of Drake, but they're not able to do it on the go. The fear, though, coming through. It's going to hit 3. Drake's still in some trouble. Brain still caught in the fear. It's an early turtle there for Jelly as he senses that kidney shot coming in. Now the trap going to land on the Brain, but there's no interrupt on Prev. The scatter was too late on Prev, and the MD was already there. He was lightning fast on that and is going to keep Brain free from that. And now a kidney shot going to be landing onto Jelly. Here comes the mark for death. There's the Psychic Core on Sturge. There's the silence to finish it up. And there is that life swap coming through. So no more defensives really left there besides these PSs for Sturge. And he's going to have to use one of those already.
Yeah, a lot of cooldowns just burning out of the way here, but they could maybe go after Prev. He's got 10 seconds left on Dispersion. Doesn't look like they want to, though. Got a trap here on the Brain. Jellybeans in so much trouble. Absurge gets feared away. And no, Jellybeans will go down. Luminosity Gaming strike back, eliminating Golden Guardians, but I just get the feeling this is, we're just going to see these teams do battle once again. I think we're going to see another close series if we do get a rematch. That was so close.
That was so close. Did Sturge use his racial, not his trinket? He used dwarf, so his trinket was on cooldown.
I don't know. Like, was he in any threat of actually going down?
Did he dwarf a Garrote or something? Or did he accidentally press it? Because look at this. Look at the cooldown at the end. I realized he didn't actually trinket. So silence comes out. Oh, he dwarf. Can you dwarf the silence?
Yeah, you can.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So he dwarfed the silence. Okay, that's what happened there. So he dwarfs the silence, and his trinket just wasn't back off cooldown at the end there. I was a little bit confused. So Gouge comes through, then the fear, and yeah, he just doesn't have anything left for it, unfortunately. It's tough, right? It's like it feels Sturge got away with sit everything on this one, but I don't know, like, was it advantageous for them? It kind of just felt like they fell so far behind in pressure.
I feel like maybe they got to play it a little bit more aggressive. It seems like that's where, like, stylistically, the Golden Guardians are always that team that kind of thrives when they're, they're the ones being the aggressor in the match. And maybe some of the trinket usages is putting them a little bit far behind in the match, but it's such a tough call to make, honestly. But yeah, it's just a massive difference in these last couple of games. Just looking at the scoreboard, obviously the scoreboard doesn't mean everything, but when you see Peekaboo's damage really fall off, Jellybean's damage really fall off, it means they're not really getting those consistent setups, or when they are getting the setups, they're being met with, for example, when Peekaboo actually went for the smoke bomb there onto Drake, at the same time that happened, Jellybeans got kidney shot. So it's like you drop the smoke bomb, you get the stun, but the main person who's going to be bursting during that moment isn't able to contribute to the damage at all. So a bit unlucky timing there, but if you can't connect at the same time playing the Thug Cleave, especially with the Marks Hunter and the Sub Rogue, your pressure is just going to really fall down.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough, right? You don't want to trinket needlessly, but at the same time, it's like the CC chains, if you don't trinket the blind, are so long because sap is then guaranteed, and there's going to be stuff to follow it up. So he gets full blinded into full sap, into Hodge, and then into silence, right? And it's like during that whole time, they can't even look for a go. All they're trying to do is run and run and run and run and survive, right? And the Sub Rogue's damage is usually not that high, but Jelly in those first games, as you're saying, like Jelly in those first games was topping damage, and in this one he was doing like half of the damage of his opponents because he was on the defensives the whole time. So I do think maybe that's something that they could try to mix up, is just try to be comfortable using that trinket on the blind, not because they need it defensively, but because they kind of need it offensively, because it does feel like they're more on that timer where eventually Luminosity is going to get that setup. They have more consistent pressure. They have more opportunities to close out the game, and Golden Guardians needs to be able to play it really hyper aggressive and keep them on the back foot to be able to do it. But another great series. This one goes the distance, but it is Luminosity taking him down. It's gotta be frustrating for Golden Guardians. You finally take him down in the upper bracket, but Luminosity waiting for you in the lower finals. They take him down again, and now Luminosity are going to be heading to the grand finals, and I'm going to be so interested to see where's Gordy is going to do. Are we going to see Brewmaster again? I mean, it was the Brewmaster that came out and actually knocked down Golden Guardians in that upper bracket. So, are they going to try to bring out Brewmaster against the Shadow Priest Rogue? Are they going to go for a different type of approach? It should be really, really interesting.
No, I think you're absolutely right. Luminosity Gaming, they've really been kind of just sticking with this one composition, and can't blame them. They've just been winning. So, I mean, if you're getting the results, no real reason to change.
Three cups, not too bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all. It could be 4 for 4, but where's Gordy's going to be, their last kind of opponent? The thing is, all of these teams know that they're going to be playing against Luminosity Gaming. Like, if you expect to go deep in the tournament, you expect that you're going to be playing against the Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin of Luminosity Gaming. And that means that hopefully these teams have had some time to prepare. Obviously, we've seen a bunch of surprises here from Where's Gordy, who has also, solidified their spot in the top 3. Talked about it, Luminosity, Golden Guardians, and Where's Gordy. They will be the top 3 for North America. And then, I mean, the gauntlet is going to be so insane. Like Liquid, Shawi, Powerman, Essential, and Silver Sentinels. I'm so excited, man. I don't know who's going to come out ahead in that one.
Yeah, I'm actually so excited for the gauntlet. Now we have the full gauntlet filled out for NA and EU. We talked about the EU gauntlet. If you guys don't already know about this format, I think it's so exciting. The top 3 teams go straight to the grand finals, but there is that 4th spot remaining, and everyone from 8th through 4th gets put into this single limb gauntlet here, where only one team will make it out. 7 versus 8, Ascension and Silver Sentinels will have to start in that very first round. So if one of those teams wants to make it into the grand finals and compete for that 300K in prizes, they have got to win the first round, then they've got to take down Powermen, then they've got to take down Shall We, then they've got to take down Liquid, and only then would they be able to get straight into that grand finals. So the seeding really important for this. Liquid may not have made top 3, but they only need to win one series to get into the grand finals compared to Ascension or Silver Sentinels.
Yeah, what's even better about that too, I'm pretty sure the seeding works in the grand finals. It's going to be 1 versus 4 and 2 versus 3. That's normally how it is. So even if you get through the gauntlet, your first opponent will be Luminosity Gaming, I think, in the grand finals.
Congratulations, you made it to the lower bracket with you.
Yeah, it's gonna be rough, but we'll see. I mean, maybe where's Gordy can change, that fate. Maybe they will be the winners of Cup number 4, have that momentum going into the finals. I'm really excited for this next series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Welcome back, everybody. We're in the grand finals for North America. We have our top 3 locked in now from this weekend, and we're going to decide who's the best of the best, who's going to be able to take down the gods, Luminosity Gaming, as they will be joining me for this final round. The Beasts, they've been weakened. The Golden Guardians, they sent them to the lower bracket. They ran them through it, the gauntlet, to the game 5 there, really made them work for it. And now where's Gordy have a secret weapon with their Brewmaster Monk potentially in this grand finals. Are they going to be the team that finally eliminates Luminosity Gaming?
It'll be interesting, right? I think that, you know, we've seen that Brewmaster have quite a bit of success today in North America and in Europe, you know, over the last couple of days. So it'll be interesting to see if they're actually going to bring it out. You know, I wouldn't fault them at all. I think bring it out, see how it works. We know that it can actually work against RMP. We saw it actually working, you know, against Poggers. Of course, that was with a Fistweaver too, which I think does change the dynamic quite a lot because it's a lot of additional pressure and disruption. But I think they can definitely give it a try, because Luminosity has just felt so unbeatable for most teams that I think there's no reason to not just mix it up and try some different compositions and try to figure out, like, how can you actually take down this team? You know, where's Gordy has secured their spot in top 3. You know, they already have that 3rd seed locked, so they're going to the grand finals. Of course, they would love to win here today, but it's even more important to figure out what the heck are you going to do against Luminosity when grand finals time comes around, because this team has won every single cup.
If they do decide to approach it with the Brewmaster Monk, it's literally the direction of the Golden Guardians wanted to take it. They wanted to go all burst damage, but no, the Brewmaster is going to get benched, and Cubsy is going to be coming into play on the Destruction Warlock. Really interested to see how they can perform with this composition. I still feel like that Resto Druid is going to struggle with the Shadow Priest and an Assassination Rogue, so hopefully Flop is ready for this, because now it's really time to put Luminosity Gaming to the test, as it's going to be the first cup where they are dethroned in this best of 7 finals. As we see Drake sprinting in, not sprinting in just yet, actually sapping the Fell Hunter. And it looks like Cubsy's going to sacrifice that. It doesn't want it to get killed off before he can sack it. He is sapped at the moment. Prev is sapped, and they're opening immediately onto Brain. Drake's going to peel Wealthy Man with a cheap shot, immediately swap back to Cubsy. Prev just setting up with dots. You see him Shadow Step actually away from the Shadow Crash there. He avoids getting dotted up. Double coil. Prev lands a Fear in reverse. Crowd control trades evenly so far. Flop with a really early Innervate and Iron Bark here onto Cubsy alongside the Dark Pack. So a lot of cooldowns here onto the Warlock. They're going to swap immediately off that Iron Bark, go after Wealthy Man. Brain struggling a bit with the damage. He's got the Avenging Crusader up, so it's surprising to not see him heal his team to full health at this point.
Yeah, Wealthy Man did a really great job, though. When Brain actually mounted up to try to get in on Flop, he immediately gouged him, then he shivved him off that, you know, had that slow on him, and was able to keep him away from Flop. Denying that CC from that Holy Pally is so critical, but now Brain is going in again. There's that Psychic Core, and there'll be the blind to follow it up. Flop tried to meld it, but he just gets blinded out of the meld, and now Wealthy Man is going to have to actually drop the cloak. Hodge to follow it up onto Flop. Wealthy Man still in some trouble. Should be able to get topped up now, but that is a lot of important cooldowns missing. No Vanish, no Cloak for Wealthy Man, so he could be in big trouble next time they get to him. And Wealthy Man is still not being able to be topped back up, as there's the silence over on a Flop. Wealthy Man gonna have to pop the evasion. Cubsy getting low as well.
Drake!
Gouge to follow that up, and Drake almost gets sent on the other side. He's gonna have to pop the evasion. His mark is rolling, but they're not gonna get a kill with it. The coils are coming through. The Fear as well over onto Brain. They're trying to turn this around, and now Cubsy is free firing. Here come the Chaos Bolts. It could be big trouble. But Wealthy Man's just gonna go down, man. Flop just couldn't keep up. Like, it wasn't even necessarily the CC chains, but even when he got out of them, just the offensive dispels and stuff, Flop just could not keep up with the pressure.
Yeah, I can't feel like a Resto Druid is good in this matchup. It's just too much, and I feel like Holy Paladin is really strong into Destro Warlock specifically. It's just got great healing for the sustained damage that Destro can deal. So I'm honestly not a big fan of this composition, at least with a Druid healer. Maybe with something else, it would be able to pull off a victory. So this game 1 Destro Warlock pick not going to work. Drake just getting the upper hand. And it's mostly because he's got the safety net to just press his death mark. He doesn't have to worry about it. He's got 2 targets he can use it on. He just sends it on Wealthy Man. What are you going to do? He's playing Night Elf. So maybe if Wealthy Man's playing Dwarf, like, they get close to killing Drake here, but he's still a Cloak. Brain didn't even bubble in that position. He sits through a full Fear comfortably, and it's mostly just that Wealthy Man can almost never send his death mark, it feels like. I'm trying to think of, like, when are the opportunities for him to do it. It's got to be when Brain is crowd controlled. Like, if you get a full Fear and you get a kidney, just send it maybe and force Brain to Trinket Bop, just so you're getting through a cooldown, because it feels like it's so tough for them to actually force Brain to do anything without it.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, it is really difficult. I think you can just try to send it on a bomb, a kidney bomb, and then Deathmark, and then you try to use that for a major cooldown on and perhaps your first go. You know, and you hope that at the very least you're getting trinket or you're getting something, and then potentially you can get something else with it. Because if you try to hold it for that perfect moment, I really feel like oftentimes you just get nothing, and you're not actually rotating through those cooldowns. You're not getting that same amount of pressure. But we could see Flop wasn't CC'd at all in the last like 10 seconds. The only CC on him was from the VT Dispel Fear. Right, and he dispelled that, and he just didn't have enough healing left in the tank. You kind of hit this point where there's so much damage coming out, and there's all these offensive dispels. If you don't have Barkskin, if you don't have Tree, if you don't have NS, like some major thing, to just say, all right, you're back to full. You just kind of run out of gas, right? Like he got to that point, and he didn't really have much left. He was fake casting regrowths because I think he was concerned about a potential like step kick or something coming through, but he just kind of ran out of healing and couldn't really top him off. So. I do think it is difficult, you know, when you're playing with the Warlock instead of the Shadow Priest. You have some really good offensive pressure, and you have, you know, the defensive utility CC wise, but you don't have those additional saves that a Shadow Priest has in the same way. You don't have you know, a life grip to come through, or a life swap to come through, or, you know, MDs to get things off in the same way. So you just can't support your rogue nearly as well as what Prev can do for Drake. So I think that's, you know, definitely the big difficulty. And then you obviously talked about it a lot. Druids just don't have a good answer for Deathmark. You have to often overspend cooldowns. It's very difficult to get like a 1-for-1 trade on like, oh, they Deathmark, I just NS. It's often like they Deathmark, I Treeform, I Barkskin, I NS, and I pray to God, right? Like, so it can be pretty tough. Whereas on the other side, it can be a Stoneform or a Bop or something, and it's easier to have those 1-for-1 trades. So they are going to change it up, and we're going to see some Brewmaster, it looks like.
Brewmaster, Assassination Rogue, Resto Druid. Now, hopefully the utility here of the Brewmaster is going to make his team a little bit more durable. I'd love to see almost maybe just tunnel the Paladin with this composition, assuming that Chun-Li... Rogue or Paladin. I do not want to see them attack Shadow Priest. I'm honestly really tired of watching a bunch of teams training Shadow Priest. I feel like it's okay to attack them, but like, you can't commit your burst to the Shadow Priest. I feel like that's just you throwing it into the void. It's like, oh, Dispersion now, all that damage, and now meanwhile the Rogue and Paladin still have every cooldown for the rest of the game, so you didn't really put yourself too far ahead. I really don't like committing burst damage to the Shadow Priest. Maybe harassing them a bit by attacking them, but never commit your burst. So yeah, between Rogue and Paladin, I think it could be really nasty. If Chun-Li is not peelable, he does as much damage as a Windwalker, as Brewmaster. I legitimately think that they could kill a Holy Paladin as long as they're stable enough to do it.
Yeah, I think the way I see it is, you know, if you can just train Rogue and get overwhelming pressure on the Rogue, just ride him start to finish. But if you can't, what I would like to see them do is train Rogue, throw off CC on Brain, and then as soon as you're out of off CC on him, then start going on him, right? And you can kind of do that rinse and repeat where, you know, you throw him into a disorient, or you blind him, or you clone him, or you do whatever, you do some sort of off CC, and then as soon as he's out of that, you start trying to pressure him, and you start trying to force Drake to come to you, where you can kind of like cleaving them up, you know, where Drake is forced to really stack to try to peel. The other option, though, that Luminosity do have is against some of these compositions when you're playing against these double melee comps, is that it can often put you in a position where you can get double feared as the melee, and then all of a sudden your Druid is in 1v3, and that can be very, very difficult to deal with. So I think whereas GORDY is going to have to be really, really careful about that and making sure that they don't leave Flop out to dry, because I could really easily see that happening. You know, if they can get the trinket off of Flop with a blind, then all of a sudden, you know, Chun-Li and Wealthy Man could get feared up, and they can get a swap over on the Flop, and that can be very difficult to recover from. Of course, there is the Zen meditation, which is that like AoE pain suppression basically for your team, you know, 60% damage reduction plus the spell redirect. Even if you interrupt it, you still maintain that damage reduction with all the additional talents, and that's like a 1-minute cooldown. So that is going to be the deterrent to going Flop. But if Chun-Li's CC'd, he's not going to be able to get that off.
I really feel like Flop on Druid is just the weak link of the team right now for this matchup specifically. Not that he's bad at Druid. Like, if they had a Priest healer, they have Purge now. Because think about this: there's no Purge. Brain's gonna bop, and it's just basically immune to everything. And he's got 2 of them, and he's got Bubble. Like, there might be too many
Druid
cooldowns.
Propaganda. All the Disc Priests in chat. I hate you, Super Cheese.
I'm just saying, like, this matchup. I've said this for EU too. When there's Resto Druids in these situations, it's just, I'd much rather see them on something else. And I think a Priest could enable this team a lot. Like, Power Infusion on the road, boost up their damage. You're just going to add damage. Like, you're already tankier with the Brewmaster assisting you, and then you get to add damage. Like in the past when we saw tank comps, it usually was a Disc Priest healer plus a Prop Paladin or something like this, because they could both do damage and compensate for the fact that there was a tank. So I really think that if they do lose this game here, that I want to see Flop playing more than just Druid. Now, maybe they do just win it, but I'm now seeing, like, the fact that they can't remove Bop, like, it's just going to be a brick wall. Like, how do you get through all of that before Wealthy Man and Flop are dead? Because every kidney on them is going to be life-threatening.
I mean, I think Flop has only played Resto Druid in all these AWC Cups that I remember, right? In these 4 cups.
I believe so. He's played some other healers in the past, but it seems like he has pretty much committed most of his resources, at least for now, the Druid.
Yeah, and maybe that'll change, before Grand Finals. But for now, it just feels like, this is the only thing he's comfortable on. So I think they're kind of limited by that. But we'll see how it's going to look here with Chun playing the tank. He's getting out there into the middle of the map. Chun-Li going to get sapped up immediately. So what is the opener going to look like? Of course, Flop and Wealthy Man are both in stealth. Wealthy Man walked right over Drake, so he's going to open now up onto Prev. They're going to start it out onto him. They want to get Drake out of stealth here, but Drake is looking like he wants to get in on top of Flop. There's the kidney over, and now, there's that double fear onto the melee. Psychic Horror as well coming out on Chun-Li, and they're going to get this pressure rolling onto Flop. He is going to be that target, and he's going to have some work to do as the Barksian and the tree is already coming out here immediately, plus the Zen Meditation. So that's a lot of defensive cooldowns already used there without that much of a commitment from Luminosity.
All right, let's see if Flop can continue to dodge death here. Wealthy Man stunned up. They're making a swap. He's silenced. Is Wealthy Man going to go down here? 1 second left on the stun into the Hammer of Justice. They're trying to be greedy. They're trying to hold on to it, but they can't. Cloak of Shadows and Ironbark overlap. Now Drake swapping back to Flop, and he's going to duck into bear form right away and line of sight with Heart of the Wild. He does not want that Shadow Priest and Holy Paladin hitting him, but they're pushing forward. They're getting on top of Flop, and I think if they all get there and connect, he's just going to die outright. They're going after Prev again. It's just dispersion on the kidney shot, and with him being a dwarf, he can just stone form. He is just going to stone form the death mark. Not a big fan of Prev as the primary target here. Now Wealthy Man do another kidney shot. Every single one is potentially lethal. He has to trinket. He has to evasion. That might not even be enough. Flop is really struggling to heal. He's got NS. He's holding on to it, trying to be greedy due to the fact that Wealthy Man has used his trinket, but a death mark is rolling, and Wealthy Man could just die to the damage of Drake. At the same time, Prev finally caught a kidney shot. Is he going to go down? Big heals come through. That void shift, and Drake pre-cloaked it to immune the swap health, but he's actually just dying through it. Unbelievable damage here. Brain comes in at the last possible second to save him. Now another kidney on a Wealthy Man. No trinket. Brain looks like he's charging towards Flop. Flop gets kicked. What's going to be the next crowd control onto Flop? A gouge. Can they keep the chain going? Can they finish Wealthy Man? 1 second left on it. He's finally free. Has an S. Into the Hammer. Has to trinket. Needs to connect to heal. No, Brain blinds his trinket. And if Drake connects here, Wealthy Man is going to go down. He's not able to at the moment. Chun-Li's keeping him on the back foot. Drake has no trinket now. This could be a big opportunity for Where's Gordy. Gets the double fire breath. Disorient into a rake stun from Flop. Trying to set up for the kill, but Wealthy Man can't find it. He's in a kidney. Can they keep him alive? Wealthy Man survives it. And both teams are running on a short rope to stay alive right now.
But I think this could be it. There's the full fear over on the Flop. Wealthy Man in so much trouble. Do they have the CC to actually follow it up? Drake trying to get back onto him, but the Ring of Peace doing work here for Chun-Li. The Bop going to be used to immediately remove that kidney. Chun-Li, though, he has Zen Med in 10, so he's going to be able to protect them from this next go, potentially. There's that Psychic Horror Fear coming over onto Flop. He's going to be into the gouge, though. Prev charging in, trying to actually get this follow-up onto him. There's the kidney shot onto Wealthy Man, but there's that Zen Med, so it's basically a PS right now on Wealthy Man. He should be fine. And now it is Drake getting it turned around onto him. The kidney shot going to land, and Brain is starting to hurt on mana. The sacrifice is going to be having to be popped. Wealthy Man has Cloak enabled again, so he should be able to potentially stay alive here. There's a blind on the Flop, though. This is going to spell a lot of trouble here. Can he actually get the sap to follow it up? He cannot, but there's the kidney shot coming through. They're actually trying to turn this pressure now onto Flop, it seems, and get the damage rolling. The Tranquility Immune is going to be traded out very quickly, though, from Flop. I love the fast fingers on that one, and Brain gonna have to trigger that leg sweep from Chun-Li. Both rogues now in some trouble. Another bop used onto Drake. They're trying to keep him offensive. They're trying to keep him going because it's the Druid that's winning heavily on mana. Wealthy Man may have to cloak. Yes, he's gonna use that immediately as the damage is coming out massively onto him. The death mark there was just ripping through that health. But Flop is back into the tree form. He's into the Hodge now. He has the Innervate rolling, so his mana is still looking really, really good. Cloak and Evasion both used there by Drake. Bubble used by Brain. This is the last window it feels like Luminosity may have to actually close out this game because Brain is pretty much entirely tapped.
Out of mana, out of cooldowns, out of time, and I think a storm is brewing right now for Chun-Li on this Brewmaster Monk. Can they finish the job here and take a game off of Luminosity Gaming? They just need to connect for a few more moments. They might kill him through sacrifice. Brain procs into Avenging Crusader, but he's Vortex out of line of sight, trying to get into melee range, trying to get a couple Crusader strikes, trying to do what he can to keep Drake alive for another kidney shot. Welterman pre-evasions, anticipating a stun, a double leg sweep, coming into a kidney shot. Chun-Li setting up crowd control after crowd control. Garrote onto Brain. Where did Brain get this mana all of a sudden? He must have used his Blessing of Winter. He's got a little bit of mana left, but Drake is taking tremendous amounts of damage. At this point, it's overwhelming. They're all over them right now, and how is Brain still doing it? Avenging Crusader comes through at the clutchest moment, but they're still dying of double fire breath. They're trying to grip Drake away, but they're still able to connect. Brain, he did it. He saved them, I think. With that Blessing of Winter, he's going to recover a huge amount of mana. No, they go for the kidney shot, and Drake will get taken down. Where's Gordy putting a point on the board? With that Brewmaster Monk, this composition looked so much better than the Destruction Warlock, and it's making me wonder if we are moving towards a Brewmaster meta here potentially in the Gauntlet. What type of answer does Luminosity Gaming have? We've literally only seen them play. What, is this the only comp? I'm pretty sure this is the only comp. Like maybe one game in a series, but I'm pretty sure it's been only Shadow Priest Rogue Paladin. Is this the first time they'll have to play something else?
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to see if they're going to be able to swap it up. But I mean, that was an incredibly close game. So I don't know that we can count them out on their comp just yet. And Brain, I think he was able to sit down and get a little bit of a drink. You know, at one point he got back behind that pillar. So, you know, was able to get a bit of mana back while sitting back there, and did a really good job keeping that team running for quite a long time. But it was looking rough for Where's Gordy at the start. And then after they kind of lived those initial couple of minutes, it just felt like the Zen meds start rolling. Every minute you're having one go that's completely denied by Chun-Li alone. And Flop is able to kind of hold those defensives a little bit better than you normally would be able to, right? You know, anytime it's a big threat, it just felt like Chun-Li was there with the Zen meditation, and 60% reduced damage for your entire team is absolutely nothing to scoff at. Despite the fact that they were, you know, pretty heavily out damaged, it just felt like once Drake was out of cooldowns, he couldn't get to Flop anymore. And it wasn't realistic that they were going to kill Wealthy Man or Chun-Li. It just never felt like they were that close to being able to do it.
Okay, Luminosity Gaming. What's it going to be? Just same comp, same different map, smaller map probably, so you can run down the Druid? I feel like that's got to be the strat. When we saw Poggers winning, it felt like healer pressure was really important. You either attacked healer or you attacked the DPS that didn't have a stone form removal here. Honestly, I feel like maybe both of these rogues, honestly, maybe not Brain, maybe not Drake's, but Wealthy Man should maybe just go Dwarf just as a safety precaution. Like if there's ever a case where Flop doesn't have a trinket and Deathmark's rolling, he has a way to remove it, because it feels like they're just going to win if they don't die. Like Brain is running out of mana so much faster.
If you can just straight win on mana, if you're fully confident that you can just straight win on mana, then I agree with you. You should just play Dwarf. But if that being said, I do think, you know, Night Elf still has a lot of value, because you don't have to use Vanish. You could potentially get a meld sap off of a blind. You can potentially, you know, meld like a big go. You can meld and actually be able to re-stealth and peel if they're going for flop. So I do think it still has a lot of value. But I agree, if Where's Gordy determines that the only one who could die is Wealthy Man, then he should for sure go Dwarf. It's just a debate on like if that is what their read is, right? Because I think Night Elf just has a lot of utility if it's not going to be that. But it is going to be Hook Point. It is going to be Luminosity going to that really small map. And I think this makes sense. You know, you said probably going to be going for the Druid. That's what I expected even coming into this first game. And we saw early on, it was basically exactly what I said. Prev would just get double fear on the double melee, and then they'd try to full stack onto Flop and really pressure him heavily. And I think they've just got to try to continue doing that. But it's definitely difficult because, you know, Wealthy Man and Chun-Li can kind of just try to rotate through their cooldowns defensively and peeling for him. You know, even if Chun-Li just is the only one to ever use his trinket to try to save someone else, he can trinket Zen Med, and that go is completely gone. So, yes, you don't have to now get through like a Bop or whatever, or a Dwarf or something like that, as you would against the Paladin. But Chun-Li is effectively the Bop for Flop, right? Like, he's able to just press Zen Med, and that's his immunity. That's his PS.
I'm just wondering if, like, maybe Brain can play more offensively. Maybe you offensively bop, like, when you know that you've got a clear win condition. If Drake's ever going to get disarmed or going to get kidneyed as a peel, like, use your cooldowns to just close out the game. Because as a Druid, if you ever get in that position where you don't have a clear answer or a trade, you just die. So maybe just more aggression, get them stacked up, use the AoE crowd controls, the fear, double fears, the double blinds, play more aggressive, and enable Drake to just run the Druid down. Like, honestly just go him start to finish and just bop off a kidney while Deathmark is rolling and maybe even kill him through Zenmed. Like, I feel like that's not even an impossibility to just kind of run him down here on hook point. So winning that first game could be really important for Luminosity Gaming overall in the series, but it is nice to see that there are more than just one team now able to take even a game off of Luminosity Gaming, as it has been quite a struggle for teams to find an answer. Luminosity Gaming did go down in the first cup, I believe, to Liquid's Evoker comp, but quickly solved it, and we haven't seen that Evoker comp since they were able to solve it. So since then, it seems like nobody's really been able to even scratch them, but now they are. They're starting to get a little bit more than a flesh wound. We can see Prev sapped up at the moment, and they're going to just immediately open with a Garrote and maybe a Garrote on Brain. Just not committing just yet. Step kick onto Shadow Tree, trying to put Prev behind, paralyzed onto Brain. Chun-Li going to get cheap shot. Drake into a kidney right away. Weltyman knows he is the target. Double fire breath out from Chun-Li, trying to blast down Drake, cleaving Prev at the same time. Drake under, oh my goodness, they overlap. They bop and evasion and trinket. This is a big opening right now for Where's Gordy.
Yeah, absolutely. Where's Gordy getting a lot of pressure rolling early, but Chun-Li's actually taking a surprising amount of pressure there. Prev straight into onto him, but there's the blind over onto Prev, and Prev is actually going to sit through this, so kind of a strange defensive blind there over onto Prev, not actually using that on Brain, who had no trinket, so maybe going to end up regretting that because they really got nothing with it. You know, Drake was just running away with freedom. Prev fully sat it, so he didn't even use his trinket. Now he's going to actually trinket and throw down the fear, and they're going to try to swap it over onto Flop, who's already pre-treed, and he does have some hots rolling, but the pressure is still coming in. There's the Hodge off of that kidney, and he's into Bear, and he should be fine, it looks like, for now. Drake's still holding onto that death mark, though. They're trying to get the Zenmed out, which they already did about 30 seconds ago. So now this is kind of their window where he has no Barks in and they have no Zenmed. That's that window they want to try to look for a death mark, and we'll see if they can actually find it. They're in onto Wealthy Man, though. There's the kidney onto Drake. It's going to be bopped off, trying to keep that pressure rolling here onto Wealthy Man, who still does have Cloak and Evasion, but now he's into the kidney, and he's taking a lot of damage here. Will he be forced to trinket? The Iron Bark is going to get traded out, and he should be fine as the triple fire breath comes through from Chun-Li, getting that disorient onto multiple people. And look at Flop. He's on the run. He knows he has no Iron Bark. He knows that he's got no Barks, and he's pre-hotting himself as much as he possibly can. He's just focusing on LOSing Drake, and Wealthy Man is going to throw down that kidney over on a Prev and now swap it up as he's gotten his healer to safety.
All right, 5 seconds to Bark Skin. Brains on top of Flop. Maybe just blind to kind of prime him up or get some crowd control on him so Drake can get there, because Drake is just not able to move at the moment. Chun-Li moving in line of sight, relaying his portal so he can port back to Flop. And now the Hammer of Justice. I think they're going to go for the kidney here. Flop is in Bear. We see a double fear. They're going to kidney into Bear form. Can they kill Flop through it? They're just committing the Death Mark. They're going all in, but with that peels from Chun-Li, it looks like Death Mark not even going to scratch Flop. Also getting access to that guard, just redirecting and staggering the damage. Flop is actually still going to Trank Shield. Maybe the Zenmed faded at that time. He felt like he could get bursted, but now he doesn't have that as a fallback. He's trying to retreat. He's got no cooldowns. He's got no trinket. I think he could die in the next kidney, but Wealthy Man, he's dropping the smoke bomb. Drake is on the run. Brain trinkets to try and get some recovery here, but Flop, he's getting close to the action. This is risky, but it might win the game. Void Shift has to come out from Prev, but now, Flop is getting punished for that aggression. Immediately turned around on him, and Luminosity Gaming are going to take game 3.
Yeah, Flop went really aggressive there. He went in. He knew that there was no trinket on Brain, so he goes in travel form and does get the bash onto Brain. But Brain still had his bubble, I believe. So Brain is able to get out of that. And then you have no cooldowns remaining on this Druid. He just went charged into the center of the map, straight in on top of the Rogue, and he just gets roasted for it. It did feel like he overspent defensively on that previous go. When the Trank came out, the death mark was basically ending. I mean, you can see the death mark. It ended about a second after that Trank was used there. And between the Heart of the Wild, between the Zenmed, he had a lot of pre-hots. It felt like he had kind of stabilized from that death mark. And then this move here, he sees Drake really, really low. He wants to go for the win, but Brain still has his bubble. So they weren't really going to win with that anyway, unfortunately. And he pushes in. Brain uses the bubble appropriately. And there's no more defensive left for Flop, and he does just what his name says. He flops, and that's another win there for Luminosity.
I like that's the downside of Resto Druid. Sometimes you're like, oh my god, I'm so excited. I'm going to go for a bash. We can win the game, guys. We can win the game, guys. And whenever you start talking like that, you need to have like the second voice in your head that goes, no, stop. Shut up. We can't do that. Sit 40 yards away. Just heal. Don't do anything. Just heal. It's always a bait. Never aggression. Only defense. Like, you need that little voice in your mind to like calm you down when you get excited, because otherwise you're just walking into your death most of the time.
You wild charge in, you bash someone, you start casting a clone, you get step kicked, and then kidney and you're dead. It's just like Okay.
And then the chat logs is just like, are you trolling me? Why did
Yeah.
just heal, bro? Just heal. Like, what are you?
I approached closer than 45 yards. My bad, guys. Sorry about that. It won't happen again.
You see this line right here, Resto Druid? This is a no-go zone. You can only play outside of this area right here.
Yeah, I mean, it's tough, right? And to be fair, Drake got to what, 5%, 10%? He did get very, very low, and it would have been a clutch play if he was able to pull it off. I think that go would have been a bit more appropriate had he still had the tranquility, had he still had a major defensive to actually trade out, because then it's like, at least there's high risk, but the reward is there, and if it goes bad, you have this defense to fall back on. But when you've got nothing left, you basically have to just hug a pillar and play max range and pray that your teammates can keep him away from you, because they didn't have anything to keep him alive. Without Zenmed and you have no defenses of your own, you're just toast there. So definitely have to be really, really careful. I do think at the end of the day, Luminosity have a clear game plan now. They are going to be pressuring other people when they can't get to flop, but the game plan is double fear the melee, go on flop, pressure flop. So it's going to be about rotating those defensives appropriately, and I think they have to get a good read on exactly how much you have to spend when Zedman gets used. And that's something that I think he's just not used to playing with, right? So, the more games that Where's Gordy gets, the more games that Flop is going to feel comfortable realizing, okay, if he death marks, I only need Zenmed. Or if he death marks, we just need Zenmed plus Barks in, and I can save NS, or I can save Treeform, or I can save Tranquility. But whatever you can kind of figure out as that like minimum usage case with Zenmed plus whatever you need is really going to benefit them. Because if you overspend all your cooldowns and use Zenmed, then you've got nothing for the rest of the game.
Yeah, it's all about calibration. They just got to figure out what is the least amount we can give without dying, so they can get the most efficient trade. They're taking their full time here to lock in, which maybe they're discussing a change.
No shot you swap.
I don't think so, based on everything it looks like. It looks like this is the scariest thing for Luminosity Gaming, even though it is a tank spec. Even offensively, it looks like the scariest thing so far thrown their way, maybe aside from the MM Hunter we saw of Jelly Beans. But they are taking their full time. Yeah, they're going to lock in the same comp. I'm still trying to theory craft, like, is there a better healer than Druid for this comp that would make it even more like gnarly for Luminosity?
This Priest for sure is way better.
Think so?
I'm worried being able to instantly remove bops, MD, bubble, etc. I think is way better. But it doesn't matter if you can't play it at the same level. It's not better, right? Like if you're not an incredible Disc Priest, Luminosity will just absolutely destroy your life. Like you're gonna get shut down so hard, right? You have to be incredibly good at whatever class you're gonna bring out for Luminosity to not just destroy you, because they are true masters of this composition. So I mean, I think it almost doesn't matter if there's a better healer. If Flop doesn't feel comfortable playing it, can't do anything about it. But I mean, I'm with you. I think Disc Priest would for sure be better, because Bop is not just like a guaranteed save. He can put out a lot of pressure himself. Bubble, is going to get MD'd. You can put on additional pressure with like Fears to follow up blinds and saps and even disorients and stuff. So I think it would be really strong, but it doesn't seem to be available to them. So I don't think it really matters.
All right, here we go. Moving to game 4. Can Where's Gordy tie it up in this best of 7 finals for North America? Basically, Where's Gordy just trying to establish that we can take Luminosity Gaming. We can beat them. There's somebody that can make them take the L in one of these tournaments. This is looking like one of the best compositions we've seen so far to challenge Luminosity Gaming, but those small maps looking very lethal. So they're going to go to Tiger's Peak. It's a bit bigger. It's going to get more space for Flop, so it's tougher to train him down. Like when Flop had that positioning where he was always running away from Drake, it looked so good for them. If he can just maintain that for a longer period of time in the game, I think there's great possibilities for this composition and their team to have success. They might be the first team to knock Luminosity Gaming out of the tournament, send them in second place, the lowest ranking they've had in a tournament, and I don't even know how long at this point. It feels like almost an eternity, but the gates are about to open.
Yep, it's going to be a really exciting one. We'll see if Where's Gordy can start to battle back here. They are down a game. Would love to be the only team other than Luminosity to actually win a cup in this 4th and final AWC Cup. There's the Sap over on Chun-Li. Sap as well coming out on the brain. They're just going to open straight up onto him, but Drake is immediately onto the back of Wealthy Man here with that kidney straight out of stealth. Does nail it onto him. Wealthy Man now returning the favor back onto Drake. Going to be putting some punishment in onto him, but they're stacking up. There's a potential for that double fear. We'll see if Prev wants to get over onto Flop, but a lot of damage actually being taken there by Prev, and he's going to have to actually trinket. The Psychic Core now coming out on Chun-Li. He's going to immediately trinket that and throw down the Zen Med and try to keep Flop safe.
All right, let's see if it's enough to protect them. Big opportunities moving forward, though, now that he doesn't have a trinket to do that in the future. They get Trank Shield before Deathmark. This is a preemptive move by Flop. He's got to get distance. They're all over him right now. They need to get Flop out of there. They're too close for comfort. He's trying to kite away with that double fire breath. Wealthy Man, in the meantime, is just dying. Flop can't handle this. He's silenced. Everybody's dying on his team at the moment. Prev is getting so much pressure. Finally, Wealthy Man back to full health. They're trying to go after Prev, but they walk into a double fear. It looks like they might attack Chun-Li here, but that huge absorb, I doubt it. Hammer of Justice, swap onto Flop behind the pillar. If they go down here, it's going to be probably likely the rest of the series for them, but there's Deathmark. Heart of the Wild comes out for Flop. It needs to be enough with these Frenzied Regen charges. He used Renewal, 2 charges of Frenzied Regen, but those bleeds do so much damage. He's going to Iron Bark and Tree Farm. He gets blinded on the Iron Bark. They're going to swap with that over to Wealthy Man in a kidney shot. Flop's going to respect it and trinket, but now he's got no trinket. He's got no bark skin. He's got no Iron Bark. The next kidney on him could easily be death.
Yeah, I mean, he's got literally nothing left. He used that Tranquility so early and then had to use both Barkskin and Iron Bark on the same go with Treeform and Heart of the Wild. So Zenmed is actually getting spent as well. So now there's truly nothing left for Flop. I think it's an easy swap to Flop, and I think it's a closeout in this one for Luminosity. So Flop has got to keep distance here. He's got to be playing max range at all costs. You can see the gouge and the incap on Brain, stopping the push from Brain over on a Flop, but it's Prev now who's going to be pushing out, trying to get that pressure rolling onto him. Drake will be picked up there easily by Brain, and Wealthy Man just going to step back to Flop, and they've got to get out of there. Chun-Li, though, taking some damage himself. Flop must keep rehots on himself and must keep max range. There is the Hodge coming in. Can they actually get to him with this? Drake is looking for a re-stealth. The re-stealth is grabbed there now, and the dots are out onto him. He's been purged up. He's got no hots. He's going to actually pop the Overgrowth. Drake could just wait this out, but he's going to open up instead. There's the Grow coming through. Bear Form used immediately, and he's getting spammed to Spelled Up. You can see the incap there over onto Brain. Ursul's Vortex was used. There's a nice leg sweep now onto Drake. They need to get the pressure onto him, though, because still, there's so much threat on the Flop, but he does at least have Barksman back, and Zenmed has rotated up, so they've kited it out, I think, long enough to survive the next go.
I think what Flop's worried about is a smoke bomb. If he goes too far away, then Drake might smoke bomb, but I don't think Drake is even playing it, and if he doesn't know that, he might get put into a bad position as a result. We see decent crowd control, though, coming out from Chun-Li and Wealthy Man. Prev dipping low in this position, paralyzed on Brain. Wealthy Man, though, disarmed, can't keep up the pressure. Shadow steps over to Prev, trying to escape from Drake and get some pressure onto the Shadow Priest. Ring of Peace into the open. Flop has good positioning here. Chun-Li looks like he's going for a pre-Zenmed there. I'm not sure what he was trying to anticipate with that, but his Wealthy Man will be tankier now throughout this kidney shot, and they want Flop. Look at Drake. He's moving towards him. He's got blind. He's got Deathmark. They just want to kill Flop through everything with Zenmed on cooldown. There is a good opportunity. Flop's going to innervate. He's trying to duck around the corner, but Brain's right on top of him. He goes into Bear Form right away, trying to cross the midfield, but Drake now going after Wealthy Man. Hammer of Justice onto Flop, and Drake actually has to be blinded by Wealthy Man. I do like this blind. Flop is going to be able to hold on to Barkskin for a stun later on. Drake gets gripped on the leg sweep. He's trying to reposition, but Brain is still close by. Drake is sprinting in. Double fear. Easy setup here, but they're not committing the stun. They have to wait for the diminishing return, I think. Flop's going to Shadow Meld, re-stealth. Ursul's Vortex, try and kite away with Overgrowth, but Drake is still right on top of him. Wealthy Man's getting disarmed. Flop is trying to run. It's just a game of run, kitty, run for Flop. He has to stay as far away as possible. Ring of Peace doesn't connect. Drake will, though, however, and Barkskin may not be enough. It looks like they've got the guard active on Flop. He's going to be staggering some damage here towards Chun-Li. Now Drake, in a kidney shot, has to trinket. He's finally being pushed back, but even though Flop is surviving, mana is still really close.
Yeah, mana is going to be a problem, potentially. Drake taking a lot of pressure now. He's got no vanish, no cloak, no evasion, and Brain has worked through both those sacrifices, and he has no bop right now. The blind, though, coming out onto Flop. He has the trinket, but he doesn't want to commit it. He's going to get gouged off it. They're going to try to potentially go him with this, but it's a leg sweep onto Drake, and he's the one in trouble now. Wealthy Man does commit the evasion, but you can see Chun-Li and Wealthy Man putting so much pressure down onto Drake. He's sitting about 40-50% HP, and Brain is really struggling to pick him back up here. He's got the Avenging Crusader, but the dampening is actually stacking up, and again, he gets paralyzed as soon as he actually mounts up to try to push in on Flop. Flop, though, is getting boxed out. His team needs to pull back to him so he can actually heal him and still stay at range. Flop is actually instead going to go in. He does get the bash, but will that be a mistake? Because there's the trinket from Prev. The life swap comes out. Psychic Horror to follow, and there is the fear. Flop exposes himself, and they're going to try to punish this big time. Drake, though, is still the one on the back foot here. He's dismantled up. The silence coming out. There's the gouge to follow. It's Chun-Li now getting low. It's Drake now getting low. The bop is going to have to come back up off cooldown very, very shortly. It is up now. Bubble going to be spent by Brain. He's trying to heal his team back up, but there's the death mark actually used by Drake. It's going to be on the flop. They're going to try to go all in onto him, but it's actually Prev who has to life grip him back because Brain was into the kidney shot, so this go is really going to get nothing done here whatsoever. Flop, though, is basically dead. He's actually still dying to these death mark dots, despite the fact that they're so far away, and the Zedmed is going to be committed onto Wealthy Man to try to save him from Chun-Li, but I don't know if it's going to be enough. The blind comes out defensive, but Wealthy Man's still on the run here, and Flop is on 0 mana. The Hodge is going to come through there from Brain. He's throwing in the Hammer of Wrath, trying to finish off Wealthy Man. The blind there to follow it up is going to be triggered as Wealthy Man will step to safety, but it's Drake hot on his heels. The Ursol's Vortex will pull him away from Flop, but he's trying to chase in on him. There's the Meld. He's going to go for a drink here, trying to get something back to try to protect his team, but instead he's going to leap in. He's going to have the rake stun onto Drake. With the re-stealth, the silence will come out. They're looking to try to close this one out, but they can't quite do it just yet. Both teams, though, completely tapped. Can they actually finish off Drake? There's the kitty, there's the trinket, and the cloak coming out immediately as the response. Drake in so much trouble now. Flop has the tree form back up. He's got the innervate in 3 seconds. If he can actually live till the innervate, he can fully top off his team, and they can try to push in for the win.
I think this could be it for Where's Gordy. They're so close to the win, and Drake will fall ultimately. Flop navigating this map and managing to stay alive for 6.5 minutes, buying his team exactly enough time to finish Luminosity Gaming, tie it up 2-2 as we're moving into Game 5. Now, can he do it on some small maps? That's going to be the real test. If he can, Where's Gordy? They might be the first team to send Luminosity Gaming home somewhere other than first place. Very impressive gaming so far here from their team and their side. The fact that they could pull this composition out at what feels like the last second. Like, I don't feel like Chun-Li spends a lot of time playing Brewmaster Monk, so very impressive showing to be able to just pull this out at last minute against Luminosity Gaming. This is the opener where I thought that they were dead. I thought Flop and Wealthy Man were just dead almost within the first minute of the game, but as it came to the conclusion, we saw at the end, Tree Form just gives you free regrowth with Omen of Clarity, and then Innervate comes up, and he can just keep powering through, even being completely out of mana, whereas Brain, he doesn't have the same luxury. He's in such a tough spot right here. He's got Sacrifice, Avenging Crusader, but Dampening is so high, falls so far behind, that he just can't keep up with the damage. Those Fire Breaths as well. Chun-Li gets a double Fire Breath there and actually finishes him. So really well done from the side of Where's Gordy, trying to battle against this composition that Luminosity Gaming has just been a tyrant with for so long. Maybe force them onto something different. I'm trying to even consider if there would be a better option for them compositionally. Honestly, I feel like I'm not really totally against Prev going back to playing Boomkin. I don't remember when the last time he played Boomkin was, but I feel like Boomkin and a kidney shot on a Druid would be really scary for him. It's very unlikely. I feel like because Luminosity Gaming literally never changes their comp.
In the ground though, playing Boomkin, I feel like it would be difficult.
If you go Wealthy Man, I think you could kite. I think you could avoid most of these scenarios. Yeah, it's a risk, but I feel like the burst damage is so much higher than a Shadow Priest, but then you lose the Purge too. It's not worth it. It's not worth doing it.
Yeah,
I doubt that
the
they
Purge
would do it.
is so big. Plus, I just think Psychic Scream sets them up for those goes on flop that they really want to do. But they are struggling, man. To Photoshop.
Every time I say Boomkin, is that just gonna appear now?
Supermoon is charging up a laser.
Dippy tried to make me proud. I'm sad that they couldn't get a win with it. I think Boomkin could have his sleeper place, and I think it might be against some of these tank comps, just because Cyclone is really effective at isolating targets, and they have a lot of single target burst damage right now available to them. But losing the Purge, I think, is the big deal. The rest of the Druid will have a much easier time healing. But maybe you could. I don't know. I don't know if a Brewmaster rots.
I think you're trying to convince yourself, you know?
Yeah, I know.
You're trying too hard to convince yourself here. I think there's almost no chance that they swap. I feel like Shadow Priest is what makes the Death Mark like so scary, because you're getting spam purged while you're getting blasted, right? Like your whole team is dying, you have Death Mark on you, you're getting spam purged. Siphene is really difficult to deal with. So to me, it's like Shadow Priest is so key in what they are doing. Maybe Rogue Boomkin could really work, but it would be such like a step away from what Luminosity has done. And when they've done 3 straight cups of winning with only the same comp every single time, I would be so shocked if they at the final moment here are just like, you know what, let's try something completely new, right? Because they've done it so many times. But maybe if their read is it's unbeatable, then they would really change. But that game was so close, right? And honestly, if Flop didn't get that drink, I think they lose he got a small drink, but he drank maybe like 20,000 mana, got that meld drink right near them, and right near the end of the game. And I think that was kind of like a big difference maker, because that was able to get him to the Tree of Life, and that the Tree of Life was able to actually get him to that Innervate coming back up. So I do think that it's like really difficult for both teams to close out, but I think there's opportunities. I don't know if there's a way that Brain could position himself differently so that he doesn't have to run through Chun-Li and Wealthy Man like as much to try to get towards flop for the CC, because every time he goes for like the mount up, when he gets on the Crusader or whatever and runs towards flop for the CC, he's getting paralyzed and he's getting gouged, like literally every single time as soon as he does it. And if they could actually get him to flop in some way, like maybe they have to commit the Psychic Scream first on the double DPS, then Brain goes in, or do something to kind of allow Brain to actually get that Hodge blind out on the flop earlier, I think they could really get pressure rolling a lot faster, because flop is actually being, free from CC for I think a lot longer than Luminosity would want.
Yeah, I mean, when they were on top of flop at the beginning of the game, it was like terrifying. It looked like for them to deal with, but then he got away. And then where's Gordy? We're able to rotate through and prevent them from really ever getting on top of him completely, seemingly for the rest of the game, until maybe that point he got aggressive one time for a bash where he got stun feared. So it's just all about getting to flop, get on top of him, never let him go, and just hold on and just keep riding through with pressure on Wealthy Man and flop at the same time. But here we go. It's game 5. Who's going to be the first team to move to match point? Will Chun-Li's Brewmaster Monk be the first to defeat Luminosity Gaming here in the finals of North America? Both rogues going to open up on each other here as they do find each other with saps onto opposing players. Now into the kidney shot, but Drake survives it. Brain pre-sacrificing Drake, trying to move closer to flop. You can see him freedomed. He's chasing down flop. The small map's gonna be so difficult. Flop actually re-stealths with Shadow Meld, so they can't swap to him right now. He's invisible. This is a really good maneuver on his part, and I actually love that going into stealth, but he somehow does actually connect to him with a step kidney, and Brain's with him. Prev's moving in off to the left side as well, looking to purge off all of the hots as soon as possible. Flop's on the run, trying to kite across the map, but Brain is chasing him down. He gets blinded. This should buy time for Flop to escape, choosing to dispel off, trying to stay ahead of the damage here as Deathmark is rolling for Wealthy Man. They're just going to bop it off. I like this from Wealthy Man. Just send the Deathmark. Get something from Brain so that there's more openings moving into the future.
Especially if it's going to be a damp game. If you're going 6-7 minutes into the game, then they're going to run out of those cooldowns here. This time though, it's a blind into the sap on flop. He's going to have to trinket out of that sap, as Wealthy Man is in a lot of trouble here. He doesn't want to use his trinket as well. The evasion's going to be committed. The cloak is going to have to be as well. There's punching through these cooldowns so incredibly quick. Brain was actually looking for a push there on flop as well, and now flop has no trinket, no Barkstern, no Iron Bark here, and he could be potentially in a lot of trouble. He's actually just going to wild charge back towards Brain. Does land the bash, but he is just running for it, and Drake is in hot pursuit. Drake trying to change back to him, but not going to be able to get there just yet. Now there's the Hodge over on a flop. There's a kidney onto Drake. They're trying to get this pressure rolling here. The bomb is going to come down as there's a disorient onto Prev, but Brain's going to be able to get into this. He gets Incap though, and then into a gouge as he actually gets into the bomb, but Wealthy Man is just rotting down and down and down, and I don't think he has anything left to actually pick him back up. Flop is trying his best. There's the NS, finally comes out as the Swiftman connected prior, and that Soul of the Forest NS there comes out, tops him right back off. Chun-Li though still taking some damage here as well, and Luminosity are keeping the pressure rolling. Drake again though into this kidney shot. There's the Tranquility coming out very early, but I don't think Prev actually committed the fear. I think he still was holding on to it. Yeah, now the silence is going to come out, so Flop didn't immune anything, and Prev will have that fear here in just about 7 seconds. Now there's the kidney shot over onto Flop. Drake going to be incapped into a disarm immediately off of that. The Hodge is coming through, but he's going to be able to get out of it. Zenmed not available, but there is that Barkskin for Flop, and for now it looks like he's okay, and it's Drake that's really taking most of the pressure.
Yeah, Flop has huge mana advantage at this point, so long as they can keep staying alive and prolong it. They could steal the swing match. Nice bash here on the Brain. Flop's going to reposition, trying to kite away from Drake, but Drake immediately going to be connecting. He tries to go for another Shadow Meld re-stealth, but it looks like Drake is on stun DR. He didn't land the rake stun at least. Now Shadow Melding as well, trying to Ursul's Vortex. He vortexes Drake downstairs, but Prev grips him back up. That was an insane maneuver by Flop. If he gets one of those later on, it could be clutch, but Zen Meditation redirecting damage onto Chun-Li right now from Flop. Will it be enough, or does he need to Iron Bark? Nice Fire Breath onto both Prev and Brain. That's going to easily be enough. Here comes Deathmark. I love Wealthy Man just pressing Deathmark on cooldown. Force Brain to use a bop or have to use a ton of mana to heal through it and start putting him behind. Right now, he's not using the Blessing of Protection. He's maybe worried about getting kidney shot immediately afterwards, but it's costing so much mana to heal through Deathmark. Now he's paralyzed and the damage has been done. Drake is low. They might steal the swing match. He gets the Cyclone onto Brain. Is he going to Divine Shield at this point in time? holds on to it, goes to the Avenging Crusader, now into a cheap shot. Drake evasion, so they have a way to stop him from dodging attacks right now. Doesn't look like it. Brain's going to sacrifice. They're trying to stay aggressive, keep the gas pedal down here towards Wealthy Man and Flop, stay on top of both of them, but Tree forms up. Flop looks like he is going to recover for now. Does he trinket the blind? Deathmark's available. They send it. I think he should trinket this. It's Deathmark. You can't be greedy right now, and he sees that. He's going to trinket right away in Iron Bark. Now caught into a Hammer of Justice. He pre-bear farms it, expecting the swap, but now they're going after Brain. Can they get Divine Shield here? I think they're really close to it. He goes for the Avenging Crusader. Is it going to be enough for Brain to hold on to Divine Shield? It's one of his last lines of defense, but they're peeling them away. Chun-Li trinkets out of the stun to Fire Breath him low HP, but he procs another Avenging Crusader off the back of that. Brain with some insane procs right there, holds on to Divine Shield.
Yeah, he's going to be able to stay alive for now, and now it is Drake. Could be in some trouble. The bash comes out there from Flop. He had to use that defensively as he was trying to get away, but Zen Med is again off cooldown, so even if they get back to Flop now, Chun-Li will potentially have that answer, and Drake is getting lower and lower. The mana, though, this time around is quite even. Brain pushing in. Flop is getting kind of cornered from all sides here. Brain's coming in from one side, Drake's coming in from the other, and Prev looks like he may want to try to go for a fear. Yeah, there's the fear. There is that kidney. Zen Med comes out, but will it be enough this time as Chun-Li is actually getting really, really low? The mind games got redirected to him from that Zen Med, so huge plays from Chun-Li actually absorbing that and keeping his Druid safe, who's now going to have Barks and NNS for the next go. At the same time, the sacrifice is going to have to be used there onto Drake, who's taking a lot of damage. The in-cap into the blind, over onto Prev. He's got no trinket, so he's going to be locked down into this, and they're trying to just free fire during that time onto Drake, who's now going to be disoriented up. There's the kidney to follow. It's going to be bopped immediately by Brain, who is so on point with those, and he's trying to mount up. He's trying to get in onto Flop. Flop goes into the pre-trank, but he actually didn't get the Hodge. Brain is still holding it. Of course he is, and there is the Hodge coming down onto him. Chun-Li getting low, Flop getting low. The Barkson comes out, but will it even be enough? Brain is low on mana, but Flop is low on health. Chun-Li is low on health. He's got so much work to do to try to catch up. He's got the Iron Bark out as well, but it just doesn't seem like he has the healing left in the tank. The bash comes out defensively, but I think this is going to be it. Luminosity on the push.
No way.
They're going to get the kill onto Flop, and they're going to pull ahead against all odds. No gas in the tank here for Brain. He was dead but they push in, and they get that kill.
Oh man, if they could have got Divine Shield a little earlier here on that one swap to Brain, they were so close to it, but these small maps are so deadly. Not to mention Wealthy Man, he had Deathmark at the end of this game, and they just used Bop and they had no trinket. So they could have Deathmarked Drake and just dropped them at that point in the game. You'll see it on the replay. They had a win condition, but they just couldn't get themselves comfortable to send it. They could have won this game. Look at the end. Wealthy Man. Oh, this is maybe far after that point. Maybe did he send
this
it?
Is way early.
This is way earlier. This game was quite long, minute and 45 seconds in. A couple close calls. I'm just trying to find the exact ending moment. So there's no bops and he has Deathmark. Look, if Wealthy Man kidney shots Drake with no trinket, I think he's just dead. Like he pre-evasions here. And does he get the kidney on Drake? Why doesn't he get the kidney? I'm watching his global cooldowns. They drop a kind of random defensive bomb. He's trying to restart with it. No, he's rooted inside of it. He gets disarmed and he can't kidney. And they just keep stalling this kidney shot because it's kidney Deathmark and Drake has nothing. I guess Void Shift. Prev could Void Shift it. There's still a lot to get through here, I think, on this map. The small maps look really devastating. But I do imagine we're going to like Tolvaron Arena here for game number, what is this, 6?
Yeah,
I think it's game 6 now. I mean, and we're probably going to game 7.
Yeah, very likely. You know, we'll see if they could actually push it back. Luminosity could close it out though. We're going to Empyrean Domain. To me, again, the biggest difference there really was, you know, I talked about it after that previous win from Where's Gordy, how well they were actually shutting down Brain from getting on the flop. In this game, they just couldn't, right? And a lot of that was that small map, but they're actually mixing it up. This is pretty surprising to me. I guess they don't feel confident in the Brewmaster comp anymore, but I feel like these Mage Rogue comps have been getting roasted in AWC by Shadow Priest Rogue. So it's surprising to me to see them mix it up. Cubsy, you know, on the Arcade Mage has been really threatening, and I will say Empyrean Domain feels like the ultimate dampener map, right? And if you're gonna play Resto Druid Arcane, you could try to dampen Luminosity. You could try to actually win on mana, just try to kite it out, try to play it slow. You know, be able to have that spell seal for bops and things like that, for freedoms, to try to really make this game go long. So maybe they can make something happen, but I'm surprised because I feel like they were really in a groove with this comp. They were incredibly close to actually winning, as you say. You know, they just needed Kidney Deathmark, and that would have been a massive amount of pressure. Maybe they get Life Swap, but Brain was 0 mana. So like even with Life Swap, maybe Drake just dies there, to be honest. If you don't have an immunity, Brain had nothing left. Like he was literally 0 mana right when they won that game. So a bigger map, and I think Brain doesn't get as much CC on flop, and I think maybe flop just wins on mana. So I'm surprised that they're actually going to mix it up.
Yeah, I mean, it's also match point, so Maybe they want to see if this can work because they know they're going to go to a small map. But I feel like this would work even less on a small map. Like this is where you need to have a big map. So I don't know. Maybe Cubsy's just feeling it. Maybe he's like, get me in there. Like I need to play. Like he's been practicing so much Arcane at the moment. So this might just be a case of like we need to get Cubsy in here.
Have we seen this exact matchup though? Like of like this
a few times. I've seen
Yeah.
enough rogue mages getting dumpstered by Luminosity Gaming that I don't think this is a wise decision. Unless they have something entirely different planned for this series. It seems very strange because every game has been so tight with the Brewmaster, and they get to pick the map. It's like, well, I feel like that was a pretty easy pick for at least this game. And then maybe if it's like mega close and like, wow, I can't believe they won type of deal, you make a change in the game 7 because you got a small map anyways. But yeah, this seems a little strange to do right now in game 6.
Yeah, it is. It's just so surprising, right? Like Deathmark available, Pally on 0 mana. You're seconds from winning that game potentially. So it's definitely a close one. But they maybe just feel like, hey, yeah, it's maybe a tough comp to play Rogue Mage into the Shadow Priest Rogue, but this is the map to do it. So maybe they're just feeling like this is a map specific thing. They go here, they try to get one win on Empyrean Domain with that Arcane Mage comp. And then, the idea being maybe to swap back to the Brewmaster if it goes to a smaller map again. I don't really know. I'm not really sure what the thought process is because I do feel like the Brewmaster comp seems better on a bigger map too. So because you can just prevent the Holy Pally from getting to your Druid. And I think that's like the biggest thing because that's what starts the chain of events that really puts Where's Gordy behind, right? When Brain gets on flop and all of a sudden he's into a Hodge, he's into a blind, the dispels are coming out, the hots are falling off, flop is way behind, and that's when you have to start overcommitting cooldowns because no one has hots, everyone's low, and you're getting pressured, right? So if the Holy Pally can't actually get to the Druid and kind of start that, then I think it's way easier for Where's Gordy, but it's neither here nor there because they are swapping it up. It is going to be game number 6 here, match point for Luminosity Gaming. We'll see if they can close it out. It would be the clean sweep. 4 out of 4 cup victories for Luminosity if they can take it here. An incredible feat.
I was wondering if Flop is going to use Nature's Vigil here to try and pull Drake out of stealth, but he's not used it at this time. They've sat Prev. They're going to open up on Brain, so very aggressive stance. Drake is going to step over, but he steps into a Kidney. He opens with Garrote instead of Cheap Shot, and Drake is getting punished for it. Immediately, look at this damage coming in from Cubsy off to the side, just pushing him and back and back and back down to half. Now Brain is just suddenly dead to Wealthy Man as well, really struggling from that redirected sacrifice damage. Is he going to net Divine Shield by himself behind the pillar, knocking Drake away, and then the Vortex off the back of the knock? I like that synergy between the Vortex and Blast Wave between Flop and Cubsy. Drake is having a hard time reconnecting with that. Spell stealing off the Freedom, looking to kite on the outside of the map, but now Drake is into the Kidney Shot. He has to Trinket. Oh my goodness, Brain's Trinket is down. Drake's Trinket is down. This is really good for Where's Gordy right now.
Yeah, they're starting out really, really strongly here. Flop pretty far away, but there's the silence coming in. Flop riding it down a little bit. Cubsy in a lot of trouble here potentially, but he's going to get put right back to full with that NS. But at the same time, Brain has got in onto Flop. There's the Hodge. There's the blind to follow it up. This is where things can start going bad, but they're turning around. Look at the burst coming in on Drake. He's getting rocked there by Cubsy and Wealthy Man, and Drake chunks really, really low. It's not going to be the life swap just yet, but it might have to be next as Brain is struggling to actually keep him up. The Cheap Shot was used over on a Brain, and Drake is still just kind of teetering at this low health. Brain trying to pick him back up, but Cubsy is just going to town on them from max range there in the back, has the Ring of Frost down on that pillar, making things really, really difficult. So Drake has had enough. He says, I'm out of here. He's going to look for a re-stealth on the other side and see if they can't get something going with that.
Well, they know they've got Deathmark waiting in the wings. They get a full polymorph if they find Drake, but he's just constantly re-stealthing behind the pillar. They go on Prev instead. They're just shipping damage. They get Dispersion from him without using Deathmark, so that is going to be an opening. But Drake survives when he has no Trinket. He wanted that Kidney to be used on the Shadow Priest. It was a bait almost. Now Prev is getting aggressive. That Shadow Crash lobbed over onto Cubsy and Wealthy Man trying to cut them down, dot them up. Flop's repositioning far away. I really love Cubsy and Flop's teamwork so far on this map. With their utility and their avoidance. Cubsy getting back on top of Brain, looking for a Frost Nova, maybe a Polymorph, but Brain pre-sacrificing. He anticipates it in this moment in time, so he's not going to be able to go for it. They go for a Gouge, but that's going to get sacrificed. Wealthy Man, I don't know what that Gouge was on Brain. That just breaks right away to sacrifice. Now Wealthy Man's into the Kidney Shot. Is he just going to die here? Hammer of Justice, it's match point. A lot of pressure onto Flop to keep his team alive in this position. Is he going to crack under the pressure? He's slightly ahead on mana right now, but he's getting close to Drake. He needs to reposition. He's jumping in cat form, gets a bash onto Brain, setting up some damage here. It looks like onto Prev, but Flop's now into a full blind. Prev's into the kidney, though. Welterman's going for the kill. Prev trinkets out immediately, but look at those missiles flying in from Cubsy onto Prev. Now both rogues going at each other. Drake into a polymorph. Welterman trying to stay aggressive onto the Shadow Priest. Goes for a blind onto Brain. Brain trinketing immediately on that one. There's a Ring of Fire. Is cutting down everyone, but Welterman's the one that's dying, actually. Cloak of Shadows, it might not be enough. It's match point for Where's Gordy. Is Luminosity Gaming going to go undefeated in Season 1 Cup play? Is the question that will be decided potentially in this game. As Flop, look at him. He is struggling. Everybody is dead on his team right now. He's got to spend so much mana to heal through this. He's going for Tranquility. He's trying to immune some crowd control here. He might have hit the immunity there actually on the stun of Prev. I'm not entirely sure. Tree of Life comes up at a miracle moment for Flop here to get some free healing, but he's caught in a Hammer of Justice. And Wealthy Man, he's on the back foot. Is he going to go down? He vanishes away. But now Flop is low. He's got no Trank Shield. Drake's going to get cheap shot. Missiles flying in. Cubsy's trying to carry the team. They're running on borrowed time right now, Azale.
Yeah, Flop is in a lot of trouble here. He's trying to run. There's the silence coming in, though, and the pressure is not going to stop. Drake, though, still taking a lot of damage himself, but the full fear now onto Flop has to be immediately triggered, and this could spell trouble, but not if Drake goes down. Prev has the life swap there, though, for him, and now the Psychic Core over onto Flop. They're trying to swap it over onto him with it. You can see Cubsy, though, is just free casting out damage here, trying to push them away from his Druid, trying to keep them back into this game because Flop is having so much trouble topping his team back off. Drake is really, really low, and Brain is tapped on mana. All of a sudden, Luminosity are on the back foot here. Brain has got basically nothing left. We'll see if they can actually find a push. They're going to try to do it onto Wealthy Man, who's taking a lot of damage into this kidney here, but it's Cubsy pushing in with the poly, spamming them out, trying to keep defensive. The Hodge to follow it up onto that kidney DR'd is going to be able to be enough to survive there. Wealthy Man staying alive, and Flop still kind of just max range, has the NS, has the Barkskin, has the Iron Bark. He's sitting pretty right now. I think we might have to see the Disperse coming out from Prev. Yeah, the Disperse is going to have to be there.
They have Death Mark.
Nothing left. They can't top
They've got Death Mark. They're sending it on Drake. I think we're going to a Game 7. Brain is gouged up right now. Monstrous damage. I can't believe Brain is healing through this. Cubsy is laying down huge suppression fire on the whole team, and he's still healing. He's still healing with nothing left. This is insane healing right now from Brain. He does it again. He's into the full blind. How is Drake still alive at this point? How is Brain doing it? Wealthy Man, he's got to be careful. He can't get too antsy here going for the kill. He's sneaking behind the pillar. He's got evasion, but Drake's still on the run. Prev is trying to take him out, but he can't get any pressure, and Flop gets the stun on Drake with the rake stun into the cheap shot. Brain again rolls around the corner with an Avenging Crusader proc. He's charging towards Flop. They're going for the kidney shot. They have nothing.
The down on him. He's going to pop the Iron Bark. He's going to try to stay alive here, but I think Flop could be in a lot of trouble with Drake. He's going to have to throw out the blind defensively. The Death Mark is still rolling, but Prev is down incredibly low. The silence is going to come out as well. They're trying to stabilize, but Brain has got nothing left. This is their last all-in chance, and it's not going to be enough. Drake is going to go down. We are going to be going to a game number 7 here. Where's Gordy pulling it back in the final moments? Oh my God.
This was an insane game, but the thing is they're not going to get breathing room. Like, this map won them the game 100%. Because if they didn't have a large map, like Cubsy would be crowd controlled the whole game, they'd be getting purged down, they'd be swapping, and he would just be outright dead. So, like, this comp works for them here on this map, but they know they're going to a small map. Like, what is it going to be? Runes of Lordaeron? Maybe even Blackbrook Hold, possibly. Like, we're going to a small map. What a hectic game. Like, this close call on Wealthy Man. He's cloaking at like 10%, almost was lights out for him. Evasion, manages to survive, manages to recover and keep it going a little bit longer. Cubsy with that rake stun. I thought it was over, but Brain's like, nope, it's not over until I say it's over. It's not over until the Paladin sings in this situation. And then they go for this miracle swap. Can they kill Flop? But he pre-bear formed and he had Barkskin. And then at that point, it's done. They get the sheep. Cubsy gets the punish. And like, they're just both dead here. Cubsy blocks offensively. Like, he knows that they've got to end the game right here. And just keeps trucking in damage despite Brain's defiance. Like, man, this was insane. Like, I don't know if Brain is getting crazy luck with these Avenger Crusaders. Like, they just keep popping. Like, he got one into another, into another, into another. Like, right when he had 0 mana, the only way that he could heal was pressing Judgment, and he just kept going. I almost wonder if he was going to defy death there at the last second of the game, because he did get another proc right here. Avenger Crusader proc, gets a bunch of melee attacks, goes after Flop, gets a Judgment, heals up the team. I can't believe Flop didn't take more damage, honestly. Like, this is Death Mark from Drake. I'm actually surprised, like, Barkskin was actually enough for him to survive. Yeah. Like, normally, it must have been, like, no bleeds or something, like maybe a Garrode, but doesn't it? It only duplicates the current active bleeds, right? I don't think you can, like, rupture after it, so...
I think Prev was also so low, he probably had no dots up. Like, you know, because I was expecting way more damage to come out there as well. But, you know, it was like that final all-in go. So maybe it wasn't really set up the way that they would want. But, like, who can blame them? They were completely and 10% HP. So at that point, you can't actually wait for the perfect setup. You've just got to ship it and hope that it works out. And where's Gordy? They're actually sticking with it, so they're not going to change it up. I do think it's going to be harder to actually keep the distance like they had on Empyrean Domain on Black or Cold. It is a big map, but at the same time, when you're kiting, you can often get pushed back into those rooms and can start getting very, very difficult because everything can all of a sudden get really, really stacked up. So I'm going to be interested to see how Where's Gordy kites. I think they kind of have to keep it in the middle of the map, but almost like kite in a circle. It's just tough because there's so many angles where, you know, Prev and Brain can kind of play, you know, that center pillar area and basically end up between Flop and his team, right? And in those situations, that's where it starts to get really easy to land CC on the Resto Druid.
All right, let's see what it's going to be. I mean, we already know what this is going to be. There's no way that it's not Shadow Priest, Rogue, Holy Paladin. After so many games, an entire season of this composition, I think the only team that's only played one comp for every single cup and managed to make it work here. Just nothing being a direct answer. It's the last game for them to keep their perfect record, their perfect streak. Can Where's Gordy dash it away? And they're keeping Cubsy in. I don't really blame them. The small maps, you know, we're looking more and more one-sided every time with the Brewmaster Monk. And Cubsy was really working hard in that last game to try and pull off a win for his team. Some really good positioning and pressure up from him in that one. It's just going to be coming down to the team as a whole. Like, can Wealthy Man protect Flop when he's not able to get away? Can Flop always be conscious of his positioning and drag this fight on for as long as possible without Luminosity Gaming swarming them?
Yeah, it's going to be a really, really exciting one. I mean, I think both teams have their pretty clear win conditions. It feels like Where's Gordy is playing for mana, right? Like, this does feel like a bit of a dampener comp. When you're playing Arcane main Resto Druid, you want to play max range, you want to stay super far away, and Luminosity have got to be able to get those setups, have got to be able to get the pressure going, and try to connect with Flop, whether it's with CC or whether it's with Goes. You have to get to the Resto Druid. If you're not pressuring the Resto Druid, you're not really making anything happen. So that's going to be the key in this game for Luminosity. So to me, it's just all about positioning, right? We've got to watch like how they're going to position, especially how the Resto Druid is going to position in relation with his team. His team has got to do a really good job kiting with him, but that can make their job difficult sometimes because if Wealthy Man has a good push on a Drake, he doesn't want to just run away to be able to, like, you know, keep Flop in a good position. So you've got to kind of pick those moments where you're going to be willing to expose Flop to getting CC'd so that you can try to push for a potential kill.
All right. This is it. This is the closest we've seen Luminosity Gaming getting eliminated in second place and not taking first in a cup. Like, Golden Guardians, man, they put in work to weaken the beast. Like, they definitely struck some blows onto Luminosity Gaming throughout this tournament, beating him in the upper bracket and taking him to a game 5 in the lower side. And now Where's Gordy is really making them sweat, dragging us on all the way to a game 7. Can they pull it off on a small map? Can they keep up their defenses? Can they keep their distance here and hold Luminosity Gaming back and end their tirade? End this monopoly that Luminosity Gaming has held for so long at this point. They've got a sap on Brain. They're trapping him with a Ring of Frost. And they're actually just going to open on Brain. It's an all-in on the Paladin. Drake's trying to peel, but they all walk into the trap. That Ring of Frost, huge value by Cubsy. It gets Divine Shield right off the rip. You couldn't ask for a better start for Where's Gordy.
Yeah, it's huge for them. That Ring of Frost, the invisible Ring of Frost, gets all 3 of them, as you said, and it meant they had no peels for Brain. So he's actually just into that full bubble. Now he's going to get blinded up. Will he try to sit through this? Drake is going to have a blind as a response of his own over there onto Flop. There's the life grip onto Brain, so it denies the sap follow-up. There's no follow-up on Flop either, and they didn't get his trinket whatsoever from that. Now they're trying to look for a little swap over onto him. There's the cheap shot, but it looked like it was DR'd over onto Flop. The Groat was there as well, but I think Flop should be okay. He's out of LOS of Prev, and Prev is really kind of struggling here. Brain falling very far behind. The Hodge going to be thrown out there onto Wealthy Man now. Looks like Dispel was on cooldown. Flop can't actually use it onto him as Cubsy is being pressured very heavily, but the double Dragon's Breath comes through, making a little bit of space for himself as he's finally getting away from Drake now. And look at that burst coming down onto Drake. Wealthy Man had him in the kidney, and Cubsy was just letting it rip. Drake got chunked down about 20% HP, but here comes Brain. He's pushing in. They're trying to keep him away from the Druid, but are they going to be able to do it? The pre-Ironbark comes out, so Brain says, you know what? I'll just hold on to the CC. There's that Psychic Horror, though, being used onto Flop, and they want to try to continue pushing to keep this going, but they're not going to be able to just yet. The Ironbark, though, has expired on Cubsy, and there could be some vulnerability on this next go, but not if Drake falls down first, because he is getting crushed by Wealthy Man and Cubsy, and every time he goes in, he's exposing himself to all of this damage.
Oh, mind games out here. Ring of Frost bait by Cubsy. Gouge onto Brain. Flops into silence. They're just trying to get some pressure on Drake and a gouge. But Wealthy Man's into the kidney shot. Cubsy, how are you going to block this? He's got Nature System in the backline, but they're leaving Cubsy open. Cubsy's getting a bunch of damage out in the corner here with arcane missiles flying in. It's match point here. It's vortexed back into midfield, but Drake, he steps in the middle of the map and almost dies. Void Shift and Bob have to come out at the last possible second. Drake getting cheeky with that shadow step. He's falling behind. Brain is struggling. They're doing it. Where's Gordy? They're so close to a kill on Drake right now. Down below half. Brain recovers for a moment, but he had to trinket. Now he's down at Bob. Now he's down his bubble. Now he's repolling Cubsy with the hard carry right now. Missile after missile, blast after blast into the barrage. They've done it. Where's Gordy? Have dethroned Luminosity Gaming.
Luminosity will not take 4 straight cups. Where's Gordy? Coming out of nowhere in this final cup. They're gonna do it 4-3. Took all 7 games here, but they have a dethroned Luminosity Gaming finally in this 4th cup. Prev and Brain, they're gonna fight it out, but no shot that they're gonna be able to close this one out. Prev is just gonna be trained into the ground. They don't want to give up their hope here, but the hope is all but gone. Luminosity will still be the #1 overall seed, but it's where's Gordy, not Golden Guardians, not Luminosity Gaming, who will be the 4th cup AWC champions and will move in to those grand finals here as the 3rd seed, but with the momentum, knowing that they have the capability of taking down the big dogs.
I can't believe it. I mean, there's more than one. It's not just the Golden Guardians. All of North America is challenging Luminosity Gaming. They finally ended their streak. It's actually insane how they pulled this off. That opener, getting Bubble in the opener, getting everybody in that Ring of Frost. Like, Cubsy did insane in this game on the Arcane Mage. Like, he had to fill some really big shoes, man. Like, it's normally Wealthy Man that's the mage. And Cubsy, like, we used to call him North America's Mage when he was playing it. Like, Cubsy had to come in on Arcane. He has to take down Brain, who's been the invincible paladin for years at this point. Prev and Drake have been phenomenal multi-classers. Like, it's actually crazy how he was able to fill those shoes on this Arcane Mage so well that they could win this. Because think about how many RMPs have fallen to Luminosity Gaming in the past. Like, pretty much every single one has never been able to defeat them, and they were able to do it. They could overwhelm them. That sick opener, constant pressure, and Cubsy just squeaking in, finding these openings.
What is that damage from the Arcane Mage at the end, though? It was like, I thought Drake was actually safe. I thought he had stabilized for a bit. Brain hit him with like a 30 or 40% of his HP heal, and I was like, okay, they're actually going to stabilize. They're going to recover. The game's going to continue. But it was just chunk after chunk after chunk coming out from Cubsy. You know, he was down to about 5% HP, back up to 40, immediately down to 10% HP. Gets another heal, back up to 30, immediately down to like 2% HP. And it was just not enough left in the tank there. And so much of that really came from the opener. The fact that Brain had to bubble immediately in the opener was so big. That invisible ring completely screwed Luminosity Gaming, right? You know, he cast that from Mass Invis. There's a ring around the pally. They go and it's the Groat starter. Brain tries to run out, gets rung. Drake tries to step in, gets rung. Prev is trying to run over to Fear, gets rung. Like, everyone got screwed by that.
Well, that's the thing, is they didn't know it was there because they didn't land it on Brain. He put it around Brain. So they're thinking, oh, he's sapped. They're probably not going to ring or something, because normally you'd want to ring from stealth and he's already on DR. But trapping him inside of that so other people would run into the fishnet. I bet Zico's really proud of that fishnet. That was literally like the best cat. He got an insane catch, an insane haul to bring home off the beginning stages of that game. And where's Gordy get to leave this tournament saying we didn't just win with Brewmaster Cheese Comp, like we brought the Arcane Mage in to take this series. They weren't just kind of cheesing something as well. So there is that to their credit here in this finals. And I wonder what that does to the standings. Not that it's a big deal. I think second fights third anyways, but are they still third? We've got Gauntlet settled. We've got Ascension Silver Sentinels. They're going to be the first round. Power Men will be their next opponent. Shall We is their third one. And Liquid. Will Liquid be able to beat the winner of that previous stage of the Gauntlet and get that fourth spot in the grand finals for North America?
I mean, Liquid and Gordy, if I recall correctly, were miles behind Golden Guardians. Yeah, so even with that win, you know, they're still over 100 points behind second. So there was never a shot of them actually coming back and stealing that second seed from Golden Guardians. Golden Guardians and Luminosity, for the most part, ran the 4 cups. You know, they were the most consistent teams by far. Whereas Gordy, you know, coming out of nowhere, winning that final cup in a 7-game finals was really, really crazy. But honestly, AWC this weekend, both EU and NA, was such a treat to watch because there was so many surprises. There was this mix-up with the Brewmaster comp. There was, teams actually pulling off upsets. There was teams that were mixing up their compositions on how they were actually winning, right? Even you look at Poggers, them winning isn't the biggest surprise, but the way in which they did it, they were bringing in Chan, they were playing different compositions. We saw Liquid have a bit of a resurgence after being, MIA for the last 2 cups. They had some really strong games and showcasing some different comps. The bots, I feel like, started this Brewmaster revolution though, where we're seeing all these tanks coming in, and so it was so cool to see where's Gordy, incorporate that and get wins with that, but also, as you said, swap away to the composition that they had been playing previously with that Arcane Mage, getting back-to-back wins with it.
Yeah, not just once, but twice here. And it was important because the Brewmaster is starting to not work. It got them some confidence. It got some wins. It got them past the Golden Guardians. But ultimately, they did have to rely on their main composition to be able to close out the series. So very entertaining. I love how much every single team leveled up. Like, it is dramatic. Like, it's like upwards of 300% increases in performance from pretty much every team in the cup. We saw newcomers coming out of nowhere, like you said, with the bots and EU at the last second. We had some newcomers as well with Big Burst and RNG trying to make their runs. Like RNG versus Ascension for that 8th place spot was really close. That went all the way to game 5. Like, I loved the level of competition here from season 1, and it's almost kind of sad that there's going to be a little bit of a gap before we're going to get to see more games from all of these teams, because I could go for another round here next weekend of this, most definitely. So GG's to all of the teams here in North America. Phenomenal performances from all of them, and I'm very curious to see where they go from here. Like, is Rogue, is it going to see any more nerfs moving forward? I know Resto Druid is getting nerfed, so maybe Flop's not going to be able to rely on that, and possibly Vanos in EU as well. So can they flex and adapt and change in between the time that there is now? Because people are going to figure out that Brewmaster Monk too, I would think, is both to beat it and to play it in that time. So all of these compositions could be different by the time we get to the Gauntlet.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's a lot of time for teams to prep, right? They have over a month, they have like a month and a half or so to actually prep before that Gauntlet. So, there's gonna be no excuses for teams. You have to have all the compositions you need ready. You've got to have everything prepped up and ready to go, because that is where the big money is made. That is where, the big bragging rights are earned. And it's going to be so incredibly exciting to cover those grand finals with the Gauntlet. I'm secretly more excited for the Gauntlet, I feel like, than I am for the grand finals, because I think that single limb format is going to be so incredibly hype. But of course, whoever comes out of that, it'll be so fun to see, how they do against the big dogs who have already qualified straight through to the grand finals. I think the format is actually a lot of fun this year, and it's honestly just been a pleasure coming back and getting to cover some AWC and cast some WoW again, because this is a game that I've been playing since it came out and definitely have a lot of love for. So happy to be able to cast with you and all the guys, and Aya who's all covering it and have been covering it, and you guys are doing such a good job for so many years. So been a lot of fun to actually get to step back in and do some WoW esports again.
I'm very glad that we're going to be able to get Flop in here for an interview, the first team to take out Luminosity Gaming. I can't wait to hear how he feels. How does he feel, Aya?
All right. Hey, everyone. I am here with Flop from Where's Gordy. That was a pretty intense series. What's going through your mind right now?
Yeah, it was super intense. Ton of stuff's going through my mind. Just ultimately, I'm just really, really happy, man. Last year, the guy, Luminosity, that team, I just want to say, first of all, like, those guys are absolutely insane. Some of the best players to ever touch the game. And last year, the grand finals, losing 3-4 was like a really, it was really, really tough. But ultimately, like, getting to fight them in this cup and then winning the finals, in a really close, amazing series. It was super gratifying. I've screamed and yelled, and it's awesome. A lot of emotions for sure.
Yeah, heading into that series, is that how you expected it to go?
I expected us to beat them, yeah, but not in the way that we did. We did not plan on playing Brewmaster at all today. It was kind of just like, really, we were just concerned with getting top 3. Like, we're going to play, after Liquid lost to Luminosity, we were like, all right, we're good. Let's just kind of play for fun. It'd be great to win. But the most important thing is kind of out of the way. And then we're just like, let's just send the Brewmaster, and it was cool.
Yeah, that was going to be my follow-up question, actually. Like, when did you make that decision, and what did you do to, if at all, like, practice and prepare for that?
It was really like, we were helping a team practice for Brewmaster, like, right before the tournament, and we kind of just decided to play it into Golden Guardians, like, maybe 20 minutes before the tournament. It was not something that we had a lot of thought that went into it. But yeah.
Wow. I don't know, was Chun feeling a little bit nervous with that, or how was he feeling?
Not at all, dude. Not at all. Chun is just the type of dude who thrives in those kind of chaotic situations, and he was ready to do it. He was excited. He was active, and Brewmaster, there's a ton of cool stuff you can do on it, and he loves those kind of like little micro outplays that you can do. So yeah, he did it, and he did a great job.
Yeah, certainly did. It's cool to see for sure. So, for the gauntlet, I'm curious, who is there a team that you're particularly rooting for? Do you think is going to make it out of the gauntlet?
I hope that I would expect. Is Powerman in the gauntlet? Powerman's in the gauntlet, right? Either Powerman or Liquid. I think I would expect or want one of those teams to go through. I guess I don't know. Honestly, that's kind of a forced answer. I wish everybody the best, and I hope the best team just kind of comes out at the top. I wish everybody an equal chance, and yeah, go for it.
Yeah, we'll have to see how they do. But then, speaking of you guys, you are obviously moving on to the grand finals. So what is that gonna, be like for your team? How are you preparing? How are you feeling for that?
It's going to be good. We're excited. We've got a lot of time to prepare, and I feel like we really have only been a full team, kind of like using as much as we can from each member for about 2 weeks now. We got off to a rough start, and I had a really, really severe fracture in my arm, and I have radial nerve palsy, so I can't use my hand properly. So I kind of had to relearn how to use a mouse. I have no control over any of the muscles on the top of my arm, so I have to just had to kind of learn how to use my fingers with this little wrist brace. So there was a lot of reasons why we had to. It was rough at the start, as a team and also individually because of some things. But yeah, moving forward, I think right now we're in a really, really good spot. We're using everybody to their maximum potential, and yeah, we're all really close friends. And yeah, I think we're ready for the finals. Yeah, it's gonna be really fun.
Vibes are good behind the scenes. Everyone's happy.
Yeah, no, these are some of my best friends, and out of anybody, they're amazing people for sure.
That's awesome. All right, well, before I let you go back to streaming, is there anything that you want to shout out before we head off?
The Jape, the Jape, freaking Cubsy on the mage, man. That Jape Nation, yep, that Jape Nation. That's it. That's all. It's legendary, absolutely legendary. Yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, cool. Well, we'll end it with that. But thank you so much, Flop, and I am going to hand it back to Azael and Sid.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
It's crazy to think that he had to relearn how to use his arm in this competition. That's almost like a movie arc or something, where the protagonist gets a really serious injury and it can't compete for a while and has to retrain himself to be able to get back into the competition, and then takes out the top position as a result. That's a crazy story. I'm hoping that he is able to recover fully from that at some point. I don't understand the exact circumstances, of course, but definitely phenomenal play from them overall here in this last cup. Very enjoyable to watch. I've had an amazing time here on all of these 4 cups. You said it earlier, thank you to everybody that has been watching. Thank you to all the players for putting on the most spectacular show I think we have had in a long time. Everybody leveled up just week after week after week. Tons of upsets that nobody could have ever predicted. Insane production throughout all of the weekends, bringing us some memes, some nice graphics, and a great show flow as well. I can't wait, man. This gauntlet is going to be insane.
Yeah, it's been so much fun. It's definitely going to be a lot to look forward to. The NA Gauntlet, the U Gauntlet, the grand finals for both, and then of course the main event afterwards, where everyone can argue about which region is actually better. So thank you all for watching. MDI is also coming up. MDI 2023 starting on February 17th, so definitely check that out. I don't know if you're a Mythic Plus guy yourself, Supa, but I always think MDI is pretty fun to watch. To just see how optimized people actually have some of these dungeons is pretty insane.
Personally, I don't think I'm built for MDI, and Mez could probably tell you more about it in Legion when we tried it for the first time. I think we had 163 deaths in. It's not called Black Rockhold. The dungeon's not called Black Rockhold, but Mez soloed the boss at one point because we were all so bad at the mechanic. He literally soloed the last boss as a blood DK, and I think there's been a couple times where tanks have done that in the MDI throughout their history. But at that point, I knew I wasn't built for MDI. But definitely, it's going to be an insane thing to spectate with all of the new dungeons as well. So thank you everybody for tuning in to the AWC. The Gauntlet's going to be live on March 24th. Don't miss it. Don't miss the MDI. There's going to be more World of Warcraft action, and we'll see you there.